Now, good morning one more time. So, let us start with enterprise information systems. This EIS is a part of paper 7. Okay, you have EIS and SM put together. EIS is for 50 marks, SM is for 50 marks. And coming to EIS, there are a lot of misconceptions that this is a boring subject. But I wanted to tell you, if you don't show your caring, definitely the subject seems to be boring. So it all depends on how much care that you show towards the subject. That subject will be more interesting. That is point number 1. And second important thing is, without analyzing the weightage of the chapters, without analyzing the previous examination question paper trends, if you start reading the subject, it seems to be very complex. Because there are some lessons like, information system risks and controls. Many students feel that lesson is very difficult. But if you look at the weightage of the previous question papers, how many questions you are getting from that chapter? So how much time you need to spend on it? These all things you will understand. That is point number 2. And point number 3, what is the mantra for success in EIS subject? The mantra for success in EIS subject is reading the side headings every day, and there is no other way. There is no other way. Because compared to strategic management, in the EIS subject, you have lot of side headings for every question. So in order to remember them, you need to read them regularly on a daily basis. That is the only way, and there is no other way left out. Okay, this is point number 3. So by basing these 3 important points, let us move into the subject. First of all, let us try to understand what is enterprise information system. Then we will have a basic idea, and then we can move forward into the lessons. So first of all, let us try to understand the word what is enterprise. See, there are many words like entrepreneur, enterprise, these all things. These all things come from the same root, that is entre, E-N-T-R-E. So what is an enterprise? Enterprise, as I have told you, it is a large, complex business organization. So whenever we say it is a very large, complex business organization, any decision that is being taken in the enterprise need to be a well-informed decision. Otherwise, it hampers the growth and profitability of the organization. That is the reason we need to have a very good information system for every enterprise to make decisions. Okay, this is point number 1 regarding the meaning of the word enterprise information system. Let me put the things one more time. What is enterprise? Enterprise is a large and complex business organization. What is information system? In order to make decisions in an enterprise, we require lot of information. We require lot of information. Here, you cannot understand the meaning of the word lot. Lot means how much? It is very huge, very huge. Very huge information we require before making a decision. We require micro level information, we require macro level information. For example, you want to make a purchase decision in an organization, in a very large organization. So making a purchase decision is not so easy. There are n number of factors involved in making a purchase decision, whether to purchase the raw material or not. In order to make a purchase decision of raw material, you need to understand your financial position, you need to understand the market position, you need to understand the sales trends, you need to understand your warehousing position, you need to understand the cash availability, your cash flow. These all things you need to understand. Only then you can make a purchase decision. Otherwise, what happens? If you simply make a purchase decision, and if you are not in a position to pay the amount in time, then you will have a lot of pressure from your vendor. And you have purchased a lot of raw material, and there is no market for your product, the sales trends are declining, then also the entire production will go waste. So by basing all these things, you need to make a decision. Now the biggest question is, how will you get all this information? Do you think that it is very easy to get all this information in a large organization? No. And if you observe, there is one more point here. You need to get this information from various departments, isn't it? Who will tell you the cash flow? The finance department. Who will tell you about the market trends? The marketing department and the sales team. Who will tell you about the warehousing position? The store manager or the warehouse manager. So you need to gather information from multiple departments and you need to aggregate all that information, and basing on that you need to make a decision. Now, if you think these things are very easy, you are mistaken. No, these things are very tough, very complex. And sometimes, the information that you get from different departments will be contradictory. So you need to remove all those contradictions and you need to come with a suitable decision. You need to come with a suitable decision for your organization. So for this, what enterprises need to do? They need to set up an information system. Now, what is this information system? In simple words, we can say a system which gives information, that can be called as an information system. A system which gives information to you, that is called as an information system. Now, what do you mean by the word system? See, system is a body of knowledge. You can say a system is a body of knowledge. You are a system, I am a system, this computer is a system, solar system. There are systems everywhere. Now, what is a system? For example, we call human beings as systems. Why? Because we have n number of components in our bodies, and how all these components are working. Are they working separately? Are they working mutually exclusively? No. They are working inclusively. They are working in a coordinated manner. They are working in a interdependent manner, in an interactive manner. For example, if I am standing here, in my body, several systems need to work in a coordinated manner if I should stand like this. My nervous system, my circulatory system, my muscular system, my skeletal system, these all components should work together, only then I can stand like this. If any of the system do not function properly, for example, circulatory system is doing good, nervous system is doing good, muscular system is doing good, but skeletal system is not supporting, then I cannot stand like this. Likewise, if nervous system is not supporting, I cannot stand like this. So, for doing any activity in this world, there are several things involved, and all of them should work together. The most important word here is together. They need to work together. Only then you can complete any task. Likewise, in an organization also, there will be n number of departments. There will be marketing department, there will be sales department, there will be finance department, HR will be there, production will be there, marketing department will be there, purchase department will be there, sales department will be there, IT department will be there. Now, these all departments should work in an interactive manner, in an integrated manner, in an interdependent manner. Only then you can take any decision in the organization. Now, the biggest challenge is, sir, how can we gather information from all these departments at one place, and how can we get a consolidated report basing on which we make a decision? This is the biggest challenge. Here comes our subject, that is technology. We need to make use of information technology to gather information from all the departments and get a consolidated information, get a consolidated report. How is it possible? With the help of computer networks. There are computer networks. So with computer networks, what we can do? We can gather information from different departments at one place. So we need to set up computer network in your organization so that we can get information from all the departments. Okay. So this setting up of this computer network in your organization for the sake of getting the information is called as information system. Information system. So now let me tell you what is information system. Every organization requires information, and to get the information it is not easy. What should be done? We need to use technology. We need to set up computer networks in your organization to get the information, and That computer networks will help you to gather the information at one place, and that information you can use. So this setup, please understand the word setup. The setup what you made. What setup you made? A computer network setup. So the setup what you made is called as system. And for what reason you made this setup? For the sake of getting the information. So that is an information system. This is all the general explanation. Now comes the pertinent question. Pertinent question means the question that is related to you. You may ask me, sir, this is all fine, but why we people should read this enterprise information system? Because you are telling that setting up of an information system means setting a computer network to gather the information. That is all fine. But that stuff is not related to a chartered accountancy student. We are not bothered about it. We are not here to set up a computer and computer network. Okay, then why we should go through this particular subject called enterprise information system? This is the most pertinent question to all of you. Pertinent question means the question that is pinching you, the question that is lingering in your mind. Why this EIS for us? Why this big headache to us? Okay, this is the pertinent question. Now let me answer that question first, and then we will move on. The question is, you are all you will be the future auditors. You need to audit everything. Whenever a transaction has been done, you need to audit the transaction. You need to verify the accuracy, the correctness, the credibility of that particular transaction. Am I right or not? Now, whenever you set up computer systems in an organization, okay, whenever you set up a computer systems in an organization and these computers are giving you the information, now you please tell me whose duty is it to find out the credibility of the information, the accuracy of the information that is given by these computers or that is given by these information systems. Whose duty it is? Obviously, it is yours duty. Am I right or not? For example, I have given you a piece of paper, a voucher. Now, you are going through that voucher and you are trying to find out the credibility, the accuracy of that particular transaction on a piece of paper called voucher. Now, the information is shown in the computer. Okay. See, you are calculating manually. That means your brain is the ultimate decision maker. But now you are making calculations using a calculator. And you have done some calculation and the calculator has shown some result. That is fine. Now the question is, how can you know that the result shown by the calculator is accurate? That means you need to audit that calculator. Am I right or not? You need to check the working of that calculator. You need to check the credibility of that calculator. Am I right or not? Only then we can only then we can decide the accuracy of the result given by the calculator. Now there comes the chartered accountancy students. There comes the chartered accountants. There comes EIS auditors. So you need to audit the information systems because, for example, if I am the decision maker in an organization and I want to make n number of decisions, and basing on what I am taking my decisions, basing on the information that is supplied to me by my information system. Am I right or not? Do you concur with me? Do you agree to what I am saying? I am here and I am just reading a report on my screen and I am taking the decision. This is how decision makers take the decisions, make the decisions. Now the biggest question is, what is the credibility of the report on my screen? How far it is accurate? Who will give me the guarantee that the report that is being seen by me on the screen is not tampered? Who will tell me that the report that you are seeing on your screen is accurate? Who should give me that guarantee? Auditor should give me that guarantee. Isn't it? Yes. So this is the biggest point here. So for that reason, you students, you chartered accountancy students should have knowledge about an information system. And see, you need not know how to set up an information system. You need not know what are the cables involved in the setting up of an information system. What is the equipment that is used in the information system? No, these all things you need not know. That is not your stuff. That is not your area. But what is your area? Your area is auditing, isn't it? Auditing the systems. Auditing the systems for what? Auditing the systems for their credibility, their accuracy, their functionality and all. Because what these information systems are doing, they are giving information. And that information should be accurate. The financial statements that are generated by the information systems should be accurate. And whenever you use technology, every one of you sitting here know that there are a lot of risks in the technology. The biggest risk is hacking, tampering of data, these all things. Now, what should the business people do? Whenever they are setting up an information system, in addition to recruiting IT people, they should also recruit you in that particular team, because you people will guide the IT people, the technology people, regarding how to set up the information system in a risk-free manner, in a error-free manner, so that information will be error-free and risk-free. Okay. So your biggest part, your biggest role is in finding out the risks of the information system. In what way the information can be spoiled, in what way the information can be tampered, in what way the information can be modified. These all things you need to know, and you need to give guidance to the business organizations regarding the steps, regarding the care that has to be taken to set up the information system in a perfect manner. So that is the reason you need to study the subject of EIS. But if you simply say that, sir, SM management not required, EIS technology not required. Array, we are not asking you to know about the technology, we are asking you to know about the risks of the technology. Because at the end of the day, who is the person who will take care of the risks? In an organization, auditor, who is the control man? Who is the person who suggests the controls? Who is the man who makes everything, or who puts everything in control in the organization? It is the auditor. Now, the organization is using technology, and technology has a lot of risks, and now who will address all these risks in the organization? It is definitely the auditor. So that is your subject matter. The risks that arises out of information systems and the controls that you need to put in place to address these risks. This is the reason you need to study the subject of enterprise information systems. Other than that, you need not worry. You are not going to learn about how a router works, what is a sensor, what are the components of the sensor, what is the block diagram of the sensor. No, you are not reading all these things. You are not reading all these things. For example, there is a computer network. Whenever there is a computer network, if you give free access to everyone to access the computer, from watchman to chairman, if everyone is able to access the network, what are the risks? You please find out what are the risks. Then what control should be there? You please find out. And you tell to the business people, you tell to the business person, sir, if you open your network to everyone, if your network is open to everyone, from watchman to chairman, these are the risks. Now the business person asks you, sir, what to do? Then you have to tell some controls. So you need to have these controls in place so that there will be no problem. So that is your subject matter. And for this, you need to know a little bit of technology. Because, for example, if you want to assess the quality of the calculator, or if you want to put some controls in the calculator, you need to know a little bit about the calculator. Am I right or not? Of course, you need not know in depth about the calculator, but at least you need to know the alphas and betas of the calculator. You need to know alpha betas of the calculator at least. So that is what we are doing now. Nothing more than that. Okay. So with this little introduction, let us move on to our first lesson, components of information system. Yeah. First of all, what is information? Information is processed data. What is information? Yeah, you need to be very active in the sense this class should be interactive, because subjects like EAS, if you sit like that, and if I am going just teaching the things, that is not the right way of putting the things. So you need to read, because this is a marathon revision. So explaining the concepts and revising the concepts should happen together, should go hand in hand. Now, you please answer. What is information? It is processed data. Now, what is data? Anything in this world can be data. Anything in this world can be data. The details about you, your name, your age, your father name, your school, this all is your data. And what is the data about this particular pen? There is a lot of data about this pen. The manufacturer of this pen, the weight of this pen, the height of this pen, the length of this pen, the color of this pen, the color of the refill in this pen. N number of things are there. If you write down all of that, that becomes the data of this pen. So, but the most important thing is, most of the times, this data will not be in an organized way. So, we need to put the data in an organized way so that you can use it whenever you want, wherever you want. So, the act of putting the data in an organized way to use it readily is called as information. And to make the data into information, we need to do some processing. Processing means what? For example, I gathered all your data. I have given you pieces of paper and asked you to write all your details on that pieces of paper. And you have written the data on the pieces of paper and you returned them to me. Now, what should I do? I cannot use those pieces of paper very effectively. But in order to use those pieces of paper very effectively, I need to do some processing. What is that processing? At least I need to arrange all those pieces of paper in an alphabetical order. That would be one way helpful to me. Or I'll open an Excel sheet and I will enter all your data in that Excel sheet. Okay. And then I can sort the data based on your location, based on your name, based on your age, based on your marks. In many ways, I can arrange the data. So that data will be more useful to me rather than these simple pieces of paper. But the things that are there in the pieces of paper, that is data. But this data, I have arranged in a way, I have arranged in a fashion that is more useful to me, that becomes information. So that is called as information is processed data. And data is defined as raw or unprocessed information. Now the most important thing, what is a system? A system can be defined as a group of mutually related cooperating elements with a defined boundary working on reaching a common goal by taking inputs and producing outputs in an organized transformation process. Very easy. Just now I told you how I am able to stand before you. There are many mutually related cooperating elements with a defined boundary in my body. For example, you are calling this entire body with a name called Chandrasekhar. But if I take out all the components in my body and put on the table like this, my eyes, my ears, my liver, the cover of the liver, these all things I put on the table. Now you please tell me who is Chandrasekhar there? The liver? Its cover? The heart? The muscles? Who is Chandrasekhar there? It is the group of mutually cooperating elements. When I put all these elements or components, same. So if I put all these things, and if all of them are working in an interactive manner, in an integrated manner, then we call that as a system, a body. Likewise, in an organization, there are 10 departments, and all of them are working mutually exclusively. All the departments are working in such a style, touch me not. And every department is taking care of itself. How can I run an organization in that way? Because at the top level, whenever I need to make a decision, I need to get information from multiple departments. I need to have a consolidated report. I need to get a consolidated report. That means I need to have information from different departments. Departments, components, elements, these are all one and the same. But all these departments, components, elements, how they should work in a mutually related manner. Sir, how can you do that? In your body, to connect one component to another component, there is nervous system. For example, this computer is there. Whatever is being done in this computer, it is getting recorded in that computer. Now these two are mutually connected with a network. In the same way, there is a computer elsewhere in another campus. I want to get information from there. What should I do? I need to connect. with a network. This is the nerve. Okay, I need to connect. So that is what. And every system in this world, it takes inputs, process, and finally gives outputs. That is the benchmark. That is the ground rule. That is the thumb rule. Any system in this world, how it works. It takes inputs, process, and finally gives the output. Now, what are the steps in an information system? Input will be taken from you, and that input will be processed, and it will give you the output. And finally, if you want to store that output, yes, you can do that. You can store the output in your pen drive or in your hard disk or in your SSD, wherever and whatever you want to store, you can store it, no problem. And now, just now we discussed, an information system is a collection of components. See, if you just used the word system, you take it granted. Every system in this world is a collection of components. What type of components? Not simple components. Collection of interrelated, interactive, integrated, interdependent set of components. That's what I told you. If I put all the components of my body on the table, can you call it as a human system? Can you call it as a human body? No. All these components, what should be done? They should be arranged in such a way that there is interrelation between the components. There should be interaction. These all things should be there. Okay. So, whenever I use the word system, you take it granted. What? It is a collection of integrated, interrelated, interactive set of components. Now, whenever I say components, you should get a doubt. Sir, what components? In the case of human body, components means liver, heart, kidneys, these are all components. But what are the components of an information system? What are the components of an information system? For example, if I say the components of this pen, I can say refill, cap, cover, these all things. Now, what are the components of an information system? The components of the information system are, first one, people. Okay, computer system should be there. That is further divided into hardware and software. And the most important thing, data. And the best thing, network and communication system. To set up an information system in an organization, what components are required? What components are required? People, computer, data, and network. Okay. Actually, data is the most important thing. For the sake of data, see, I have lot of data in front of me on papers. But now I want to computerize it. I want to share it with others. I want to share it with others at a very distant location. You can tell me, sir, you courier them. You just pack them and courier them. But I want to share the same thing to 10 different people. Then you will tell, take a Xerox of that, sir, and courier it. See, those days are gone. Today, everything should be shared real time. Everything should be shared on time. On time and in time and real time. Because times have changed. Now what I have to do? I need to enter the data. Where? Enter the data where? In a computer. So what is required? Computer is required. And how computer functions? Without hardware and software, how computer can function? So I require hardware and software. And who will enter the data? Some robots? Of course. So we also count them under people. Okay, people are required to enter the data. Now, how the data go from my system to another system? I require a network and communication system. So these are all the components of information system. And you know, our entire subject revolves around this particular thing only. There are risks for every component. Whenever there is a component, that component will give rise to some risks. There is kidney in my body, so there will be some risks to the kidney. I need to know them. There is a heart in my body, so there will be some risks to that heart. Like that, for every component causes some risks. So you need to understand those risks and you need to address them. And our entire subject is nothing more than that. There are some risks caused by people. Now you need to know what are the risks caused by the people and what control should be done. There are some risks caused by the software. You need to know them and the controls. There are some risks caused by the network. Need to know the risks and address those risks in the form of controls. That is your duty. Let us start going through the components one by one. The first component is hardware. What is hardware? The tangible portion. Tangible portion means what? Tangible and intangible, you know. What you can touch, you feel, what you can see, that is tangible. So you can see the processor of a computer, you can see the RAM of a computer, you can see and you can touch them. So the hardware is called as the tangible portion of the computer. And this hardware can be divided into input devices, processing devices, data storage devices, and output devices. Very easy. Input devices means keyboard, mouse, scanner, these are all input devices. Processing device, this is the processing device. CPU, central processing unit. So that will process. And storage device, SSDs, hard disks, pen drives, CDs, DVDs, NVMEs, these are all data storage devices. And the last one, output. You are saying that is an output device, monitor is an output device, projector is an output device, printer is an output device. You have output devices. And what are the important components of a CPU? CPU have three important components. They are arithmetic logical unit, control unit, and memory unit. Because CPU do the entire processing. Am I right or not? So processing means what? Processing means either arithmetic processing or logical processing. That means addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. These are all arithmetic things. Greater than, less than, which one is bigger, which one is smaller, comparison. This is all logical. Classifying according to the date. This is all logical. So there are some components which do all these things. They are called as arithmetic and logical unit. And there is a memory unit. And there should be some controlling unit to control everything that is happening inside the CPU. So that control unit will take care of all these things. So these are all bare fundamentals. You need not worry about all these things. Okay. And in computer, memory is divided into primary memory and secondary memory. Primary memory, simple. Memory used by the computer for its own purpose. That is called as primary memory. Secondary memory, memory used by you. See, in computers, there are two things every time. One for the computer and one for you. Just like a computer and you are like siblings. Whenever there are two siblings, parents should buy two things all the time. Am I right or not? In this way, in the same way, you want memory and computer tells, what about me? I also want some memory. So the memory that is used by the computer, primary memory. The memory used by you, secondary memory. Okay. And this primary memory is further divided into two, RAM and ROM. See, without RAM, a computer cannot function. It is called random access memory. And there is another memory called ROM, read-only memory. So these two things are required. Whenever I switch on the system, see, for example, you have RAM and ROM. ROM is a chip, is a memory chip where some permanent information is stored. RAM is a memory chip where some temporary information is stored. Okay. And you need not worry about this. Now, our main focus should be on this particular question. What is cache memory? See, there are different types of memory inside a computer. That means you can call them with different names. With humans also we call with different names, no? Photographic memory, short-term memory, long-term memory. Likewise in computers also we have. So we have registers. What are those registers? In the name itself it is there, no? Whatever thing you give, it is registered there. That means that is also memory. I am telling you a lot of things right now. They are getting registered. They should get registered in your brain. Am I right or not? And if they are registered in your brain, what we call them? We call them as memory only. So what is a register? Memory. Okay. And also there is another chip called as RAM. And you know, RAM uses soap and registers uses hand wash. So soap is slow compared to hand wash. Have you seen the Lifebuoy ad? Huh? Chinnabanti, are you using soap? So soap is slow. Hand wash is faster in cleaning the germs and all. So registers are like hand wash and RAM is like soap. So whenever these two things are there, obviously what happens? There will be a huge speed difference between the registers and the RAM. These registers will be in the CPU and the RAM will be outside the CPU. And these registers want some data. And who has to give that data? RAM has to give the data. And these registers will ask, send the data. RAM say, wait, I am sending. And these registers are so impatient, they cannot wait for the RAM to send the data. Okay, now how to fill this speed gap, the difference of gap. Now we have a blessing in disguise, that is cache memory. We have another chip that is called cache memory. What this cache memory is used? This is used to bridge the huge differences of speed between the hand wash and the soap. What is hand wash here? Register. What is the soap here? Primary memory, RAM. Okay, now we have a cache memory. Now what this cache memory will do? What this cache memory will do, you look at the diagram here. It will be placed in between the CPU and the primary memory. And it will supply the data much faster to the CPU compared to the primary memory. You have cache memory in your mobiles also. You have cache memory in every computer. See, whenever you complain, sir, my system is not, my mobile is getting slow, or my system is getting slow, then you know what IT people tell? They immediately ask, what is your RAM capacity? What is the capacity of cache memory in your computer? So they suggest you to increase your cache speed, cache memory, so that your system starts working with much speed. Okay, so that is about cache memory. And now comes another very important thing, that is virtual memory. In the name itself it is there, it is not real memory, it is virtual memory. See, this graphics world, what we call virtual reality. Every time I use the word virtual reality, it will give a very pleasant feeling to me, because if you look at the name virtual reality, on one side you are telling virtual and on another side you are telling reality. They are both contradicting words, they are opposite words. Because what is the opposite of virtual? Real. But you are telling virtual reality. That means what? You are seeing a tree on the screen. It is created. That is not a real tree. That is virtually created. For example, a beautiful scene has been shown on the screen. And if you ask the director, sir, where is that location? I want to go there and take a photograph. No. That scene is not there. That scenery is not there. But sir, you are showing on the screen. It is there on the screen. But not really, but not physically. Then, sir, what it is called as virtual? It is virtually there, but not physically there. Okay. Likewise, in our computer also we have some memory. What is that memory called as? Virtual memory. Virtual memory. Virtual memory means what? See, for example, I'll tell you. You have a mobile phone having 4 GB RAM, but you want to open an application which requires some 5 GB. You want to play a game. To play that game in your mobile, you require 5 GB RAM, but you are having only 4 GB RAM. Now what do you have to do? Throw away the mobile and purchase a new one? No. In the olden days, we used to do that, or we just stop playing the game. But today you can do everything, anything, isn't it? Now, today operating systems have become more intelligent and more active. Today, do you know what operating systems are doing? Okay, this fellow wants 5 GB of RAM. We have only 4 GB. Now this operating system will go to your internal storage, your hard disk, and ask the hard disk, please give me 1 GB of memory. Because this guy wants to play a game and that requires 5 GB. But this guy is having only 4 GB RAM. He wants 1 GB. And hard disk tells, okay, I'll give you 1 GB, but I am not RAM, no? Operating system tells, sir, I am a big magician. I'll take care of all the things. You just give me 1 GB. I'll manage. So it will borrow 1 GB from the hard disk and add it to 4 GB of the RAM, and it will run the show. That is the main concept of virtual memory. Let me tell you, virtual memory is not a separate device. If it is a separate device, we will not call it as virtual, man. Okay, we will call it as real only. So it is not a separate device. Then you may ask me, sir, where from you get this memory? It is an imaginary memory area supported by some operating systems. Okay. Virtual memory combines computer RAM with temporary storage space on the hard disk. This is the real magic. This is really magic. Why? RAM is another component. There you have 4 GB. Hard disk is another component. You borrowed 1 GB from it. Now you need to combine these two, which is against the nature. You cannot combine those two. Hard disk is different, RAM is different. They are two different devices. You cannot combine them. But magicians can do anything. Okay, they create something out of nothing, isn't it? Now who is the magician here? Operating system is a magician. What it will do? Somehow it combines 1 GB from the hard disk and your 4 GB RAM, and it will deceive your game telling that I have 5 GB. Because what your game is telling, if I have 5 GB, if you have 5 GB only, I will be played. And now what the operating system is doing now? It is deceiving the game application telling that I have 5 GB. But do you really have 5 GB RAM? No, you have 4 GB RAM and 1 GB borrowed space from the hard disk. Do you understand? But some magic has to be done here. Without doing the magic, you cannot handle all that. Okay. So that is done by the operating system. So like this is the RAM and this is the hard disk. From hard disk, we picked up some space and we combined that and we created a virtual memory. So this virtual memory that is created in the hard disk, it has a special name. What is that special name? Paging file. Okay. And finally, what is the one-liner? What is the one-liner for virtual memory? The one-liner is the last line. Virtual memory is an allocation of hard disk space to help RAM. Who is the helper? Did RAM go and ask the hard disk? No. Operating system went and asked the hard disk. Okay. That is virtual memory. And now let us enter into software. You know, software means what? Software is a set of programs. Software is a set of programs. You know, hardware by itself is non-functional. In order to make the hardware functional, you require software. That means you need to write a program. You need to write a program. Why? Pro means before, gram means writing. That means you need to tell the hardware what to do, how to do. Okay. Calculator is there. In your calculator also, there will be a program. Otherwise, how the calculator functions? Do you understand? And you also have software and hardware in your brain. What is the hardware? Those all nerves, neurons, that is all hardware. Okay. And if there is nothing in that hardware, you did not read anything, you did not listen anything, you did not hear anything, then what enters into those neurons? Nothing enters. And you cannot act. Am I right or not? So what you learn, what you read, what you hear, that is software in your brain. Likewise, if you have a computer chip, that is not enough. You need to store some program in that chip so that the chip works accordingly. That is called as software. And how many types of softwares are there? Operating system software, application software. Just now I told you. In computer we have, you and computer are siblings. The software used by you, application software. And whenever you are using the software, the computer looks like this at you. What about me? Then you need to give some software for the computer also. That software is operating system software. Okay. So now you please tell me, the software that is required by the computer, the software that is used by the computer is called as operating system software. The software used by you for your own purpose is called as application software. Okay. You are having an Android phone. Android is for whom? For you or for your phone? Android is for your phone. You have WhatsApp in your phone. It is for your phone or for you? The phone runs even in the absence of WhatsApp, isn't it? If you don't install WhatsApp, can you not start the phone? No. To start the phone, what is required? WhatsApp or Android? Android is required. So Android is an operating system which operates the device. WhatsApp, Telegram, X, Y, Z, Facebook, your book, my book, these are all applications. Your software. You want them? Yes, you use them. Okay. And now we have a very, very important question given in, and from now onwards, you need to be more careful. The title section is over. Now we are entering into the main story. We are entering with the questions which are being asked in the previous examinations. Now the first question, what are the varieties of activities executed by an operating system? That means what an operating system do in your computer, and I can tell you a one word answer, everything. But the question is asked for 6 marks, but the question is asked for 4 marks, and if I write a one word answer, everything, okay, the examiner will give you nothing. Okay, so you need to write something. Okay, so what is that something? First of all, you need to understand the definition of the computer. Operating system. An operating system is a set of computer programs. What it will do? It will manage computer hardware resources and act as an interface with computer applications and computer hardware resources. Operating system is such a beautiful word that you can call it with any name. You can call it as you can call operating system as a watchdog. Operating system says, yes, I am a watchdog. You can call it as a manager, and OS says, yes, I am a manager. You can call it as an administrator. Yes, I am an administrator. Because it is operating system which performs everything in your computer. It takes care of everything in the computer. Everything. It takes care of security. It takes care of processing. It takes care of inputting. It takes care of outputting the things. Everything the processor, the operating system takes care. Okay, so it manages the computer hardware. I'll tell you simple thing. For example, I want to take a printout of this particular document. Okay, now what I'll do? So right now what application I am using? I am using Adobe Reader. I'm showing this document using an application called Adobe Reader. That is the application software I am using to show you the document. Now, what I'll do? I can go to, I can give a printout of this document. And if you don't know much about computers and if you don't know much about operating system, what you will think? You will think that this Adobe Reader is getting you the printout. But do you know what happens? Whenever I give the printout, this Adobe Reader will go near the operating system. Operating system is there in this computer or not? And this Adobe Reader stands like this before the operating system and tells, sir, user has given some printout and please, I want a printout. Then operating system says, what? Printout? Wait, driver! There are printer drivers. Now printer driver comes and printer driver stands before the operating system. Everyone should stand like this before the operating system. It is the ultimate thing. And now the driver says, what can I do for what help can I do, sir? Now the operating system says, go and check the printer. Now the printer driver go and check the printer and tells, sir, everything is ready. Now the operating system says, send the document. And now this Adobe Reader sends this document to the operating system and the operating system breaks the document into pieces and send it for printing. Your Adobe Reader cannot do all these things. You are watching a movie using VLC media player. Your VLC media player cannot interact with the hardware devices like sound system and all. You simply think that VLC media player is playing. No. Sound adjustments, these all things will be done by the operating system only. So operating system manages the hardware resources and it acts as an interface. Interface means what? You are here, printer is there. So you require an interface between the printer and you. If you want to interact with the printer, you cannot directly interact. User cannot directly interact. The softwares cannot directly interact. You require an operating system in between for everything. So operating system, in the name itself it is there, no? Between your face and others' face, in between there is another face, that is interface. What do you say? That is interface. Yeah. And what are the different types of operating systems? We have Windows 7, Windows 8, Mac OS, Windows 11, 12, 13. Like there is no end for that. And now let us see the functions of an operating system. Just now I told you performing hardware functions. Taking printout, playing movies, playing sound, everything taken care by the operating system. For example, if I press something in the keyboard, who will show that what I have pressed on the keyboard, who will show that on the screen? OS, operating system. Okay, user interface, just now I told you. See, today the screen is so colorful. The screen is full of icons and all. And you know, today uh, the parents of the kids. For example, if I have 1 year kid and he takes my phone, my smartphone, and he plays with it, I feel so happy and I tell to others, you see my kid, he is more intelligent than me. Even I don't know many options that are there in the phone and he knows everything. Arey Baba, that is not the greatness of your kid. That is the greatness of the user interface. That is the greatness of the user interface, because the screen is full of icons, menus, buttons, and that fellow is clicking something and something is getting opened. And every day he is doing that, and that got registered in his brain. Nothing great in that. You give him some Nokia 2210 or 2110 and see the intelligence of your child, what he will do. Nothing happens there, because there is nothing on the screen, black and white. In the black and white screen, what he will do? So, who has created those all icons, menus and all? Operating system, user interface. Hardware independence. Hardware independence means what? I am using a Samsung phone. The other student is using some Redmi, or another one is using some BlackBerry, or another is using OnePlus. But all of us are having the same version of WhatsApp and we are using. And another one, they are using iOS, Apple phone. But all of us are using the same WhatsApp. Once upon a time, that is not possible. For example, if you have a Nokia 1120 phone or something like that, if there is an app in that, can you share that app with your friend? No, that is fixed. That is hardware dependent. Whatever is there in that phone, that is hardware dependent. But right now in all our mobile phones, they are not hardware dependent. They are hardware independent. Independent means what? For example, if you like one app in my phone, I can share it with you and you can start using that app. That means once upon a time, apps are made basing on the hardware. But today, apps are made basing on the operating system. There is a lot of change. Do you understand what I am telling you? Once upon a time, there is no Play Store. Once upon a time, there is no App Store. You will get some apps whenever you purchase the phone, and once for all lifetime, you need to adjust with those apps only. Am I right or not? But today, your phone is getting, you are getting your phone with some basic apps. Later on, what you are doing? You are installing n number of apps from the Play Store or App Store. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? Yes. How is it possible? In mobile phones, it became possible with the introduction of an operating system called Android, with the introduction of an operating system called iOS. Because today all applications, they are not dependent on hardware, they are dependent on operating system. That is why today, whenever there is an app, we will ask, will it work on Samsung or will it work on BlackBerry? We don't ask like this. How we will ask? Will it work in Android? Will it work in iOS? Am I right or not? From that you can understand that today applications are not hardware dependent, they are hardware independent. And how they became hardware independent? It is because of the operating system. Sir, if I want to write a new app, what should I do? You directly go to the Android website and you can download. For example, if you want to develop an app for Android, so this Android, it will give you some APIs. API means application programming interface. Now you can just read all these things, device libraries. You can download some API and you can make app on your own, and that becomes Android app. And in the evening you want to make the same app to also work in Apple phone, then go to Apple website, download that API and you can make a app there. Okay, so that is called as API. API means what? Without knowing anything about the operating system, still you can develop apps. That is the beauty of APIs. And memory management. Memory management means what? Cleaning the memory, okay, cleaning the RAM, clearing the RAM, everything. That all comes under memory management. That is taken care by the operating system only. And task management. See how many tasks are running right now? Let us see how many tasks are running. 5 apps are running, 51 background processors are running in my computer right now. Then what is this called as? Single tasking? Multitasking, isn't it? Yes. So this is what you need to understand. And all these processes, they are occupying 2% of my CPU space, 50% of my RAM, 0% of the disk space, and 0% of the network. Okay, do you understand what I am telling you? See, whatever I am showing, that is going from this computer to that computer via network. That is why you can observe there Microsoft Edge 14, 0.2 Mbps, 0.1 Mbps, it is changing here. Do you observe? That means the data is being sent from this computer to that computer via network. Okay. Yeah. So networking capability. Networking capability means what? For example, I want to connect this computer with that computer, and my Windows do not support network. See, do you think that simply by connecting a wire, the data goes from this computer to that computer? If you think in that way, you are mistaken. Wire is an hardware thing, but you require software. Simply by connecting wire, you cannot send data from this computer to that computer. Operating system should also support. Without operating system support, simply by connecting the wire, you cannot send data from one location to another location. And logical access security. Whenever I switch on the system, I need to enter user ID and password. Am I right or not? That is all taken care by the operating system itself. And file management. There will be thousands, lakhs and crores of files. And you do lot of things on files. You create a file, rename a file, copy a file, delete a file, move a file. Who will do all these things? If you think that you are doing, no. You are just instructing. But who is doing? Operating system is doing. Okay. So these are the most important functions of the operating system. And now comes application software. We need not discuss about application software because the thing is very simple. Any software that you use for your own purpose, that is application software. And the app store is full of applications and your computer is full of applications. And there is no end for applications. Why? Because for every 1 hour, the app store is getting nearly 2000 apps. For every 1 hour. Across the world, many people, they are developing many apps and simply they upload in the app store. Okay. And networks. You know what is a network? A network is used for sharing the resources, sharing the data from one location to another location. And how many types of networks are there? Connection oriented networks, connectionless networks. What is connection oriented network? I want to make a call to you. Okay, I want to make a call to you. And the network operator says, all lines are busy. That means in order to connect you and me, a channel is required, a line is required, and that is busy. And when the lines become free, the call will be connected. And both of us can talk, both of us can interact. So that is connection oriented network. Now what is connectionless network? I am sending you an SMS. Now you please tell me, whenever I am sending you an SMS, does both of our devices should get connected with each other? No. Even though your mobile is switched off, I can send you an SMS. Am I right or not? And whenever you switch on, you switch back your mobile again, the message will be delivered to you. Am I right or not? So if network happens in that way, that is called as connectionless networks. Okay. And yeah, these are things we need not go through. Now, what are the benefits of computer networks? Distributed nature of information. That means what? I want to send this information to a faraway location. You are using Google, you are using Facebook. Is Facebook server beside your house or inside your house? It is outside of your house at a distant location, thousands of kilometers away. But how can you get data from there? How you are getting data from there? Through network. So distributed nature of information. Resource sharing. Resource sharing means what? I want to share what is there on this computer. I want to share with that computer. What I am doing now? I have connected these two computers in a network. Okay. You want to share some data with your friends. What you are doing? You are connecting to an internet and sharing it. So resource sharing. You can share anything. You can share anything. Okay. And computational power. Computational power means what? With the help of networks, even though one computer is not very powerful, but still you can make it powerful by connecting it to the powerful computer. The best example is ATM. For example, you walk into an ATM. Do you think that ATM is a very powerful computer? No. That ATM is a simple desktop only, but it is encased. So that's why you are looking it like that. But if you open the case, what is there inside? This monitor only. If I cover it with a case, you look at only this monitor. Okay, but if you open it up, there will be one CPU inside the ATM. There will be one monitor and there will be one keyboard inside the ATM. But as it is encased like that, you feel that it is a different device. No. And that is a normal computer. And you are going there, inserting your card and entering your account number. Okay. If you are an SBI customer, SBI is having some 25 crore customers. And now what the machine has to do? Among 25 crore account numbers, it has to find your number. Now who is finding that? Do you think the ATM where you are standing in 4x10 Broadipet? No. Who is doing that? The server at Mumbai, which is a very powerful computer. Even though the computer you are using is not so powerful, no problem. Because this less powerful computer is connected with a more powerful computer and that perform the task and will give the result to you. Sir, how these miracles and magics and oracles are happening? Because of network. Okay. And networks are reliable. Networks are reliable means what? If one ATM is not working in 4x10 Broadipet, you will go to another ATM in 4x11 Broadipet. Okay. If one ATM is not working, if one bank ATM is not working, you will go to another bank ATM. So in network, what happens? Even if one line do not function, you can use another line and you can still connect. And networks are useful for user communication. Okay. So that is with this first lesson we have done with that. And you will get barely very less questions or most of the time some 2 marks question only from that lesson. So we need not worry about that. But now comes the real hero. Data and DBMS. Yeah. Data and DBMS. Sir, why this lesson? Data and DBMS. You should not ask me why this lesson. Because we are studying the components of information system. We have finished 3 components. Software, hardware and network. Now the most important component, data. That's why a separate and special lesson for data and DBMS. I told you what we are learning. We are learning about information system and its components and the risks that we get from those components. That's all. As simple as that. Now let us study about data. And now I need not tell you about data. I already told you what is data. But data is of 2 types. Quantitative data and qualitative data. What is quantitative data? How many students are there in the class? Sir, 60 members. Quantitative data. Where do you live? You tell something. Quantitative data. How many marks you got? You tell something. Quantitative data. Sir, among 60 members in this class, 40 members like red color car. Okay, 40 members like red color car, that is fine. Quantitative data. But I wanted to find out what made these 40 people to like red color. I want to know about that. Why they like that? Then I have to analyze a lot of things. Where did they born? From where they came? Okay, what is the connection of red color to their life? These all things I have to understand and come out with a conclusion. Yes, this is the reason they like red color. And if I ask you directly what you say, for liking something I cannot say some reasons. It is all emotion. No, it is all feeling you may say. But that companies cannot base on that. You may say, if I don't like something, no reasons for liking and disliking, it is just like that. No, it cannot be just like that. There will be something behind that. So, if I wanted to find out what is there behind your likes and dislikes, that will be qualitative data. You may ask me, sir, why you are bothered about our likes and dislikes? I am not bothered. Companies are bothered. Because Toyota company wants to know how many of Innova Krista vehicles should be made in white color. How many of Krista vehicles should be made in red color? It should not be simple mathematics, no? How many cars you are producing? 150? 150 means 4 colors. 25, 25, 25. 25 red, 25 orange, 25 black, 25 red. How can it be like that? They wanted to know what is the taste of the customer, and they wanted to know who likes our car. For example, an young employee just got a job, a fresher got a job and wants to purchase a car. He will not purchase Innova Krista. Innova Krista kind of models will be purchased by business people or top-end executives and all. So top-end executive or business people means what will be the age? You need to find out all these things. That is what strategic management tells. That is what business commercial knowledge tells. Whenever you need to make a decision in business, you need to know the socio-cultural, technological, political, economic, geographical. These all factors will be there. So you have to gather all this data and then you need to find. So majority of the people, they like pearl white. Again, in white there are many colors. White is there, pearl white is there. Some X white is there, Y white is there. Yes, business people require all this data. That is called qualitative data. Data about your likes and dislikes. Quantitative data is very easy. How many members in the class? Indian population. Numbers. This is very easy. But why? If you ask the question why, then we need to analyze a lot of things. For that we require big data, data warehouses, data mining. These all things are required to know about the qualitative data. Okay. Right. What is database? Database means what? I asked one student to write the details and give. She has given me the details. That is data. But all of you have written the same data and gave it to me. Now it is a collection of data with me. Am I right or not? Collection means base. You have studied in chemistry, you have studied about supersaturated liquids and all. All those things gets collected at the base. So the collection point is called as base. Now what is database? If I gather data from all of you and put it at one place, that is called as database. And if all the data is related to student, it is called student database. If it is related to employees, employees database. But you should not mix both the things. Students data and employees data you should not mix. If you mix and call it a student employee database, that is awkward. You should not mix up like that. Database means interrelated organized collection of data. And if data is very small, I can handle it on my own manually. But I have hundreds of students, thousands of students, lakhs of students. Then definitely I need a software to manage the data. I need a software to manage the data. And that software is called as DBMS, Database Management System. In DBMS, system means software. Management means what, sir? Management means what? Once you collect the data, do you keep it like that? No. You will play games with the data. What games you play with the data? You add the data, modify the data, delete the data, update the data, sort the data, classify the data. These are all things you will do with the data. Okay. That is called as database management. What is database management? Once you have a data, what you will do? You will do lot of operations with the data, and those all operations, they are called as database management. And the software that is helping you to do all these things, database management software or system. These all things, they are not required. Now let us straight away jump to the most important question, that is advantages and disadvantages of DBMS. See, you may get a doubt. Sir is skipping some questions and he is not teaching. No, I know. You don't know. What is that? I am just telling you what is very important for your revision. That is a problem with EIS, and this is a marathon revision class. Okay. So in this class, whatever we discuss, you just go through them. That is more than enough. Okay. Don't touch unnecessary things and take unnecessary stress and strain. Okay. For example, if you start reading the database model, hierarchical database model, network database model, relational database model, object-oriented database model. But that model will not work because they are never asked, and majority of them are outdated, and your question paper will be given based on to test whether you know about handling the risks or not, whether you know about the latest emerging technologies or not. You understand the objective of the question paper. Then you can guess what questions can be asked. So basing on that, I am telling you. Okay. So don't worry. So now this is an important question. Database management system, the advantages and disadvantages of database management system. See a long list: M20 RTP, J22M, M21 MTP, 2 marks, 2 marks, 2 marks, 6 marks, 6 marks, 6 marks, like this. Several times it was asked. Now what are the advantages of database management system? Sir, what is DBMS? Just now I told you DBMS is a software that help you in organizing the data, controlling the data and using the data in the database. Okay. Sir, what advantages? One word answer, many. But we need to list some advantage. First one, permitting data sharing. Permitting data sharing means what? For example, if I collect data from all of you and enter it into a DBMS software, then what can I do? If this student asks, sir, can you give me the data? Yes, I can share the file to you. I can share that file to every one of you. Data sharing is possible. And whenever data sharing is there, there will be minimizing data redundancy. You know the problem with redundancy? Redundancy is the biggest problem. Redundancy means entering the same data again and again. That is called duplication or redundancy. And whenever I enter the same data again and again, integrity cannot be maintained. But whenever there is no redundancy, integrity can be maintained. How? Let me tell you. I have entered the data. Okay. All of your data I have with me. And he also has all of your data. And I have entered data myself and he has entered data himself. And I am very good at spellings. Okay. And there is a word called Lakshmi. And he has entered that LAKSHMI. And I have entered LAXMI. And there is another guy who is a who got award in Spell Bee, and he has written the word LUXMI. Okay, LUXMI. And at the time of printing your certificate, the university took data from three of us. Attendance data he has given, class data I have given, and exams data he has given. And we have three Lakshmis here. Actually, we have one Lakshmi there. Okay, but we have three Lakshmis. Now, the university guy is a little bit confused. He is bewildered. What Lakshmi we need to take? LAKSHMI or LAXMI or LUXMI? This is bit. Why this confusion came? And you might have experienced this even in your real life, because I faced it in my life. Because in my graduation certificate, my name got misprinted. Okay, SEKHAR Shekhar. In that they have lifted SEKHR, it got printed. Okay, now if I go to any job or some passport, they will ask me, okay, which Chandrasekhar you are? Are you Chandrasekhar in your 10th class certificate or in your degree certificate? Because in my 10th class certificate, Chandrasekhar is SEKHAR. In degree certificate, it is SEKHR. Now, why this problem came? Redundancy. Because 10th class board entered my data separately. Inter board entered data separately. University entered data separately. But you please tell me, in my 10th class data is very accurate. For example, when will I study intermediate without passing 10th class? No. So, if 10th class board can share the data with my intermediate board, okay, then intermediate board need not type the data again. Am I right or not? The same data can be carried. Okay. And if my intermediate board shares data with my university, then the university people need not enter the data. Then I will not face that problem now. So whenever there is data sharing, what happens? Redundancy can be reduced. You need not re-enter the data again and again and again and again. Okay. Then integrity will be maintained. Integrity means what? Oneness of data should be there. If my name is printed in one way here, in another way there, then there is no integrity. And again the people ask me, go to MRO office, get the notary, get it signed, pay challan. This all nonsense. Why this problem came? No sharing of data. Now, these 3 points are related points. What are they? If you use DBMS, it will permit data sharing. With the help of data sharing, what you can do? You can minimize the data redundancy. When there is no data redundancy, what happens? Integrity of the data will be there. And how will you get all these benefits? If you use a DBMS. You understand? Yeah. And now program and file consistency. Program and file consistency means what? For example, you want to know your result, or you want to, in your SSP portal, you want to update something. You are entering your SRO number in the website, isn't it? That is the program actually. And file consistency means what? All your data will be stored in a file in ICAI server. Am I right or not? And now, sometimes what happens? For example, you have registered yourself for CA Foundation, and in your CA Foundation, the website look and appearance is in one way. But by the time you came to CA Inter, the ICAI has changed its website. Look and appearance, everything. It has changed everything. But you please tell me, did your data change? No. What has changed? The interface has changed. The website look and feel has changed, but not the data. That means even though you change the program, even though you change the front end, but still you can maintain the same back end. That happens with the help of DBMS. And DBMS is user friendly. Whether it is friendly or not, if you learn it, you will understand. I learned it and I feel that it is really user friendly. User friendly means it is very easy to operate database management systems, database management software. And there is lot of security. Lot of security means what? If someone is trying to access the data, you can stop it, because you can have a user ID, password, and if the user enters password wrong for 3 or 4 times, you can simply lock that database. Above, there are n number of features for security. And just now I told you, you can program and data independence. Program and data independence means what? This point is again connected to the 4th point. Program and data independence means what? See, in any software you have 2 parts, front end and back end. Front end means what? What you are looking. Back end, what you cannot look. All the data will be at the back end, isn't it? You can only see your data in your SSP portal. Okay. Not your friend's data. Is ICAI giving the list of everyone? No, only your data. So by changing front end, you can have the same backend. And sometimes front end need not be changed, but backend can be changed. So these all things you can do. And faster application development. When DBMSs came into picture, software projects are built very fastly. See, once upon a time, there is no concept of DBMS in the computer field. Before 1990s, there is no DBMS in the computer field. So that's why whenever you want to develop a software, it used to take a lot of time. But now, any software can be built very fastly because of the presence of DBMS in the market. And what are the disadvantages? Some 2 disadvantages are there. See, 8 advantages are there, but 2 disadvantages. And the first one is cost. Need not worry about that. Cost, see, if you are getting a feature-rich software, are you not ready to pay the price for it? So, cost and security. See, you may have 1000 ways of providing security, but the hackers will have 1001 ways of hacking that. So security is a everyday battle. Okay. I try to maintain the security, they try to crack the security. It's a game, never ending game. Okay. Right. Now comes another killer question, that is the concept of big data. This is a killer. Okay. It's a new buzzword that has been capturing the attention of business, that is big data. What is big data? Big data refers to such massively large data sets that conventional database tools do not have the processing power to analyze them. Right, today there is data everywhere. Today there is data everywhere. Before 2020 in Masterminds, we have very little data. But in 2023, we have massive data. Every day we are getting nearly some 100 GB of data from all classes and all. we are getting. And today we need to manage all this data. See, once upon a time data is very small. So then we called it as database. Later on the data started growing in size. This size it has become. Then we changed the name. What we changed? We started calling it as data mart. But it did not stop there. Again expanding, data bank. Did not stop there. It is still extending. Data warehouse. But it did not stop there. Big data. Massively large data. Massively large data. Once upon a time where you are, whether you have brushed your teeth, what you have done, you have cleaned your tongue, nobody bothers. But today everything update, status. What is all this? Data. Data. You may get it out, sir. Massively large data means from where you get all this data, sir? This thing only. This thing only. Okay. You get massively large data because today very huge data. Everyone is updating in social networking apps and companies are asking a lot of data. Once upon a time, even government did not ask your iris data and fingerprints. But today in Aadhaar card, they asked your iris and fingerprints. And they are asking a lot of data. Okay. So, in order to store this data, it has become a very big challenge. And that is what we call as big data. Okay. Sir, why we store this much of data? Because, you know, all the business organizations have a big challenge. Do you know what is that challenge? For example, if I am a businessman and if you are all customers, I have a big challenge in my mind. Do you know what is that challenge? That challenge is what is there in your mind. I wanted to know what is there in your mind. What color you like, in what size you purchase. 2 days back, I read in Economic Times newspaper, it is said, it took 2.5 years for the Indian customers to purchase large sizes of FMCG goods. Large sizes of FMCG goods means what? Before pandemic, I used to purchase 200 ml of Head and Shoulders shampoo. But during the pandemic, my income has come down. Then what I thought? Let us stop buying that shampoo bottle. Instead, let us buy a sachet. So for all these 2.5 years, I purchased it sachets only. And now I started again buying a 200 ml bottle. But right now again COVID cases are increasing. Don't know what happens next. Okay. So now the business people wanted to know what customer is thinking, what he wants to buy, what he likes, what he don't like. How can they know data? They wanted to know what you are doing, what is there in your mind. For that they gather lot of data. Okay. So now who will use this data? Hospitality industry, healthcare companies, public service agencies, retail businesses, everyone uses data. And everyone is curious to know about others. And you also want lot of data about others, no? Okay, some curiosity will be there, wanted to know. Okay. And if your curiosity is bigger, then the data will be also big. That is big data. Okay. Now, what are the benefits of big data processing? Ability to process big data brings in multiple benefits. What are they? Business can use outside intelligence while taking decisions. Outside intelligence means what? What is inside intelligence? What is outside intelligence? Inside intelligence. Last year Diwali season, what is our sales? Sir, for example, I am in diyas making business. And now I wanted to know how many diyas we sold last Diwali season? 5 lakhs? Before that? 4 lakhs? Okay. And what colored diyas we sold last time? This is all internal intelligence. That is not enough. I wanted to know. SM told you, competitive intelligence. Have an eye on your competitor. What he is doing. What he is doing. Understand the competitive landscape. Second lesson, first question. Dynamics of competitive strategy. Competitive landscape. Understand that, man. What your competitor is doing. What are his strengths and weaknesses. It is outside intelligence. What Prime Minister is telling. What is happening in Ukraine. Know all this before making a decision. Because you may be the biggest exporter to Ukraine. And if you don't know that a war is going there, how can you manage all that? So you want to have outside intelligence. How can you get that? At least being a businessman, you need to have the habit of reading newspaper and following the news regularly. That gives you intelligence. Okay. And access to social media, search engines, Facebook, Twitter. See, today is March 29. You just wait for 2 days. You will get new data. What is the most searched word in Google? They'll give you. Who is the most searched actor, Bollywood actor in Google? What is the item most searched in Google? Which color of item most searched in Google? On January 5th, Zomato and Swiggy releases the data. On December 31st night, for every 1 minute, one biryani is booked. But that data is not enough. What biryani is booked? Tandoori biryani is booked, or fry bit biryani is booked, or bucket biryani is booked. What type of pot biryani is booked, or bamboo biryani is booked? What biryani? They wanted to know all this. Why? They want to plan for the next time. In 2022, January 1st, the best mover is pot biryani. But in 2023, it is bucket biryani. Because slowly people are also changing the sizes. Once upon a time, plate biryani. Okay. Then so slowly plates were replaced by mugs and all. Now buckets. And next tub biryani will come. Okay. And the company should get ready for that. Isn't it? They wanted to know the trends. Yeah. So, early identification of risk. If you have the data, if you analyze the data, you will understand what is the risk. Okay, slowly year after year, the sales of my competitor is increasing and my sales is going down, and the tastes and preferences of the people are moving. And today I am doing business with Gen X people. I am doing business with millennials. See, you are all millennials. I am not a millennial. Okay, I am a grand old man. But you are millennials. So your tastes and preferences, your likes and dislikes will be entirely different. I need to know that. And basing on that, I want to assess the risk of my business. How can I know that? I need to know what you are doing in Facebook. For what you are clicking like. For a particular car, how many likes came? What are the comments? These all things I need to analyze. And then I can come to a conclusion. Okay. Improved customer service, better operational efficiency. Okay. Improved customer service means what? If I know much better about you, I can service in a much better way. Am I right or not? You went to a shop. First time you and shopkeeper are strangers. But if you go on continuously to that shop, okay, then shopkeeper knows something about you, what you like. Then what he will do? After 5 days or 10 days, whenever whenever he see you, he simply put the thing in your hand. Am I right or not? And you feel lot of happiness in that. Okay. Because, yeah, the shopkeeper remembered what I want and all. Even after 1 month, if the shopkeeper is again asking, what do you want? Then you feel little bit pinched. Am I right or not? This fellow, from 1 month I am coming to the shop, and this fellow again, even on the 31st day, he asks, what do you want? Doesn't he know what I want? That will be the feeling. But on the second day, if the shopkeeper put the same item in your hand, oh, internally your ego will be inflated and you feel lot of happy. And this guy he is caring me. Okay. That is the business sutra. Okay. You want to be cared. Customers want to be cared. As a human, you want to be cared. And you love the people who care you. Who cares you. Am I right or not? Yes. So, if the business people wants to care you, you need to share what you like and what you don't like. Because if you don't share, I cannot care. Okay. Yes. And better operational efficiency. If I have lot of data, what I can do? I can prepare everything. I can know everything. And I can plan my operations in a better way. I can run my business in a better way without any problems. Okay. That is better operational efficiency. So, we will stop here and take a break and come back at 11 o'clock. Okay. 15 minutes. Right. Please pay more attention to this session. This session is going to be very important session because we discuss majority of the most important questions in this session. Right. What is data warehouse, or explain the term data warehouse, and what are the two primary schools of thought? Again, you have a long list of previous exam questions and MTP and RTP references for this question. Now, what is this data warehouse? See, the previous question is big data. So now you may get a doubt. Sir, when you have that massively large amount of data, where do you store it? So you store it in a data warehouse. Warehouse means it's a large collection of data. Sir, how you store the data in a data warehouse? In a data warehouse, what we do is we extract the data from one or more databases and we load it into the data warehouse. So, sir, what do you mean by extracting the data? Look at this diagram. This diagram will explain you that statement. So you need to connect the statements with the diagrams, then you will understand a little bit. Now, what do you mean by collecting the data from several sources? See, in every company, you will have these all departments, finance, marketing, sales, accounting, ERP, these all things will be there. And from every department, we collect the data and we store at one single location, that is data warehouse. Okay. That is data warehouse. That is called as extracting the data. Extracting the data means getting the data. And here there are three important words, very, very important: extraction, transformation, and loading. So what we do, look at here. We extract the data from where? I extract the data from finance department, from marketing department, from sales department, from logistics. I extract the data and I will transform the data. Transform the data means what? See, the data will not be uniform. Okay. So I will just make all the data into a standardized format. That is called transformation, or transformation to whatever style you want. You can transform the data to whatever style you want. That is called transformation, and load it into the data warehouse. So the things are very simple. Extract the data from various sources. You can extract the data from Facebook, WhatsApp also. Wherever you find the data, you extract it. You get it. That is called extracting the data. After extracting the data, what you need to do? You need to transform the data. Transform the data means what? Modifying the data, arranging the data in whatever manner you want. And finally, what you should do? Load the data. Where? In the lorry? In the data warehouse. Okay. That is called extraction, transformation, loading. Sir, how to build a data warehouse, sir? There are two ways of building a data warehouse: bottom-up approach, top-down approach. So instead of telling lot of things about that, let me show you. That would be better. You will understand very easily. See, there are two ways. So this is top-down approach. Top-down approach means what? First, we will gather all the data and we will simply load into the data warehouse, and later we will break the data into slices. We will cluster the data into data marts. That is one approach. What is bottom-up approach? At first you cut the data and then load it. That is called as bottom-up approach. You may get a doubt, sir, why we need to cut the data? Why we need to divide the data? Because, see, I have lot of data, man. I got some social media data about my customer. I have my competitor data. I have my sales data. Now what I have to do? Should I mix everything and load into the data warehouse? No. What should I do? I need to create separate data mart. Data mart means small piece of data. I told you, base, mart, bank, warehouse. So first data mart is social media related data. Second data mart, accounts related data. In that way, I need to make pieces and then load into the data warehouse. What is that approach called as? Bottom up approach. What is the second approach? Top down approach. First load everything, then you separate. First separate, load, bottom up. First load, then separate. Top down approach of data warehousing. As simple as that. Now, sir, how to design the data warehouse? See, I don't want to leave any important question that is being asked in MTP and RTP. Okay. Now, a data warehouse uses non-operational data. See, the biggest advantage of Masterminds material is whatever points have to be reproduced in the examination, those are already underlined. So whenever you are writing a question, don't miss the underlined keywords. Okay. Whatever is underlined, that sentence, you should definitely, that sentence may be 2 lines long, 3 lines long. Definitely you need to reproduce that. That is the one benchmark. And that is the biggest advantage given by Masterminds material to you. Okay. For example, when I explain this question, you may get it out. Sir, how much to write? You are simply going on explaining, but we don't know what to write, how much to write. No worries, Amma. For example, this first point is there. A data warehouse should be designed so that it meets the following criteria. Now you get it out. Sir, how much to write? I told you. Just now I told you. How much to write? You write those 2.5 lines. Sir, is that enough? Yes, more than enough. More than enough. Okay, the 2.5 lines you write. Why? Because in that sentence, some important point has been underlined. Isn't it right or not? So you completely write that sentence. That is enough. Sir, what about the next sentence? That is up to you. That is up to you based on your time, preparation, availability, lot of things. But compulsory thing is that particular sentence where the thing is underlined. So this gives you some clarity. Okay, what to write and how much to write. Okay. Next, a data warehouse uses what type of data? Non-operational data. In your house, if there is a storeroom, what you will put in the storeroom? The rice box. Rice box every morning you require, no? So will you every day go to the storeroom, open the storeroom and get the rice from there? No. So what type of things you put in the storehouse, in the storeroom? Non-operational, or something which you require once in a blue moon. That things you put in the storeroom, isn't it? Now in the data warehouse also, what type of data you should put? Non-operational data, not operational data, non-operational data. Sorry, another name for non-operational data, historical data. Historical data. That means the data which is not used in the transactions right now, which is not you're using in the day-to-day operations. That data you need to put in the data warehouse. And the data should be time variant. Time variant means what? This is 2021 data, this is 2022 data, this is 2023 data, this is 2021 January data, this is 2022 February data. In that way, there should be timestamp for every data that you store in the data warehouse. Otherwise, what happens? You cannot make analysis, no? Because to which year this data belongs, to which month this data belongs, that you should know, no? So the data should be time variant. Okay. Next one, the data is standardized. Standardized means what? For example, I am a multinational company. I have a multinational company and I get data from Australia, America, Zambia, India, from all these places. And now what happens? The date format will be different. I'll write in India, in what format you will write the date? First you write the date, next month and next year. But Americans, they write MMDDYY, month, date and year. Australians may write in a different way. Indian currency is rupee, Australian dollar is different. So whenever you are storing the data, you need to standardize the data. Now you please don't ask me, sir, how to standardize the data? How can I tell you? Because you have to decide what standard you want. For example, you may get data in different ways. Dates are in different way. But you like the entire data to be in date, month and year. Now what you have to do? You have to convert all that data, what you have, into this particular format. Do you understand? Yeah, that is called as standardized. So if you store data like this in a data warehouse, that can be very much useful for you for further analysis. Sir, what benefits will I get if I use a data warehouse? N20 RTP. Important question. Benefits of data warehouse. What is the first benefit? When you are collecting the data, you will come to know what data is not being collected. If you are not preparing anything, you will not have any tension. But if you start preparing something, you will definitely have a tension. What tension? What tension you will have? I am only preparing this, I am not preparing that, I am only preparing 5 marks questions. If these 2 marks questions are also asked. That means, once if you start preparing something, okay, then you will understand what you are preparing and what you are not preparing. Likewise, if you start collecting the data, then you will understand what you are collecting and what you are also not collecting. Then you can, from next time onwards, you can also collect that data. Next one, a data warehouse provides a centralized view of all data. Centralized view means what? In data warehouse, what we are doing, we are extracting the data now. And we are extracting the data and we are putting the data at one place. Look at this diagram. What we are doing in a data warehouse? We are collecting data from different departments and different places, and where we are storing that? Central location, amma. Central location. Okay. Next. Once all data is identified as consistent, an organization can generate one version of truth. This is the biggest challenge in business. One version of truth. One version of truth means what? If I ask my finance department, what is the sales? He gives me one figure. If I ask the sales department, what is the sales? He gives me another figure. And both of them claim ours is the accurate figure. Now, all of them throw me in a dilemma. Now I am in a dilemma. Which one to believe? So how can I solve all this? Now I need to gather data from everything and I need to cross check. In auditing you have a procedure called watching. So I need to do all that. Only then I can have a one version of truth. So how is it possible? For example, your finance department data is with the finance department. Sales department data is with the sales department. Now how can I get one version of truth? In order to get one version of truth, what should I do? I should collect data from you and also I should collect data from you and I need to cross check. Am I right or not? And that happens when you have a data warehouse. Because in data warehouse, you are extracting data from multiple locations and putting it in a central location. Yeah. By having a data warehouse, snapshots of data can be taken over time. For example, this question is there. You need to write the question as it is without skipping anything. This type of questions. Okay. Because in every point there is an important thing we have underlined. So no choice, no chance to escape anything, to skip anything, right? Yeah. Snapshots of data. I have a large data warehouse, but I want, sir, 2021 Diwali season data I want. You take a snapshot of that data. You can only pick that data. What is a snapshot? I can take a snap of all of you. Yesterday I read, there is one man, it seems, right from the day of conceiving to the age of 21, that man took snaps of his son every day, it seems. Okay. Sir, when the son is in the mother's womb, how? Scanning, it seems. From that day, from an embryo, how that fellow developed. Up to 21 years, every day he took snapshots. That has become a news. Yesterday I read in InShots. Okay. Likewise, you can take the snapshots of the data. 2021 March data. You can take a snapshot. Sir, what do you do with the data? Analysis. Otherwise, there will be paralysis. If you don't do analysis, there will be paralysis in your decision. You will be paralyzed. Paralyzed means what? If you don't know all sides, you will just stand on one side. Okay. See, in business decision making, what is important? Look this side only. No, look all sides. That is very important. A data warehouse tools combine data which can provide new information and analysis. You may ask me, sir, why this much of headache? Why you are asking us to collect all this data and keep it in the data warehouse? For analysis, for knowing new things, for knowing new things about your customer, for knowing the likes and dislikes of your customer. Okay. Now, data mining. Very related questions and very important question. What is this data mining? Let me tell you, data mining means what? Now I have very large data in my data warehouse. And the business owner is asking. For example, I am a data scientist working in an organization and our organization is having a very big, large data warehouse. Now, my boss calls me and asks me, boss, I wanted to know in the southern region of our market, what is the sales of our car? And in our cars, we have SUVs, we have what we call hatchbacks, we have small cars. And in the small cars, what is the most favored color? You please get me the data. In this way, he will ask. Now, what I have to do? I have to take the crowbar, spade, mining. For going mining, what you will do? Now I have to take all those tools and go to the data warehouse. And now I need to start digging what my boss asked for. Because I have a gold mine, not gold. My boss is asking gold, but I have a gold mine. What I have to do? I have to mine that. And I have to find that 1 gram of gold what my boss is asking. I have this much of data, but my boss is asking one particular piece of data, one analysis. Now what I have to do? I have to mine the data, I have to analyze the data, I have to sit, stand, jump, run, and I have to find out and get it and give the data to my boss. Okay, that is called as data mining, analyzing the data. Okay, now for that what you have to do? There are some steps for data mining. What I have to do? Now please remember, I am a data scientist now. Now I have to do all this process to give answer to my boss. What is the process? First one. Now in this type of questions, already we have simplified. So don't use your brain to simplify again. Okay. Now, because in the earlier versions, this question is a little bit lengthy, but we made it. That is a specialty at Masterminds. Every attempt, we will try to modify the materials. Okay. Already we made it simple. Don't make it much simple. Okay. Because this is ample. Okay. So, data integration. First, what I have to do? First, my boss asked me a query, no? Now, what I have to do? I have to integrate the data from all the sources. And I'm not worried. Already data integration is done. Warehouse is there, no? Already we have extracted and stored. Okay, that is fine. Now, second one. Now, I should start data selection. Data selection means what? What my boss asked? Southern region, hatchback cars, small cars, which color? That is the query. Now, I need to gather. I need to select the related data. Okay. Now, third one. Okay, I found the data, but the data is not clean. Now, I should use Harpic or Lysol to clean the data. What is data cleaning? Data cleaning means you may have data, but that data may be inconsistent. Inconsistent data means what? Or data cleaning means what? I will tell you. I gave you application forms to every one of you and asked you to fill. But one student did not fill the door number. Another student did not write his father name. Another student did not write the mobile number. Now, that is all useless data to me because the data is not complete. That is called as data cleaning. Data cleaning means what? In the data, I will remove the data which is incomplete. I gave you an application form with 20 columns, amma, and you need to fill all the 20 columns. Only then the data is useful to me. But some of you filled only 10 columns and throw the things on my face. Now, what I have to do with that data? That is inconsistent, incomplete data. And that data is not useful for analysis. For analysis, I want complete data. Now, what I have to do? In that data, I have to remove all that incomplete data. That process is called as data cleaning. I need to clean the data. Now, I need to transform the data. Transform the data means what? The data is in one shape. I have milk, but my boss is asking buttermilk. What I have to do? I need to transform that milk into buttermilk. Really, data is like milk. With milk, how many items you can make? You can make kova, cream, butter, lot of things. Litter, lot of things you can make. So data is like that. Now, I am that milkman. Everyone comes and asks. Everyone asks, one lassi, one buttermilk. I have milk. Now I can make lassi, buttermilk, butter, ghee. I can make everything. I know how to make all of that because I'm a data scientist. Okay. I know how to play with the data. You tell me whatever you want. I'll get that from the data because data is like milk. Okay. But you should not ask something other than milk product. You should ask me the milk product only. Because I have milk, I have data here. Okay, right. So now I need to transform the data in the way my boss asks me. That is called as data transformation. For the data transformation, I use some techniques like smoothing, aggregation, normalization. Don't expect explanation of these terms because that is beyond our concept right now. Okay, but you just remember there are some techniques. Sir, when will I learn those techniques? You join a separate and special course called Data Scientist by paying some 50,000 in Hyderabad or Chennai. Then they will teach you how to smooth the data, how to aggregate the data and how to normalize the data. Here we will not teach you. Okay. Now, next, data mining. Now comes the statistics into picture. Without statistics, you cannot manipulate the data. Without statistical techniques like deviation, normal distribution, Poisson distribution, jet test, p-test, sampling, you cannot play with the data. Statistics is the subject which is helpful for playing with the data. Now, I will use all those because I'm a data scientist. No, I learnt all those things. Okay. So, I will data mine and finally I will find out the pattern what my boss is asking. Pattern evaluation and knowledge presentation. That means, that is what I told. Data is like milk. Where is buttermilk? It is in the milk only, but I need to extract it. Where is butter? It is in the milk only. Where is paneer? It is in the milk only. But paneer pattern is different. Butter pattern is different. Buttermilk pattern is different. Ghee pattern is different. Tofu pattern is different. Isn't it? These all things. Where are they? Milk only. But different process, I'll get different pattern. Do you understand? See, this is not a silly analogy I am telling you. I am comparing data with milk. You may think that is a silly analogy. No, that is the best analogy. Because if I have a piece of data, I can transform that data in whatever way I want and I can get the things, right? Now, and finally, yes, I found the pattern. I found the things what my boss asked me. Then what I have to do? I need to give and submit that data to my boss and my boss will make use of that discovered knowledge. See, initially it is data, but in the last step it is knowledge. That means what? From data you get knowledge, because from data you will get the information and by studying that information you will get knowledge and you will use that knowledge in decision making. Very beautiful, fantastic, fabulous. So with that, we finished up that lesson. Now let us move to another important thing, e-commerce and m-commerce. In this session, we will finish up these two things, e-commerce, m-commerce and emerging technologies, right? Now, e-commerce and m-commerce, if this is year 2000, I need to work hard, I need to move here and there, I need to sit and stand, I need to explain. But this is 2023, this is very helpful to me because I need not explain much about e-commerce because we are all stakeholders of e-commerce. Am I right or not? Every one of you, Zomato, Swiggy. Okay. So what I can say about e-commerce? E-commerce is doing business electronically using website, apps and all. If you use a website, it is e-commerce. If you use an app, it is m-commerce. Now, let us straight away go to what are the benefits of e-business to the customer? Convenience. Convenience. Sitting in the classroom itself, you can order whatever you want in the lunch break. Okay. And time saving. And in this peak summer, you need not move away from shop to shop. Okay. All shops are in your mobile. And various options. Cash on delivery, credit card, debit card, UPI. These all things you can pay. Easy to find reviews. Okay. Once upon a time, people used to throng to movies without listening to anyone. But today, you're reading reviews. Okay, some fake reviews are there. Lot of mafia, review mafia is there. But still, you find a lot of reviews for every product, for every movie and all. And coupons and deals, big dollar day, big billion day, R day, E day, lot of days are there. So, gives a lot of discounts and all. Next, anytime access. If you are feeling bored, open Amazon, lot of time pass. Open Zomato, just browse the menus. Okay, you can go anytime access. If you have a dream and want to make the dream into reality, if you put your phone under your pillow, you can immediately make your dream into reality. That is what Amazon made an ad regarding that. You got a dream that you are becoming fit, that you want to do a lot of exercise and become fit. Immediately take out the phone from under the pillow and you book some fitness equipment from Amazon. So that is the best way to turn your dreams into reality. E-commerce. Okay. Now, what are the benefits of e-commerce to the sellers? Increased customer base. If I start a shop in Brodipet, will people from Vijayawada come and buy from my shop? But from Amazon? Everywhere. Recurring payments made easy. You can get EMI kind of things and instant transaction. Okay. Provide dynamic market. Dynamic market means you can have market from anywhere and reduction in cost. If I set up a physical shop, lot of interior decoration, lighting, these all things, sales boys, these all things should be there. But if I do some Amazon kind of business or if I do some online business, I need not take a shop in the main market, no? I can go to the corner of the town and I can take a shop there because I need not set up any office or anything. No interior decoration, nothing. So there will be a lot of reduction in cost. These all things will be there. So see, for this type of questions, if you prepare up to 5 points, that is more than enough. Don't waste your time reading all the things. Okay. Now, because in EAS, 2 marks questions are being given, 3 marks are given, 4 marks are given. See, for example, if a question is given for 5 marks, it is enough if you write some 6 points, but you need to write them accurate. Okay. Yeah, this is important. Even though it is not asked anytime, this is important. How many types of e-commerce business models are there? B2C, business to consumer. Business to consumer means what? Amazon is a business and you are logging in and you are purchasing. You are the customer. That is B2C. What is B2B? B2B means what? You have Metro here, you have Reliance Market. There everyone cannot go, no? You need to have a card that you are a retailer. So in websites also you have that kind of websites where you direct customer cannot log in. You need to have a business registration for that to log into that website. So that is called B2B. What is C2C? OLX kind of thing that you understand. Consumer to business. Consumer to business means what? You just log into Bank Bazaar once and your phone will continuously buzz because many companies will call you. That is called consumer to business. Consumer to business means what? That Bank Bazaar site is maintained by all the banks and private banks and all. And once customer logs in, that data will be shared to all the banks and they'll try calling you. Likewise, the same with insurance companies also. You have another website called policybazaar.com. Once you enter into that and you just enter your details, immediately your phone starts buzzing. Okay. Next, government to consumer. Consumer to government. Consumer to government means what? You want to file income tax returns. Okay. So you can do it with income tax website and all. Next, government to consumer. E-Seva. Earlier you need to go to the government offices, but today you have E-Seva, Me-Seva and all. So you can go there and you can get your encumbrance certificate, you can get your birth certificate, death certificate without visiting the government offices. Government is maintaining a website called E-Seva or Me-Seva. There you can go and get the services. Okay. Citizen services you can get from a website. That is called government to consumer. Now business to government. Business to government means what? Business people, they are paying lot of e-way bills, amount for e-way bills and all. For that there are lot of websites today. And now what are the components of e-commerce? For example, if you want to run a e-commerce business, what things are required? First of all, you are required. User is required. Next, vendor is required. The buyer and seller should be there, no? Next one. But buyer is on this side and seller is on that side. Who will connect the buyer and seller? Technology infrastructure. What do you mean by technology infrastructure? If you want to connect your with your buyer, you need to make an app or you need to make a website or not? You need to set up some servers or not? That all comes under technology infrastructure. And internet is the backbone. If internet is not there, no e-commerce, m-commerce lesson. Am I right or not? No emerging technologies lesson. Because all emerging technologies emerge from internet only. Okay. Now, web portal. Web portal means what? You need to make a very interesting, attractive, killer website to attract your customers. Once the customer enters into that website, he should never come out. See, the average spending time of Amazon website by a customer is not less than 10 minutes. That means it is a great website because it is engaging you, it is pulling you towards it. Okay, in that way you need to make a web portal. So you may get it out, sir. For web portal you have given these many lines, how much to write? The best thing is at least 2 sentences, not 2 lines. Not 2 lines, my dear friend, please understand. 2 sentences. 1 sentence can be 2 lines. So you write 2 sentences. That is enough. You just strike off the remaining thing, don't read, no problem. Okay, but that 2 sentences you write accurately. How can you say that? I can say that only in masterminds material for your kind information, not in other materials. Because while making that material, we have taken all that care. That is why confidently I am telling you. Okay. Next. Payment gateway. If you accept online payments, definitely you need to get yourself engaged with a payment gateway like Razorpay or Phone Pay or Paytm. For example, your ICAI website has made arrangements with Paytm. That is the payment gateway used by ICAI website. So you need to talk to a payment gateway and you need to make arrangements with that, because if people want to pay online, you need to get money deposited in the bank account. So you require a payment gateway. Now, see, these are all very easy. E-commerce vendors need to ensure following for better, effective, efficient transaction. Supplier and supply chain management. See, if Amazon wants to deliver goods on time, Amazon will have suppliers or not. So definitely it need to get things on time. And you need to maintain a very big warehouse. Amazon has constructed a very big warehouse in Mahabub Nagar district in Telangana. Very big warehouse. And the corporate headquarter warehouse, it will be around 100 acres. Because in Amazon, you will get thousands of items, no? They need to store all of that. And shipping and returns, most important thing for success of any online business. Because the things should be shipped on time. And people also return the things. E-commerce catalog and product display. Once they enter into your website, what you are doing? You are displaying all the items to the customer? No. That is called e-commerce catalog and product display. And marketing and loyalty programs. A lot of loyalty programs are there, no? If you are a Prime member, delivery will be done in 2 days. Some discounts will be there. You will be given more things. Another website may use another terminology. If you are a silver member, gold member, platinum member, lot of things are there. Showroom and offline purchase. You know, today what people are doing. Have you seen pepper fry? Pepper fry is not related to food. Pepper fry is related to furniture showroom. Actually, you can book furniture online. But if you want to look at the furniture, have a touch and feel of the furniture, you can walk into their showroom and you can see. Likewise, lenscart.com. Have you seen? You have lenscart.com stores also. So you can book lens online and you can walk into the showroom and you can take the delivery. So that kind of model of business is also there. And different ordering methods. That you know, different ordering methods means what? Cash on delivery, credit card payment and all. So those 7 points are enough. No need to worry about all of that. But the security point you please write. What is the most important thing? What is the latest information? 16 crore Indian customer data has been leaked 2 days back. And that too, sensitive data. Sensitive data means your passwords, your health information, this all has been leaked. Okay, so you need to be very careful. You should not enter. See, those people, they will ask many things. They'll slowly try to grab information from you. Try to gather information from you. They'll like, what color you like? Where you like? What is your bank number? Why you enter bank, your card number always? Let us feed. Like that. You should not do that. Okay. Now, another very important question. What kind of write about technology infrastructure required for e-commerce asked in May 2022 for 4 marks. The technology used in e-commerce should be scalable. Am I right or not? See, the first big billion day of Flipkart was not successful. Why? Because they did not expect heavy traffic. So if people are like today, you know, Dayagadi Dandayatra. We make an invasion. We invade the sites. Okay. Generally, on a given normal day, every 1 hour, they will make all these calculations. Every 1 hour, some 2,000 customers will be online. But you have announced a day, some day. And on that day, there will be an invasion on your website. And your servers said hands up. They cannot handle this traffic. What happens? And Flipkart people said a big sorry to the customers because their servers got hanged up. So that's why, in what way you need to set up your infrastructure scalable. That means depending on the situation, you need to increase the capability of your servers. And easy to use and convenient. Easy to use and convenient means what? You have entered into Amazon website, but you did not understand anything. The payment procedure is very tough. Then who will make the transactions? So it should be easy to use and convenient. How it should be? Just click it and get it. That should be the way. Click it and get it. The process should be simple. And responsive design. Responsive design means what? I have opened Amazon website in my mobile and it is not getting opened properly. I am just dragging this way, that way, it is not getting opened, it is not moving. Then what happens? I'll just throw it like that. But responsive design means what? For example, she is using 10 inches tab. I am using 7 inches mobile. She is using 14 inches laptop. She is using 16 inches laptop. And we all opened Amazon. And that site should open perfectly in all the screen sizes. That is called responsive design. See, sometimes you face this problem with some websites, no? Because they do not open properly. Okay, because they are made for one screen size. And if you open the same website in another screen size, the design will not be appropriate. And we feel a lot of inconvenience because of that. Okay, but if the site adjusts itself to different screen sizes, it will be good, no? That is called as responsive design. So in that way, you need to design your website. And what is the technology infrastructure? You need to have a lot of computer servers and databases. You need to make mobile apps, and you need to have mobile store, front module, ticketing module, advertising and market. If you go to a e-commerce website, you find all these things. You find the front end. Front end means what? The product display and all they are showing now. That is front end. And mobile ticketing module means what? Mobile ticketing module means you need to give coupons to the customers. 20% discount coupon, or you can use this in a next purchase. Like that you will do a lot of gimmicks, no? Magics and gimmicks, that all. And mobile customer support and information module. If the customer is having some problem, they need to talk to your customer support executive or not. So that kind of mechanism also you need to have. And digital library. Digital library means what? See, if you don't understand the meaning of this and if you forget, things seems to be very tough. Digital library means what? See, this is all digital library. Once you go into the Amazon website, how many images, videos, pictures, these all things are showing. That means Amazon is having all these things. Digital library means the collection of all these images, pictures. That is called as digital library. If Amazon don't have all these pictures, how can it show all these things in the website? So Amazon should have a collection of crores of images, isn't it? Next, data interchange. Data interchange means what? If you place an order, that order should reach Amazon or not? Or if Amazon wants to tell something to you, that should reach you or not? That is called as data interchange. The backbone is given at last. What is the backbone? Without internet, without 9th point, all the 8 points are useless. So definitely you need to have an internet. And now comes the architecture. Okay, this is given in N18, RTP and N19, not asked recently, but I'll tell you what is architecture. See, how you are connecting to these websites, how you are connecting to these e-commerce websites. In your mobile phone, what you are having? You are having either an app, either an Amazon app, or you are opening in Google Chrome like this. Am I right or not? Yes. So now I have opened Amazon. This is called as client layer. I am a client, no? I am a client. Right now I am using Amazon. I am a client application. Okay, this is one part. But do you think that everything is there in my computer now? Huh? For example, I want to purchase a book, a very famous and very good book called as Atomic Habits. Now I click it like this. Now where did I get the data? Do you think that data is in my computer here? No. But where did I get this picture now? From Amazon server, man. Where it is? It may be in Delhi, or it may be in Mumbai, or it may be in San Francisco. From there I got the data now. Isn't it? 2-tier. 2-tier means 2 levels. To complete an e-commerce transaction in a website, 2 things are required. Who are required? You are required. Who are you? Client. Your device. Client application is required. Will that run the entire show? No. You require backend also. Because if you set something, if you want something, from where it should come? It should come from the backend, from the server. That is database. So, how many people are involved in this transaction? 2 tier. She asked me a doubt. I told her 2 tier architecture. 2 tier architecture. But she posted her doubt to her and she asked me. I told to her and she told to her. How many levels? 3 tier. Not tier. Okay, this is not tier. Okay, listen to the pronunciation. Tier.
Tier.
It's not tier. Okay. So, things are very easy. What is 2 tier architecture? How these all websites are functioning? You are the client application. Everything is presented to you. That is client application. And from, if you type in something from where you are getting the data, you are getting the data from the database tier. Where is this database tier? In your house? In your mobile? In your computer? Where? Server. Where the server is? It may be anywhere. But how you are getting the data? Internet. From internet you are getting the data. That is 2 tier architecture. Okay. That is 2 tier. In 2 tier architecture, how many tiers will be there? What is the name? You can call it as presentation tier, or you can call it as client application tier, or it is called as client tier. Using this client tier, what you will do? You will log in and interact with the e-commerce or m-commerce vendor. You have downloaded Amazon app. Will you log in or not? Will you install it and log in or not? That is what it is told. So what is that layer in your, what is that app in your mobile? Client tier, presentation tier or application tier. And what is the data tier? The product data or price data and other related data are kept here or there? There means data server. Okay. And user cannot access the data at this level but only through the database server. That means you need to ask the front end. Front end will go to the back end and back end will show you the data like this. Okay. Now, but what are the advantages and disadvantages of this 2 tier? The system performance is higher because business logic and database are physically close. Physically close means what? For example, I asked Amazon this thing, Atomic Habits book. So this Amazon first checks, who is this fellow? From India or America? From which server? From which network he came? Can I show Atomic Habits? Is Atomic Habits a banned book or a correct book? Okay. In which thing I should show? Has he logged in amazon.us or amazon.in? Okay, amazon.in. In means I need to show in rupees only. I should not show in dollars. These all things the server should check. That is called as business logic. Do you understand? That is called as business logic. And then it will show me the data. Now who will do all these things in a 2 tier architecture? Very good. Who will do all these things in a 2 tier architecture? This database tier do all those things. Okay. But what is the problem? The performance deteriorates if the number of users increases. Day by day, the invasion is increasing. Day by day, number of people started using. Now it is becoming burden to this database server. Because, see, it cannot directly give the data, no? It cannot directly give the data. Before giving the data, what should be done? Who are you? From where you are coming? These all things I should ask, no? What man? Or simply, if it asks the data, you will give. No, you need to check all these things. Now there is a lot of burden on the database server because it has to check everything, then it has to give the data. And the number of users are increasing day by day, day by day. Now what should we do? Apply some management. Okay. If the number of students are increasing, for all the students I need to make a signature, I need to verify and make a signature and put the stamp. And it is becoming a big burden to me. Now what I will do? I will employ an assistant and I will delegate some work to him. What I will tell him? Array, you just verify everything and put a tick mark. If you put a tick mark, then I'll make the signature and put the stamp. Now I have shared my work with my assistant. Do you understand? In the same way, the 2-tier architecture becomes 3-tier architecture. Do you understand? In 2-tier architecture, what happened? Business logic verification and data giving, both are done by the same server. In 3-tier, what is happening? In 3-tier, what is happening? You have another layer, you have another tier. What is it? Application tier, which is performing all the verification, business logic and all. And now, if I ask Amazon something, now that thing will first go to this server here. And now application server will verify everything and put a stamp. Hello. Then that will go to the database tier. And now database blindly, database tier gives the data. Earlier, not blind, sound. Okay. Soundly you need to check. But now blindly you can give. Why? Already checking is done by the application layer. Now the burden on the database server has been reduced or not? Now you can give access to more number of users or not? See, if the site is not responsive, you will get disinterested. Am I right or not? For example, if I searched something like this, if I typed atomic habits and the circle is moving like moving on, antarangalu. In that way it is moving, I am not getting the data. Why? Because the server is busy. The server is busy because more number of users and all work has to be done by the server. But if server appoints some assistant, what is that assistant? What is that assistant, man? Application tier, and if it performs some work, now the burden on the main database server will be less and you can get more highly responsive website. You can get whatever you type, you will get very much immediately. Do you understand? This is called 2-tier architecture or 3-tier architecture. And one student asked me, sir, can we have 4-tier? You have 400 tier also, no problem. You appoint any number of assistants you want. But 2-tier is mandatory. Why? I should be there, no, customer. And Amazon should be there. Between myself and Amazon, let come 200 people, 300 people, 500 tier, 600 tier, 1000 tier, no problem. But 2-tier is mandatory. Okay. 3-tier, okay. 4-tier, okay. 5-tier, okay. Like that. Okay. You can have any tiers in between. Do you understand what I am telling you? So I have explained all the words. While reading this question, one thing that troubles you is business logic. I told you, business logic means not your commerce business rules. No. Business logic means from which server you contacted. What is your IP address? Okay, from which country? Because I cannot give you data blindly, no. If you are asking from America and if I give you data in Indian rupees, you will get confused. So all these things I need to check. That is called as business logic. Okay. So in 2-tier architecture, business logic and giving data will be done by the same server. But when the number of users are increasing, what happens? There will be a lot of burden on the server. Now, what the server have to do? Server have to appoint an assistant and delegate some work to the server, to that server. And then it becomes 3-tier. And still, sir, the burden is more. Appoint one more assistant. Now it becomes 4-tier. Do you understand? Yeah. M-commerce, whatever things are there for e-commerce, the same thing also there for M-commerce. 2-tier, 3-tier. Now comes our part. See, whatever question we study, what is the most important thing? Risks and controls. Till now, we have seen the creamy part of e-commerce. Oh, so beautiful, easy, convenient, different payment options. Oh, this is all nice. But risks. What about risks? What is the first risk? Privacy and security. There are some apps like MobiKwik and all. During pandemic time, some people have installed and made payments using that. And that data got leaked. And many hackers made use of that data. So there is an issue of privacy and security. And quality issues. Especially in apparel sites, you might have observed. And there are a lot of memes also. What you see in the website and what you get delivery is entirely different. The colors will be different, everything will be different. The original product is different from what is shown in the website. That kind of issue is there. And delay in goods and hidden costs. Delay in goods means what? The promised date, on that promised date, the goods are not delivered. And sometimes some additional costs. See, if you purchase online, they are making you personal delivery, no? So definitely the cost will be more. And needs access to internet and lack of personal touch. Lack of personal touch means what? Have you seen Jeff Bezos anytime? The owner of Amazon? Do you know him personally? But you have seen your local Kirana shop owner. You had a personal touch with him, isn't it? And need access to internet. Without internet, I told you, no need to discuss. Let us close everything. And security and credit card issues, I need not tell you. You or your family members or your friends might have faced that. What kind of issues you are having. And infrastructure we have described. And the problem is problem of anonymity. Problem of anonymity means what? Seller don't know the buyer, buyer don't know the seller. Who will come and knock your door for delivery? You don't know. Everything is anonymous. And you ask, these delivery boys will tell their pains, their problems. There will be an address. If you go there, there will be a graveyard there. To whom the delivery has to be given? You give the delivery there. To whom? To the Toms there? To whom I should give the delivery? Sometimes finding, you will give address in such a way that it is very hard to find. And sometimes if the delivery boy comes, he says, I never ordered. Don't know. That fellows, last night only they vacated. We came today morning. You ask these delivery boys, they'll tell all these problems. So these all things will be there. Problem of anonymity. Who books the order? Don't know. My father booked. No. In that way people used to say. This is called repudiation of contract. Either you or Amazon may repudiate the contract. Means deny the contract. It happened to me several times. I place an order for a book. First day starting, second day starting, third day tracking will be there. But suddenly on fourth day the order is cancelled. Why? There is some problem. Or you also can do that, no? You can place an order now and you can cancel it later. So these all things are there. So up to here it is enough 8 points. And attack of hackers, that is there everywhere. Okay. Next. Yeah, this is another important question. Internal control. So some risks you have studied. Now what you have to do? You have to have some controls on users. Users means what? Users should have, users should be genuine users, isn't it? And the users data, if you take users data, you need to keep that very safe. And sellers, buyers and merchants, they should also have controls. Because, for example, a seller is there. And that seller has put some catalog in Amazon that I will sell marijuana, I will sell brown sugar and all. If Amazon do not cross check all of that, what happens? A police case will be booked on that seller or Amazon? First Amazon only. And if Amazon says, I don't know sir, just we gave an option to the seller, whatever he wants to sell, he can sell. What is that? You need to have a control, no? What you are selling on Amazon, you should know. Next one, government should also have control. See, initially, government did not have right kind of taxation policies for this online players like Amazon and all. So, lot of things happened. But right now, the things are streamlined regarding the income tax policies and all. And network service providers. If network service providers are not proper, if controls are not there, some hacking can be done. And technology service providers, that also need to be very good, and there need to be controls. And the most important, another backbone after internet for online business is logistic service providers. See, once some 4 or 5 years back, what a Zomato salesman did, he has opened the box and he has eaten and closed the box and delivered the same box. And that was shot in a video and it became very viral. And that caused, on the same evening, all the orders in Zomato dropped to 1%. Okay. So if logistic service providers, if they tamper the goods, okay, that will be a big problem, no? So you need to have proper controls. While packing, you need to have a tamper-proof packing and all. Otherwise, you will face a lot of problems. And payment gateways. There may be some risks with the payment gateways. The amount will be cut in your account, and but that will not be deposited in the account of the vendor. So you may face that kind of issues. Okay, that is no problem. If the amount is cut from your account and do not reach Amazon, if it is credited into your account, it is no problem. But if you don't use reliable payment gateways, what they may do, they may cut amount from your account and they do not deposit in Amazon account. Where they deposit, that will be deposited in their account. That will be a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Now another important question, what controls are needed for various participants in e-commerce environment? See, educating the participant about the nature of risk. This is the most important thing, no? But the biggest problem is we never get educated. See, if the user is educated, 99% of the problems will be solved. This fellow don't know anything. He will click everything. That is the problem. And he never reads privacy policy. He never reads any policy. But in Amazon website, all policies will be there. But this guy don't read anything. Okay. Here you can find some policies. See, privacy note is there. Conditions of use and sale are there. Interest-based ads are there. Actually, we need to read all these things. But even I did not read all those things. Okay. But started using Amazon. And tomorrow some problem comes. Oh, blah, blah, these all things. Why? Because I am not educated. I am not educated means I am not Amazon educated. I am not educated about the policies of Amazon. Okay. So that is the biggest problem. So if you start using something, if the user is educated, okay, then you can solve majority of the problems. And communication of organizational policies to the customers. In every website the companies are doing, see, privacy note, it is here. Why don't you read all this? Okay. Why don't you read the legal policies, conditions of use? Why don't you read about the cookies? Why don't you read about the return policy of the Amazon? These all things are there on Amazon website, man. But we never pay attention. That is a problem. And we never read that. Okay. So these, in every website, these all things will be there. Privacy policy, information security policy, shipping and billing policy, refund policy. When will I read refund policy? If I did not get refund on time, then I will open and read. And then there a clause will be there. Refund will not be given to you. Then I need to shut my mouth. Am I right or not? And in the meantime, I will waste a lot of time. Okay. Ensure compliance with industry body standards. Industry body standards means what? For example, some types of medicine should not be sold on Amazon. Because Amazon is a normal retailer, it is not a pharma retailer. For example, you have pharma e-commerce sites like pharmeasy.com and all. So they can sell because they are registered with the Pharmacy Council of India and all. Amazon will also sell some medicines, but not like 1mg, tata1mg.com. Because Tata1mg is not a retail site like Amazon. But Amazon can sell some Himalaya type of medicines. Amazon can sell OTC medicines. OTC medicines means over-the-counter medicines, but not prescription medicines. If you want to purchase prescription medicines, another site is there, 1mg.com. And you should not ask why Amazon don't sell prescription medicines, because Amazon is not registered with that industry body. Okay, likewise. And protect your e-commerce business from intrusion. Oh, these all things will be there. Viruses, hackers, passwords, regular software. Viruses and hackers, they are our friends. Whenever you are making an online transaction, whenever you are doing the friends, they are the most uninvited guests. And you need to address them all the time, 24/7. And you need to change the passwords. Okay, you need to have strong passwords. You should not have your passwords of your pet names and all. Okay, you need to have strong password. Strong means not so strong that you forget it. Okay, that is also a problem. And regularly you need to update your antivirus, you need to update your OS so that if there are any security glitches, that will be recovered. And sensitive data, you should not enter your sensitive data. See, what is wrong if you enter your card number every time, but you tell Amazon store it? Amazon stores. See, Amazon, it is also a very good company and it takes a lot of care. But one fine day, some hacker may break that data. Okay. Now, these are all same questions only. See, for example, if you want to do an e-commerce business in India, how many acts you need to comply. You need to comply with all these acts. Income Tax Act, Companies Act, FEMA, FERA, Factories Act, Customs Act, a lot of acts are there. Okay. And in addition to that, IT Act 2000 you need to comply. Because IT Act 2000 will say what you can sell and what you cannot sell online. You cannot sell everything online. And how to protect the data of the customers, IT Act will tell you. How to protect your customer privacy, IT Act will tell you. What kind of advertisements you can make online, IT Act will tell you. Okay. And once you accept online payments through payment gateways, RBI Act will come into picture. And you need to follow the guidelines given by RBI Act. Okay. Or you will simply say, I will send you the OTP and you please tell me the OTP. No. If you are accepting a payment from the customer, that should be routed through RBI policy guidelines only. So for that, you need to follow RBI guidelines. Now, what are the latest trends in e-commerce? Asked in M22 RTP. The latest trends in e-commerce are as follows. Proliferation of mobile device. Proliferation of mobile. Now what mobile device is telling? Mobile device is telling, I'll come to your office, I'll come to your bedroom, I'll come to your washroom. Today mobile has proliferated, okay, into the nook and corner of the human life, isn't it? Into the urban areas, rural areas, remote areas, forests, everywhere there is mobile device. There is internet availability. So that's why many latest trends are coming. Convergence of mobile communication network and internet. Once upon a time there is mobile, but no internet connection to the mobile. But today, convergence. Okay. They are going hand in hand. If you simply use a smartphone without net connection, people will look at you very awkwardly. Using smartphone, no internet. People used to stay like that. And not using internet, having a smartphone. So today there is convergence of mobile telecommunication network and the internet. And today there is social commerce. Social commerce means what? People are using Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Okay. Wherever you go, there are ads. Okay. That is social commerce. And people are using mobile commerce, that I need not tell you. Biometrics. Biometrics means what? Yeah. It is asking, some websites, they ask your mobile fingerprints and all. And today, artificial intelligence. For example, if you go to Amazon website and if you have a query with Amazon, who will answer your queries in Amazon right now? Do you think that a person sitting there and answers your queries? Those are olden days. Now, bots, answer bots are there. Okay, they will answer. And predictive analysis. Predictive analysis means what? See, there will be website crawlers. Website crawlers means what? For example, Atomic Habits I am watching, no? I am looking at Atomic Habits, I am reading about it and all. And in the same system, okay, if you can observe, for example, in the same system in the afternoon, if I open YouTube or if I open some other networking website or if I open another website, I'll get ads related to Atomic Habits and some other personality development books. And there is a big doubt with me. And how that guy know I'm searching for this? That means that guy found what I'm doing in Amazon. There will be crawling websites. See, we people are fools. We think that, okay, I'm only browsing Amazon. You are only browsing Amazon, but other websites are browsing what you are browsing. They are meta browsers. Yes. They find out what you are browsing. And accordingly, that data will be sold to those companies. And you will get relative ads over there. It's a big business. Okay. So, that is called as predictive analysis. Predictive analysis means prediction. Prediction means what? What customer will buy? What customer likes? What customer wants? How will you know? Based on the past data, we will try to see. What will be your future? You need not go to an astrologer. You please tell me till now what you did. I'll tell your future. Because basing on your past, that is what is law of karma. Okay, what you did till the day before your exam. That will decide the fate of your exam. Okay. What do you say? Not the lockets, not the brackets, not the rings, not the chains. Okay. Not some magic stones. They all will not work. What you do till today will show the effect tomorrow. That is what Swami Vivekananda said. You are the creator of your own destiny. But what you will say? No, sir, my destiny is on Jupiter. My destiny is Venus. My destiny is on Saturn. And this year Saturn, Rahu, Ketu, these all things are there. Okay. Rahu with Senhi is also there. These all things. Arey Babu, destiny is in your hands. What you do today will reflect tomorrow. You wasted time today and time will waste you tomorrow. Andar sardar teerchestadi జీవితం. It will not leave anyone. Support of IT governing laws. That means what? IT governing laws means what? For example, if you are doing business in India, you have to follow Information Technology Act 2000. You have to comply with it. You have to comply with RBI Act. Just now we discussed, that is. And now comes digital payments. This question is asked in November 18 for 6 marks. You know what is digital payment? I need not tell you. What are the different methods of digital payment? UPI, IMPS, mobile apps, okay, mobile wallets, AEPS, Aadhaar enabled payment services means in villages, people may not have bank accounts. Now some authorized people, what they will do? They will take these POS machines, what you can find now, that POS machines to the farmers, ask their Aadhaar number, take their fingerprint and give them money. That is called Aadhaar enabled payment service. But in villages today, many frauds are being done through this Aadhaar enabled payment service. And USSD means what? For example, you are using a feature phone, a small phone, but still you want to get your account related data. For that, what you can do? You can type in this number, *99# in that phone. And if that phone is linked with your bank account number, you will get some supplementary data, not main data. That means you cannot do some internet banking, but you will just know how much balance is there in your account. That all you can know. That is called USSD. And mobile banking, I need not tell you. Cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency means what? Today, instead of physical currencies, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, this all, that comes under cryptocurrency. And why it is called cryptocurrency? For normal currency, what is encrypted here? Nothing is encrypted in this currency note, isn't it? But in cryptocurrency, everything is secret. There are some secret algorithms. Crypta means code. Okay. And e-rupee recently launched by government of India. Now, yes, another important question, N20 RTP and asked in July 20 for 6 marks. Advantages of digital payments. But my dear students, I wanted to tell you, recently the trend has been changed regarding how the questions are asked. What are the advantages of digital payments? Those days are gone. Now a small story is created. Nisha is an upcoming entrepreneur. Wanted to grow her business. Her friend Sasa came and told her, why don't you go for digital payments? Now, please educate Nisha about the advantages of digital payments. This is the question given. But what you will write the answer? Advantages of digital payment. That is the biggest mistake you should not do. Arey Babu, connect your answer to the question, man. Why don't you connect your answer to the question? In the question, Nisha and Sasa are there. No, why do you forget while writing the answer? Why do you skip them? So what you should write? How you should start your answer? Nisha, being an upcoming entrepreneur, should try to understand the following advantages that are being educated by Sasa. Okay. And the advantages of in that way you need to start your answer. And you simply forget Nisha and Sasa and start writing your answer. And how complete and full marks will be awarded to you. You need to know that. Connect your answer to the context given in the question. That is very important. Many students are making that mistake in EIS and SM. These people are like, whatever you ask, I will start writing my own answer. Whatever context it is there. We will look at some keyword and we will come to know what is that answer and we will start writing that answer. What is that? Are you writing 10th class examination or 4th class examination? Or are you writing professional examination? Connect your answer, man. Connect your answer to the context given in the question. Then that Nisa and Sasa also feels happy, no? If you discuss them in the answer. This fellow has written about us also in the answer. Now, what are the advantages of digital payments? Easy and convenient. You know that. You are experiencing easy and convenient. Pay or send from anywhere or not. Don't expect this type of points to be explained. You can easily read them, isn't it? Discount from taxes. Written record. You are getting this one now. Account statement you will get from ATM or even in apps also you can see the account statement. Less risk means that I cannot say, but okay. Some risk is there. Competitive advantage to business, yes. For example, people are not eating dosa or drinking tea if they are not accepting UPI, you know. First, what they are asking, Anna, phone pay unda? If phone pay is there, then only he will drink tea, chai there. Isn't it? So, that is definitely giving a competitive advantage to the business. Environmental friendly. Yes, somewhat environmental friendly because you need not use paper and all. But what are the drawbacks? Difficult for a no, I cannot accept that. Difficult for a non-technical person means today non-technical people, they are using it very badly. Okay. They know everything. Because the interface is becoming so easy today. Even a blind person can also operate ATM. Even a blind person can also an UPI payment. So, for non-technical people. But as the thing is given in the drawback, you write it for marks. Don't say, I don't agree. You have to agree. And the risk of data theft, always there. Overspending, that is in your experience. I need not explain. Once upon a time, if I take 500 rupees in my pocket, I need to shut my mouth and purchase only up to 500 rupees and come out of the shop. But today I have UPI, API and these all things are there. And lot of funds availability are there. So forget everything and do the shopping. Automatically the result, overspending. Okay. And disputed transactions. Disputed transaction means what? Your number may be leaked or your data may be leaked. That all things are there. Increased business cost. Increased business cost means what? If I accept these digital payments and all, I need to set up lot of security measures. I need to set up security servers and all. That increases my thing. And the necessity of internet access, that is there everywhere. So with that, we finish the important questions in e-commerce and m-commerce. If you can observe, I am not leaving any question which is asked either in MTP, RTP or previous exams. Okay. And now let us emerge to emerging technologies. So in this, if you look at the weightage of this lesson, you have very good weightage. And how many marks you are getting? What is the average mark you are getting? Yeah, you are getting nearly 4 to 8 marks from this lesson, isn't it? You are getting 4 to 8 marks. 4 to 10? Where? Yeah, once only, no? So that we cannot take into consideration. Whenever we are telling expected weightage, our formula is the most number of times what is the weightage. So if you observe that, it is 4 to 8 marks. So worth reading this lesson. And what are the emerging technologies? The emerging technologies are virtualization. See, wait. Virtualization is the emerging technology and grid computing and cloud computing are the son and daughter of virtualization. They are not separate. Grid computing is virtualization. Cloud computing is virtualization. Okay. And mobile computing, green computing, BYOD, IoT, AI, these are all emerging technologies. Right. Now, what is virtualization? Morning we discussed what is virtualization, which is not real, which is not physical. That is called virtualization. Now, you know, you, me, everyone, we are all the users of virtualization. Every one of us are using virtualization. How? I can give you a lot of examples. Every one of you is having a Google Drive account or not? Do you store your data in Google Drive or not? Yes? A big yes? Yes. Then you are the users of virtualization. Unknowingly, you are using virtualization. How? If I ask you, where is your 10th marks list? What you are telling? Google Drive, sir. Show me the drive. Show me the drive. Physically. What do you say? Are mental? Huh? How can I show? It is Google Drive, right? It's not pen drive. It is Google Drive, man. It's not pen drive. If it is pen drive, I can show. But Google Drive, how can I show? Then if you cannot show, where did you store your data? In the Google Drive. In the Google Drive. Then show me. I cannot show, I cannot show. It requires internet connection, only then I can show. Okay. So you cannot show me physically. But virtually there is drive, there is storage, and you stored there. So that means you started using virtualization. Okay. That means without having physical access to the things, by having logical access to the things, you started virtualization. That is virtualization. Simple example of virtualization. You on one day you are reading something in Adobe Reader in your mobile phone. And I asked your mobile phone and tried to find out Adobe Reader in your phone. And there is no Adobe Reader app in your phone. But you are reading in Adobe Reader. How is it possible? Once upon a time it is not possible. But today it is possible. Because today you need not have any application in your mobile. You can have application online. Okay. See, once upon a time, some 10 years back, if I want to listen to a song, what I have to do? I need to purchase a memory card. Songs will be downloaded here. Shops will be there. I need to go there, get some songs stored in my memory card, and I need to have a player in my phone and play the song. But today, Spotify, on the spot, whatever, Ghana, these all things, on the spot you can get whatever you want. Okay, what is this? Virtualization, on demand. I want this song, you tell to the Spotify, on the spot it start playing. But if you store songs in your memory card, if you want not or beat what? How can you get it? How can you get it? Even though you beat your phone to your head, that song cannot be played. But today you have Spotify. That means you are using virtualization. These are all, see, virtualization is like, Sahasra Sirusha Purushaha Sahasraksha. That means 1,000 shapes, 1,000 forms, 1,000 heads, in that way. That means you can see virtualization in these different forms. And now just I told you 1 or 2 forms of virtualization. You can see virtualization is different forms. Grid computing, one form of virtualization. Cloud computing, another form of virtualization. Google Drive, one form of virtualization. And one fellow, he likes Apple phone and likes Android. See, some tests are like this, very weird tests. He likes Apple phone but likes Android. That is against the nature, How can there be Android in Apple phone? And this fellow says, no, it is possible. Yes, it is possible. It is possible through the concept of virtualization. You can have a software like VMware. So we have this kind of softwares. So if you install this kind of softwares, you can run Android in an iPhone. Okay. Really? Virtually? Not really. Virtually. When I am talking about virtualization, don't talk about realities. Forget about reality. Okay. Yeah. What is virtualization and what are the application areas of virtualization? Here also long list is there. Virtualization means to create a virtual version of device or resource such as a server, storage device, network or even operating system, where from the framework divides the resource into one or more execution environment. Sir, what is the meaning of that? I have Google Drive, she has Google Drive, he has Google Drive, he has Google Drive. How many Google Drives? 1,000 Google Drives. Where all these things are there? Do Google maintain 1,000 drives? No. One single server, one single storage device. But that one single physical storage device is divided into 1,000 logical Google Drives. Do you understand what I am telling you? Now you read the lines. Virtualization is to create a virtual version of a device or resource such as, see, నరకడం మొదలు పెడితే మనకంటే బాగా ఎవడు నరకడు. Once you start virtualization, you can virtualize anything. You can virtualize a server, storage device, network, or even an operating system. You can virtualize everything, okay, into one or more execution environments. In Apple phone, Android, what is this? Virtualization. You can do that. You can create a separate environment like that. Virtualization helps in cutting IT expenses, enhancing security, and also increasing operational efficiency. That's why the world is using virtualization today. Virtualization refers to the technology to provide a layer of abstraction between computer hardware and the software running on them. That is what I am telling you. How can you run Android and Apple? I'll tell you the secret. In Apple, iOS will be there, but we load a layer. What is that layer? Like this software, VMware, and this VMware makes the magic. Okay, see, let me show you. See, this is the Apple phone, and you have iOS here, and I load a VMware kind of thing, and on that I will load Android. So now the entire game is played by this VMware. So this is the level of abstraction between the original iOS and the Android. And you are the user standing here and enjoying Android. But the phone is enjoying iOS. And phone don't know it is using Android, and user don't know he is using iOS. But all this magic is done by this fellow in between, called as virtualization software. Do you understand what I told you? Yes. That is the layer of abstraction. Okay. Sir, without VMware in between, no virtualization. Without magician, how magic happens? Who is the magician here? Yeah. Not only VMware, there are many softwares. See, these softwares have a different name like magic, boot magic, partition magic. Because these are all magics only. See, I will show you another magic that is there right now in front of me in this system. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, this piece. I cannot show you the magic. See here, 232 GB, one disk is there. Now what I can do? I can make it into 2 disks. For that, what I need to use? I need to use a magic software called partition magic. If I use a partition magic software, what happens? You look here. Partition magic, a famed partition manager software is no longer available online. Okay, no problem. But using this partition magic software, what we can do is, we can partition one single physical disks into 2 logical disks. See, to understand the concept of virtualization, my dear friends, you should remember 2 words: physical, logical. Physically, there will be 1 disk. Logically, you feel that there are 2 disks. But physically only 1 disk. But logically you feel 2 disks. Who is creating that feeling? Virtualization softwares. User is feeling that I am using Android, but actually iOS is being used. Who is creating you that feeling? Virtualization software. Do you understand? Yeah. You are feeling that I have a space. I have 15 GB of space in Google Drive. He told you 15 GB. Did he really give you 15 GB? Don't know. Okay. So whenever you understand the words, the difference between logical and physical, you will clearly understand virtualization. Okay. In virtualization, we will make our journey in the logical world, not in the physical world. Okay. Now, the core concept of virtualization lies in partitioning, which divides the physical server into multiple logical servers. That may be a server or disk, anything, amma. That may be a server or disk. I will have only 1 hard disk, but using partition magic software, I can divide it into 3 drives. And now there will be a quarrel between you and me. I will talk reality. In what I will say? In reality, there is only 1 disk, I said. But what you will say? Arey fellow, Are you blind? See what it in this PC, what it is showing 3 drives now. Those are logical drives, but physically there is only one disk. Now, if both of us don't understand the concept of virtualization, we will end up in tears and we will end up in the police station. Because, sir, this fellow is telling only one drive, sir. But here 3, sir. A, B, C, 3 drives are being shown. And this fellow, foolish fellow, saying only one disk. And I'll say, I am talking reality, sir. And he is talking virtualizations. The case will never be solved. Okay, so that is virtualization. Now, where can you use this virtualization? Again, everywhere. But some points we need to write. Server consolidation. Server consolidation means what? Once my friend took me to ICICI Bank server and he told me, this is our ICICI Bank server. But people look it as 15 servers. That means physically there is only one server. But there are 15 departments and each department feel that they have a separate server. Like marketing department server, sales department server, okay, deposits department server. And everyone feels, I have a server, our deposit server, our marketing server, our sales server. But what is the reality? Only one server. Or this is one case. See, virtualization can happen in both the ways. Both the ways means what? One to many, many to one. One server can be shown into many servers. But underline the word shown. Underline the word shown. Again, let me rephrase the statement. One physical server can be shown into multiple servers. Many multiple physical servers can be shown into one logical server. One physical can be shown, many logical. Many physical can be shown into one logical. One to many, many to one. Both things happen. Generally, these all things happen in magic, and virtualization is also magic. Okay, that is server consolidation. Disaster recovery. Disaster recovery means what? In the morning session, we have seen grid computing. So this grid computing and cloud computing, there are two different computing models based on the concept of virtualization. See, you have seen virtualization in grid computing. In what way? The grid network is a distributed network. You cannot see the network as a single piece. And cloud computing is also that kind, it's a different kind of virtualization, where another name for cloud computing is internet computing. Here cloud refers to internet. See, with the increased bandwidths in internet, many things are possible. Once upon a time, people thought that some things are not possible. But today, with the advent of higher speeds of internet, especially the wider bandwidth of the internet, many things are possible. And one such possibility is cloud computing. Okay. So what happens in cloud computing? The entire computing model changes from product model to service model. That means, once upon a time, if you want to have storage, you need to buy it. For example, you want 1 TB hard disk space or 1 TB of storage. You need to go to a shop and purchase the hard disk, 1 TB hard disk. But today, you can buy it from Google Drive. For example, when you create a Google account, you have been given some 15 GB free. And beyond that, if you want to purchase some storage and want to store your data, then definitely you can purchase 1 TB of space from Google. That means the entire computing model is slowly changing. Slowly changing means what? You need not purchase anything physically, but you can have them, you can use them logically. See, this is like, once upon a time, if there is any party or function in your house, you need to make arrangements for everything. But today you have event management. Today you have catering services where you need not purchase anything. See, in olden days in houses, we used to have large vessels like cauldrons and all. And we used to keep them whenever there is an event or gathering or function, we will use them. But today you need not purchase them. If you want chairs, you can get them from tent house. If you want vessels, you can get from tent house. And you need not cook. You can order for catering. And that is some basic level. But if you go to advanced level, today we have event management, where they take care of everything. You just attend the event as a guest rather than host. Everything is taken care by the event management people. The same kind of thing is also happening in the case of computers. Once upon a time, we thought of having everything what we want. For example, you want to store, then you buy the storage. You want processing, you buy the server. Everything you need to buy it and you need to own it physically. But today, you will buy it, but you don't own it. Okay. So that is the concept of cloud computing. This is a kind of, IT outsourcing. Outsourcing entire things to cloud service providers. Today, everything is provided through cloud. Sir, what things are provided through cloud? Data is provided, storage is provided, infrastructure is provided, network is provided, everything is provided. And what is the best example? See, once upon a time, if I want to have a video conferencing, it is a very big thing where I need to have network, I need to arrange network on my own, I need to handle everything on my own. But today, things are so simple that we are using Zoom for video conferencing. And how we are using Zoom? The basic version is free. But if I want some advanced version, I am purchasing a Zoom account, 1500 rupees per month, and I am using it for 100 people. And beyond 100 people, for example, if I think that 500 people attends my meeting, I'll purchase some larger meeting. So prices are there. Now, simply what I can do, if I have an internet connection, I can simply buy the Zoom account and I can install Zoom in my computer. And I also ask every one of you to install Zoom in your mobiles. You know all of that. I need not explain. And we can connect. That means things become so simple, so easy nowadays. But the same thing, if it has to be done some 10 years back or 15 years back, things are not so easy because everything I need to take care of myself. But today I need not take care of myself. Everything is already there. I can simply pay for that and I can use that. That is what the basic concept of cloud computing. Now let us see about this cloud computing. A cloud is a collection of servers, applications, databases, documents, agreements, spreadsheets, storage capacity, etc. See, today you can get anything, everything from cloud. Anything, everything. Anything, everything means what? You just name it, what you want. In IT, what you want? Do you want software? Do you want storage? Do you want servers? Do you want some data? Do you want some document? Do you want some databases? You name it. You can have it from the cloud service provider. You need not own anything. You need not prepare anything. See, this is a win-win situation to everyone because, see, for example, if I purchase a server and keep it in my room, then I will have a lot of risk with me because I need to take care of that server. That server can be hacked by someone and due to some electricity issues or low voltage issues, that server may not work. These all issues are there. But today, I am simply using the cloud service and I need not bother. Lot of risk is reduced. So that is the basic concept of cloud computing. And who are providing these cloud services? Companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they are providing these cloud services. Okay. And every one of you sitting here, you are all cloud users. You already used cloud, either knowingly or unknowingly. How? If you are having a Google Drive account, you are a cloud user. If you attended Zoom classes, you are a cloud user. Okay. So cloud computing is the use of various services such as software development platform, server, storage, software over the internet. That means everything comes through internet. That means I need not have anything with me. If I have a simple computer or laptop, a desktop or a laptop and a very good internet connection, I can get everything through internet. Songs through internet, data through internet, storage through internet. Everything is possible through internet. And this model of computing is called as cloud computing. Cloud computing means the use of computing resources as a service. The most important point you need to understand is as a service. Earlier, everything is as a product, but today everything is as a service. What is the difference? Just now I told you, no, you want 15 GB of space. Earlier what you have to do? You have to go and purchase a product. Pen drive is a product, isn't it? You need to buy it. But right now what you are doing? Instead of buying a pen drive, you are paying some money to the Google Drive, Google people, and they are giving you the space and you are storing your data there. How you are storing? With internet. You are uploading your files and whenever you want you are downloading. That means your need is satisfied. Am I right or not? What is your need? You want to store your data. 10 years back what you did? To store your data you purchased a product, a pen drive, a CD or a DVD. Right now what you are doing? You are not purchasing a product. Instead of purchasing a product, you are using internet and you are storing it in the cloud service provider's server. What is the change? Earlier you owned everything, you purchased everything, you owned everything as a product, but right now you are getting everything as a service. Okay. And I told you, if you are using Google Drive, Zoom, you are already the user of a cloud computing. And Salesforce is one example of cloud computing. Not only Salesforce is a very famous software. Okay, Salesforce is a very famous CRM software. CRM means customer relationship management software. This works in cloud platform, it seems. See, one example is given in your material, but not only that example. Today everything is done in the cloud model only. In the cloud model means nothing will be there in your hands. You need not take care of anything. Everything will be stored in their servers. You just connect to the server through internet and do your work. That's all. Things are as simple as that. Okay. Cloud computing is not limited to web applications. It can also be used for such services as phone or video streaming. That is why I told you about Zoom and all. Okay. And with cloud computing, companies can scale up to massive capacities. This is the biggest advantage. That means earlier if I want to purchase a server, I need to inquire a lot about the server, the storage, the company and all. Today I need not worry about that. And earlier if I want to purchase a server, it takes some time. Today within seconds you just pay and you get whatever you want. You just pay things online and immediately you get a storage. It is as simple as that. For example, if you want to purchase a pen drive or a hard disk, you need to go to the market, or again you need to order it in Amazon and you need to wait for 1 or 2 days till the product reaches you. And once the product reaches you, it is your responsibility to take care of the security of that product also. But today these all things are not there. If you want some space, directly buy it from Microsoft or Amazon or Google by paying money online, and immediately the next moment they are giving, no? The next moment, once the payment is successful, they are giving you the required storage. And also Google apps, there are many Google apps. These all Google apps, they work in see, these are all Google apps. So all of them, they work in cloud model only. These are all Google apps. Okay. Now, what are the characteristics of this cloud computing? Elasticity and scalability. That means whenever you want, wherever you want, how much you want, you can get it. And if you don't want, you can, for example, you purchased some storage for 1 year. After 1 year, you felt that that storage is not required. If you do not renew it automatically, you will not get it. Or if you want to extend it, already you purchased 1 TB of space, but right now you want 5 TB. Yes, you can purchase. Elasticity and scalability is there. And the biggest thing is pay per use. How much you pay, how much you use, for that only you can pay. But while you purchase a product, generally how we will purchase a product? Like purchasing clothes for a small child. When purchasing clothes for a small child, what care the parents take? They buy some large size. What is the reason? The child grows. So at that time it should be suitable. So while purchasing servers and all things, we spend more money, even though that much of space is not required. But we purchase because we feel that in future we may use it. But that kind of issue is not there in cloud computing. Whenever you want, wherever you want, you just pay and use it. Okay. And on demand. On demand means what? Right now, immediately I want 5 TB of space. Yes, you just pay money, you will get it within 2 seconds. On demand. How much you want? On demand you will get it. Okay. And next one, resiliency. Resiliency means what? Your server is working very silently, very cool. But all of a sudden your server turned violent. Now you need to make it resilient. That means if some errors come, if some problems come, you need to rectify it. And if it is our own server, it may take a lot of time, because recently we got a problem with the server in our main campus. And it is a very hectic thing, because we need to put that server in a car, take it to Hyderabad, wait for 2 days. These people has to take lodge there. Then the person checks the server, identifies the problem. To rectify the problem, another 1 week. So it took almost 10 days for my server to get repaired. But that problem will not be there in the case of cloud computing, because these cloud services are offered by prominent companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, where they have very highly skilled and technical people at their disposal. If any problem comes, within seconds, they will try to rectify it. But if the same problem comes to you, it will take days and months. Okay. And multi-tenancy will be there. Multi-tenancy means what? See, we are all Google Drive users. So my account, your account, all of our accounts are there in the Google server only. How many servers are there? Only one server. So we are all tenants there. You know what, who is a tenant? Who pays some money and stay. So that there is multi-tenancy. Workload movement. Workload movement means what? For example, for cloud computing, what is the most important thing that you need to understand? To offer cloud computing services and all, the most important thing is a data center. First, they need to construct a data center. Data center means what? It is a very large storage area having lot of servers and all. So this kind of data center will be there.
Data centers, the brains of managing the teams globally, very small. To get into the security. Google runs our data centers warmer than most because it helps with the efficiency.
So this is a data center. So Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they set up this kind of data centers.
We bring in the high voltage power, distribute across the bus bars.
They set up these kind of data centers. And from there you will get all the services. And there will be very large establishment, large infrastructure, very highly skilled and technical people. So they take care of your data. Now your data will be in a safe hands. See, what we do, the gold ornaments, you can secure them in your home. But due to some reason, you keep them in a bank locker. Why? You feel that rather than keeping them in your home, it will be more secure if you keep them in a bank locker. And now you should not ask me, sir, what happens if a bank is robbed? Yes, that chance is also there. But the probability is less. Okay. And wide range of network access capabilities. You can access data through networks, through high-speed networks. So you need not worry about the speed and all. Okay. And the next question, given in MTP 1 October 21, advantages and disadvantages of cloud computing. What is advantage? Achieves economies of scale. In economics, you have already studied about large scale economies and all. So as you are not spending upfront means even though you don't require it, you need to purchase it. Okay, that kind of thing is not there. So you can save a lot of money and reduce spending on technology infrastructure. See, in the earlier days, I need to purchase everything. No, I need to maintain my infrastructure. See, purchasing is okay, little bit easy, but maintaining is very tough. So that maintenance headache will not be there with me. And globalize the workforce. In the case of cloud computing, you need not come to a single office in a single room and you need not sit here. You can work from anywhere, because if you have a laptop and internet, you can access data anywhere. For example, in my office, if I am working with Google Docs, I can work from my home. I need not come to office because I can connect to internet from any location and I can get the data and streamline business processes. See, the biggest problem in normal businesses is data availability. For example, I want to share some data to her. And if I want to share some data to her, I need to copy that in a pen drive and I need to give it to her. But pen drive is not available. So this kind of problems will be there, so that the business process becomes late. But if it is everything is available in cloud, she can easily access it. Whenever she wants it, she can easily access it. So that kind of advantage will be there. Capital cost also will be less. Not less, zero. Why? I need not purchase anything, no. I need not purchase anything. Next, pervasive accessibility. Pervasive accessibility means accessible everywhere. Okay, you can, in a forest, in a sea, under the sea, everywhere you can get it. And backup and recovery is very easy, because every day in the server we need to back up the data. See, we have one person in our organization, his duty is to make backup all the time. But the problem, in the morning session we have discussed, recovery is the problem. You need to recover the data faster. That do not happen individually. But in these data centers where there is lot of establishment, they do anything in seconds. It is just like, let me tell you one simple analogy. If you want to make some pakoda in your home, it takes a lot of time. But in a hotel, they do it in minutes, because everything is ready with them. For you, you don't make pakoda every day. It is not your everyday activity. Once in a blue moon, you do it. So you need to assemble all the things, take a lot of time, stress, strain, these all things. And as we do not do it every day, on that day where you want to make a pakoda, the taste may not be nice. But in a hotel, you get the same taste. People are trained. They have everything. They can do it in minutes. Am I right or not? Example is not so good. Kindly adjust. Okay. But that is what I wanted to tell you. So if you write up to here, that is enough. 7 points are enough. That is what I am telling you. Just come out of the notion that there are 15 side headings. I need to go through all the 15 side headings for every question. No need. Even though that question, see, what is the maximum marks that a question is being asked? 6 marks. So even the question is asked for 6 marks, advantages and disadvantages. If you write 7 advantages and 3 disadvantages, that would be fine. And definitely you will be awarded full marks. So don't waste your time trying to read everything. Okay, that is the point I wanted to tell you. Now, what are the drawbacks of the cloud computing? If backbone is lost, everything is lost. We are telling this, that, cloud computing is super, bumper, topper, but all these things will go away if internet stops working. And security is a major concern. Definitely security is a concern everywhere, man. Where it is not a concern? It is a concern everywhere. Because if your data is in your room, in your server, okay, but you are storing your data in Google server, you are storing your data in Amazon server, anything may happen. But 99%, 99.9% nothing happens. But there is a chance of 0.1% that the data may be hacked. And control on the resources will not be in your hands. See, if you are storing your data, if you are storing your marks list in Google Drive, Google can do anything with your data. Of course, it won't touch your data, but there is a chance, and you lose control of your resources. Am I right or not? Because if it is your own server, if the own server is in your own office and the data is stored in that server, then you have 100% control on that data. But right now what you are doing, using internet, you are uploading the data to the cloud server. That means who is having the control on your data? The cloud service provider. Am I right or not? Yeah. Now, how many types of clouds are there? See, we have private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud, and community cloud. Private cloud means what? See, you discussed with Google people and you asked them, sir, I don't want multi-tenancy. My data is very secure. My data is very important to me. So, I don't want others to store data in my server. You please give some dedicated servers to me, so that in those servers only my data is stored, not others. That means I don't want multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy means what? There will be one single server, my data, your data gets stored in the same server. That is called multi-tenancy. But if you don't want multi-tenancy and if you want dedicated servers exclusively for you, yes, you can talk with Google people and you can have that. Then that is called as private cloud. Or if you have a lot of money, say companies like Infosys, Reliance, they set up their own clouds. They are called as private clouds. And right now we are all members of public cloud. You are using Google Drive now? Have you ever contacted Google people and asked for a private cloud? So we are using public cloud unknowingly. And what is hybrid cloud? Google can be called as hybrid cloud. Why? Because it is offering both the services. If you want private, it is offering. If you want public, it is also offering. Then it is hybrid. Now community cloud. See, all the pharma companies, they may set up one cloud. That is Community means what? A group of specific people. All the engineering colleges, they can set up one cloud. All the universities, they can set up one cloud. That means in that cloud, others are not allowed. Only universities are allowed. That is called as community cloud. Okay. Now, this question is given. What is public cloud? Explain the characteristics of public cloud. Public cloud is established for, read it, open use by the general public. You, me, everyone. It may be owned, managed and operated by a business, academic or government organizations or some combination of them. Right now I am telling you examples. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they set up that cloud and we are all using it. And typically public clouds work in what way? They are administered by third parties or vendors. Who is the vendor now? Google is the vendor and you are purchasing it. On what basis you are purchasing? Pay per use. How much you want to use? For that only you are paying. If you want to use 5 TB of data, only for that you are paying. Nothing more than that. And these are also called as provider clouds. Example, Google, Amazon. What are the characteristics? Highly scalable. Highly scalable means what? Whenever you want, wherever you want, how much you want, you can increase the size. If you don't want, decrease. Scalable means scale up, scale down. Okay. Affordable. That is why many business people, they are doing. Even in our masterminds, we are using cloud services for backing up of our data. Every 1 hour, the data will be backed up to the Google server. Okay. And public clouds are less secure. If you want more security, go for private cloud. Why public clouds are less secure? Because there will be multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy means my data will be there in that server, your data will be there in that server. Less secure. Highly available. Yes, it is highly available today. Highly available means wherever you want, how much you want, from any part of the country you want, you can access it. And stringent SLAs. See, I am keeping my heart. My data is my heart. And I am keeping my heart in the hands of Google. So definitely I need to have very strict, stringent means very strict SLAs, means service level agreements. Service level agreements means what? I need to have SLAs, means you need to keep my data secure. If my data is lost, you need to pay damages 10 times the cost of the data. Okay. In this way, I need to sign the agreements. You also signed agreements. You don't know. How? While opening the Google account, you have clicked on I agree. And in that I agree document, number of these all things will be there. We never study it. We simply press I agree. Okay. Now, what are the advantages of public cloud? The same, in features, the same points are repeated. Next, hybrid cloud. Basing on that single question, you can read the remaining questions. Next important thing is service models. Service models means what? What kind of cloud services you can get? See, for example, from this mobile phone, how many services you are getting? You are getting SaaS, CAS, CAAS, calling as a service. You are getting MAS, messaging as a service. You are getting DAS, data as a service. Only one single device. Initially, only calling as a service is there. Later on, messaging as a service is added with the same SIM. And today with the same SIM, another service is also added. Likewise, in cloud computing also, cloud computing actually started with software as a service. Later on, infrastructure as a service. Later on, platform as a service. But in future, there is no end to the services. New services keep on coming. Okay. See, for example, in future, you may get, if you have a SIM card, that itself is your identity. That means you need not produce your Aadhaar card. If you just give your mobile number, that can be treated as your identity. For example, if that service comes, then what happened? One more service is added. That is identity as a service. That means from one single device, you are getting multiple services. Or otherwise, you are using separate devices for separate services. For calling this phone, for data this phone, for messaging this one. Like that are you using? No. Different SIMs? No. One single SIM, multiple services. They are called as services, service models. Likewise, cloud computing, how many services it offers? It offers software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. Okay. Now, See, the side headings are same. Now, how many types of infrastructure as a service means what? You need not purchase any infrastructure. For example, I have lot of computers in my organization and I want to connect all of them. In the earlier days, what I have to do? I have to purchase the server, I have to take care of the networking equipment, and I need to do all of that. But today, what I will do? For every campus, I will take one internet connection and I ask everyone to connect to the Google Cloud and get the data, because all the data of my organization is in the Google Cloud. That means what cloud is offering me? Network as a service. Network as a service means I need not set up my own network, but still can get all the benefits of a network. So who is offering me? The cloud is offering me the network as a service. And I need not tell. I told you lot of times, storage as a service. Earlier I used to purchase storage, but now I need not purchase. Database as a service. Earlier I used to have my own data. I used to have my own DBMS. I used to deal with my own data. But today I am using cloud service software and I am storing my data there. And backend as a service. Earlier I need to maintain my backend server. Today I need not maintain my backend server. Google maintains on behalf of me. Here another important word is on behalf of you. Okay. In the earlier days, you need to do everything on your own. But today, on behalf of you, companies are doing, you simply pay. And if you observe, this is the greatest advantage to the companies, no? Because you need not worry about the security, okay, maintenance, these all things are not there. Simply pay money and stay stress free. Okay. Desktop as a service. Desktop as a service means what? Whatever you want in your desktop computers, whatever applications, whatever softwares you want, you can get it. See, I'll tell you, I want to show you one very important thing. See, in this computer, I have MS Word. You can see here, Word. This is installed locally in my computer. This is installed locally in my computer. The same Word I can have in the form of Google Docs also, no? So, MS Word is traditional model of using the software. Google Docs is software as a service model of cloud computing. Do you understand the difference? One more time I am telling you. I want to type a letter. Okay. Now how many possibilities are there? Two possibilities. I can open MS Word and type the letter. If I am doing that, I am doing in a traditional manner. Because that MS Word is installed in my computer and I am using it. But the problem is, I want to share the document and ask her to complete the remaining work. I have some urgent work and I am leaving, and I asked her to finish up the document. Now, the problem is, in her computer, MS Word is not there. Okay. Now, what she has to do? It cannot be downloaded. MS Word cannot be downloaded so easily. Now, what she has to do? She has to ask someone, do you have MS Word? Do you have MS Word? Do you have MS Word? Kindly give it to me. Again, licensing number will be there. These all things will be there. But if I do the work in Google Cloud, Google Docs, she has internet and she can directly open the document and finish the work. This is how the models are changing today, how you work. Okay. Now, platform as a service. Platform as a service means what? For example, your company may want lot of languages, computer languages, softwares and all. Earlier, if you want Tally, you need to purchase it. Today, in online, you can do all your accounting work. That means you need not purchase any software today. Okay. Next one. Yeah, this question is asked in N21 RTP. What is that? Instances of SaaS. Testing as a service, API as a service, email as a service. That means what? For example, in my company, I developed a software and I want to test that software whether it is working properly or not. Earlier, I used to do it on my own and I should purchase the testing softwares and all. But today, no need. If you are a member of Google Cloud, it will offer everything. I will show you how many things it offers. solve real business challenges on Google Cloud. See how many services are being offered. Free tier products. See, Compute Engine, Cloud Storage, BigQuery, Google Kubernetes Engine, App Engine, Cloud Run, Cloud Build, Operations, Firestore, PubSub, Cloud Functions, Vision AI. Oh, there will be no end. Okay. See, these all things are there. Products, solutions, resources. These many softwares, these many things are provided to me. Earlier, I need to purchase all these things. I need to get CDs, get it installed in my computer. Today, I need not do that. Simply become a member. Get started for free or contact sales. You click on contact sales. Okay. So you just talk to the cloud sales specialist and tell your problem, what you want. They'll tell you the solution and they'll tell you the price. You just pay the price. Now it is 333. You pay the money. By 335, you will get whatever you want. Okay. Things are so simple. Now this question is asked. Different cloud service models. Communication as a service. Best example, Zoom. Today, once upon a time, in Andhra Pradesh, you know what happened? To connect all collector offices to CM office, they invested nearly 150 crores because they need to set up exclusive ISDN lines, ISDN telephone lines for video conferencing between collectors and CM. Because Zoom was not there in those days. Today, very easily you can make this communication. Because once upon a time, communication is a product. Today, communication is a service. Data as a service, I need not tell you. You get whatever you want. Okay. And security as a service. You may say, sir, my data should be secure. I want these firewalls, antivirus and all. You name it, we have it. Okay. And this I told you, identity as a service. Identity as a service means what? For example, sir, others should not access my data. So whenever someone is trying to open my data, I need to check their credentials, their user ID, password, and these all things. You don't worry, we are here. Okay, they will do all those things. You just pay money. Okay, whatever service you want, you pay money, they will do on behalf of you. Okay. Now coming to mobile computing. Mobile computing means what? Use of laptops, mobiles, tabs, these all come under mobile computing. For mobile computing, what are the most important thing? Mobile communication should be there. Mobile communication means what? Internet should be there. Okay. Communication properties, protocols, data formats, all things put together, only one word, that is internet. And second one, mobile hardware. For mobile computing, hardware should be there, no? Or you will do computing in the air without a tab or a laptop. So mobile hardware should be there. And whenever hardware should be there, his brother should also be there. Software should be there. Okay. Now, this is another question. Limitations of mobile computing given in May 2022 MTP2 and May 19 RTP. What are the problems of mobile computing? This is the problem you and me face all the time. First one, insufficient bandwidth. Net slow ra. Okay. Insufficient bandwidth. Either you are using edge means 2G, 3G, 4G. Okay. 4G means you are getting in your phones, you are getting VoLTE. Voice over long term evaluation. That is the name of the 4G technology. 2G, it is edge technology. Okay. And security standards. Security standards means what? When you are using a mobile device, anyone can access your data. So there will be some security concerns. So for that reason, we will use virtual private network. In our organization, we are using virtual private network. For example, I need to take the recorded class from this classroom to Pratap campus. Earlier, we used to take through pen drives and all. Later, we used Google Drive. Compared to pen drive, Google Drive is safer. Compared to Google Drive, today we are using VPN, virtual private network. So that in virtual private network, others cannot enter. So there will be lot of security. And this is the problem now, power consumption. You are watching very interesting movie in your mobile. Only 1 point of charging is there. how pinching, how sad it will be. And transmission interferences. Transmission interferences means what? Sometimes the signal will not be a strengthy one. The signal will be very weak. And sometimes that we are experiencing in our mobile phones, no? What others are talking, you can listen to that. Lines are mixing up. So that kind of things will be there. And potential health hazards, we are not worried about that. But there are definitely potential health hazards. See, we are using this finger crores of times. Oh, different messages typing continuously like this. What happens? RSI syndrome will be there. Repetitive stress injury. The same fingers you are using for typing lot of things. So repeatedly you are using. So the nerve endings will become so thickened. Of course, we will face some problems. Not in this age. Potential. In future, we will face. And University of Pennsylvania people are telling that in future people cannot raise their head. And people become like pigs because pig cannot raise its heads like this. And we also all the time this if you maintain this posture and later after my great grandson want to lift his head up like this, he cannot do that because his great grandfather did not raise his head, his grandfather did not raise his head, his father did not raise his head. So there are some structural changes in the DNA of the cell. Okay, and automatically the fourth generation cannot, even though they want to raise their head, they cannot do that. So potential health hazards. And human interface with the device. See, if there is a device, how small it is, we are not bothered. We text. Okay, we type and we text. We are not bothered about the screen size. We are not bothered about big size letters and all. Can we send the message or not? Yes, can be sent. So then type, start typing. Okay. Now green IT. What is this green IT? See, these all devices, they generate lot of radiation. And for example, if you go into a server room, you will get lot of heat and lot of sound. Okay. So today we have servers which emit less heat, okay, and less radiation. You know, in the earlier days, in the first generation computers, people used to die whenever they enter into the computer room because lot of sound. You know, the first generation computer ENIAC was started near in University of Pennsylvania, where people in and around 2 kilometers they vacated their houses because when the computer starts, it is like the sound of a generator. If you put 10 generators at one place, how much sound it generates? The first generation computer used to generate that much of sound and lot of heat, radiation. These all things will be there. So in order to reduce that, today we can have green computing practices. Okay. So for that, what organization should do? They need to develop a sustainable green computing plan. Sustainable green computing plan means, for example, this monitor is there. Now the organization should have a policy. What policy we should have? Not policy till the end. That means use it till it wears off. No. There will be a lifetime for this. Say some 5 years. After 5 years, even though it is working, I need to replace it. Otherwise, what happens? Even after 5 years, it works. But there will be a lot of radiation emitted from it. So you need to recycle it. But we never think of recycling, we think of reselling. Isn't it? That is the problem. For recycle, again, we need to spend money. That is the problem with us. So the organization should have disposal of used equipment. How to dispose it? In foreign countries, this is followed very strictly. The devices, even though they are working, but after the end of their expiry date, they will be sent for recycling. And for recycling, you need to pay. For example, if I want to recycle this monitor, okay, I will not get anything. Instead, I need to pay something. Okay. But so in that way, what I think, instead of recycling it, why don't I list it in OLX so that at least 150 rupees I will get it by selling this monitor. Okay. In that way, people think. And recycle should be there. Today, the biggest problem is e-waste. Okay, lot of memory cards, SIM cards. Okay, these all things. And they are all made of dangerous chemicals like lithium, metals and chemicals like lithium, iron oxide, mercury oxide, these all things, which are very much damaging to the environment. See, to live ethically is not so easy. To live ethically means you are not telling lies, that is fine. You are helping others, that is also fine. But you are maintaining 4 or 5 phones and 2 or 3 SIM cards, okay, and you have lot of memory cards. you are not ethical. You are not environmental friendly because indirectly you are spoiling the environment. Okay. Make environmentally sound purchase decisions. But we generally don't do that. For example, there is a server which is 10 lakhs and there is another server 12 lakhs. Why 12 lakhs means that is environmental friendly, less heat, less radiation. But the economist in me rises. Okay. And he tells 2 lakhs capital expenditure, 2 lakhs of investment. Why? Let's go for this 10 lakh server. Okay. And on World Environment Day, September 5th, wear white dress and talk about environment. Okay. This is how people are. And reduce paper consumption. Everything print out, print out, print out. Why? Why don't you study on the screen? Just 4 lines. But for that also they want print out. Okay. What is that? And conserve energy. Instead of using LCD monitors, you use LED monitors. And today again in LED we have OLED, AMOLED. Lot of advancements are coming. So as far as possible, you need to use the most advanced technology which is environmental friendly. And whenever you go out, you need to switch off your device. Okay. People, when they leave the office, they don't switch off the device. They think that it is not their duty. It is the in charge duty. No. It is your primary responsibility. It is not the office, it is not the investment, it is not money and all. It is environment. And organization may belong to the owner, but environment belongs to you and me. Am I right or not? So you need to have all these things to conserve the energy. Next, BYOD, bring your own device. See, bring your own device means what? In my office, a system has been allotted to me and I need to work in that system. But that system is very slow, dead slow. Okay, it is not at all working. And I want to work with a new software, but that software is not getting installed in that computer because in the computer given to me by the office, it is having only 2 GB RAM. But that software requires 4 GB RAM. Now, what kind of expressions the employee gives? They break the benches, sometimes the monitors, and they do the keyboards like this. This on frustration. So, what is the solution to that frustration? The solution to that frustration is bring your own device, BYOD. Okay. Because generally your own devices will be much more advanced. And once you bring your own device, okay, you will take utmost care. Office system means even though you do not shut down, okay, and you can type like this, anything you can do. But your own system, very smooth, touching like this, okay, taking a lot of care. Your own system, no? So that's why people are also telling, bring your own device. Once you bring your own device, what happens? You will be the happiest employee. And happiness is the first reason for efficiency. If employee should work efficiently, he should be happy. And if the device is not cooperating with him, he will not be happy. But once he starts using his own device, he will be the most happiest employee and he can work in an efficient manner. And it is also a win-win situation to the organization, lower the IT budgets. Because, for example, if you are all my employees and if I want to supply one system to each one of you, I need to purchase the systems. Am I right or not? But if you bring your own device, lower IT budget. I need not purchase the systems. And it reduces support requirement. If there is some problem with your system, you will take care. I need not take care. But if I give you the system, I need to take care. And early adoption of new technologies. For example, see, personally, you purchase only one single system. So that's why for every 2 years, you may change your mobile or you may change your laptop. But every 2 years in an office, I cannot change my computers. Why? Employees think, what this bloody management, why don't they change the computers? They give us slow computers. How can we work with this nonsense? Shit. These all things. But it is not possible. It is not possible to change the systems all of a sudden. It's a very huge investment kind of thing. Okay. So, if it is your own system, generally you will purchase the latest configured system so that you can work with latest softwares and all. And increased employee efficiency. And this E point is related to A point because once the employee is happy working with his own system, automatically his efficiency will increase. Now, this question is also given. Then there are some threats of bring your own device. What are the threats? What are the threats? Network risks. Network risks means what? You brought your system to the office and connected to the office network. Okay. And All of a sudden, your device is not visible in the list. Or today you brought one system, tomorrow you brought your brother's system, day after tomorrow your sister's system, and they may have a lot of viruses and all. Those enter into our office network, okay, and spoil the entire network. That is the biggest threat. And device risk. Device risk means what? Your device is not working fine. My office device is working fine. So silently what you did? You replaced. You brought your own system, keep it here and take this system away. And I am a foolish fellow, I am simply counting. There should be 5 monitors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 monitors are there. Arey Babu, in that 5 monitors, the 5th monitor is not your monitor. That is the employee's monitor. He replaced it. I have seen in offices people doing that. The mouse in their home will not work fine. One fine day, they bring their mouse, put it here and take the mouse there. And myself, I am only mathematician, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mouse is there. But that mouse is not your office mouse. That is the personal mouse of the employee. That is not working. He silently kept it here and he has taken your mouse. This kind of risks will be there. Okay. And application risks. See, in your own systems, you will have your own apps, no? You will have your own softwares. And those software, see, yours is a personal system and nothing happens if there is some attack or if there is some security issue. But if you bring that system and connect to our office network, the LAN cable, office LAN cable to your system, and if the virus enters into our office network, that will be circulated to all other systems in the office and entire work. See, these all things will be in your experience if you work in an office for some time. You will understand all these things very easily. Now, implementation risks. Implementation risks means what? BYOD, to listen, it is a very easy thing. It will be very attractive thing. But to implement it, the organization should have very strong policy. Very strong policy means what? When will you allow an employee to bring his device? Can he directly bring his device and start working? No. We need to lock that device. So there are certain policy security measures we need to enforce for the employees to use their own devices. If you don't do that, your entire network will collapse. Okay. And now comes IoT, Internet of Things. Till now, people thought internet is only for phones, mobiles, laptops, computers. But today, internet is for things. Things means which things, sir? Anything. Internet for your cooker, internet for your mixie, internet for your washing machine, internet for your shoes, internet for your shirt. Yeah. See, Nike company, they made IoT shoes. And you know, those will be very much helpful for people like me who cannot bend and tie the lace. Okay. So that I can simply put my leg in the shoe and operate through the app, tie. Okay. This will be fine. But if that app is hacked by someone else, then to remove the shoe, I need to pay some money to them. Because I'll get a message, your shoe app is hacked. If you want to remove the shoe, pay this much of ransom. You know, ransom means what? If someone kidnaps the people, they'll ask ransom. Okay. Nike's self-lacing shoes are a lesson in the Internet of Things. Nike's self-lacing shoes are a lesson in the Internet of Things. See, like this, I can use an app to lace and unlace my shoes. Okay. So, like this, see, generally we get lot of big doubts when we get into the bus. Gas kattana? Tap off chesana? Did it lock my bag? So, you are already in the halfway of your journey. And then you will get all these doubts. Now, if you have IoT devices, you need not worry. You can open the app and you can, for example, if you feel that you did not lock the door, you can lock the door remotely. So that is the advantage of Internet of Things. So in that case, what happens? There will be a unique identifier for every device. Unique identifier means what? That is called as IP address. See here, there will be an IP address for this phone because I am using internet in this. For this also an thing is there. For example, this camera. That is not simple CC camera. It is IPCC camera. Okay. Means it is having IP address also. If Prakash sir want to watch what is happening in this classroom through his mobile, he can watch. because that camera is having an IP address, unique identifier, and through that, by clicking that number, he can watch what is happening in this classroom. Likewise, your washing machine will have an IP address. Your mixie will have an IP address. Okay, your door lock will have an IP address. Because if you want to operate it through app, it should be connected to the internet, and to connect to the internet, it should have an IP address. That is called unique identifier. Now, what are the various applications of IoT? All home appliances to be connected that shall create a virtual home. Office machine shall be connected through net. That means I want to give a printout from a remote location to my office. Yes, today I can do that. I can access this printer from my, for example, I went to a tour, say to Chennai. From Chennai, I want to give a printout to the people in my office. So I can do that. That is possible today. And governments can keep track of resource utilization. See, in Andhra Pradesh, it is done. The dustbins are embedded with IoT sensors. So, sitting in your office, the municipal people can know which dustbins are empty, which dustbins are full, which dustbins are overloaded. These all things you can know. And wearables. Today you have wearables like, smartwatches and all. And smart city. Smart city means what? If every dustbin in the city, if every electrical pole in the city, if every traffic signal in the city is IoT enabled, simply by sitting in the control room, you can control everything. And smart grids means what? Electricity suppliers and all, they can have smart grids, so that everything can be controlled without going to that particular location. So up to here you study, that is enough. And what are the risks associated with IoT? This is a question which can be given, important question. Risk to product manufacturer. Why? For example, a fan manufacturer is there. He is simply a fan manufacturer and he need not maintain any servers and all. But today, if he makes IoT fans, definitely he needs to maintain servers and all. Okay. And that is the risk to the manufacturer. What is the risk to the user? All of a sudden, the power will be there, everything will be there. The fan will be shut down. The fan will be put off. And I get a message in my phone. Your Havells fan needs software upgrade. Send 15 rupees to upgrade the software. Only then the fan runs. Then definitely I have to send 15 rupees and upgrade the software. Only then the fan starts functioning. You put some clothes in the washing machine and in the middle the washing machine stops and you get a message, hacked. To finish the remaining washing, you need to send some 150 rupees phone pay to this number. You need to send it. Only then that will be released. These all things are not in a distant future. In the near future, you can see all these things. Okay, because even today in Guntur itself, many people, they are purchasing IoT enabled washing machines, IoT enabled fans. Havells company released IoT enabled fans. Okay, so you can control everything. And privacy, autonomy, control, no privacy. If your shoes, washing machine, cooker, mixie, everything is in your app, where is privacy? No question of privacy. And intentional obsolescence of device. That is what I am telling you. For example, the fan will have a expiry date of 5 years. After 5 years, still you are using. That fellow, the manufacturer sends you messages. Already you 5 years are over. Okay. You need to upgrade, update. Otherwise, the fan will become obsolete. Because it is not there in your hands. Okay. Technology risk is there. Technology risk means what? There may be new technology, new software, and you will be continuously asked to update and upgrade. If you don't upgrade, they'll tell, as you have not upgraded, we are stopping our services. And environmental risk due to technology. See, if everything in your home is connected to the internet, and that will be a good thing for hospitals also, because lot of radiation will be there in your home. Already we have Wi-Fi routers in the hostels, in the houses and all. A lot of radiation will be there. And now every device is connected to the internet. So there will be lot of waves running in and around the nook and corner of your home. And those waves will interfere with your brain waves. Your brain also releases alpha, beta waves. So those get interfered here. And you will get cluster headaches, these all kind of headaches, and that will be a very good thing for health industry also. So you can visit a doctor and do it. Okay. And next comes artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? You are having natural intelligence, and if you want machines to behave like you, that is artificial intelligence. Okay. And which question is given in artificial intelligence? No question is given. But anyway, I'll tell you. Right. Because some questions are expected. So, what is artificial intelligence? It is the intelligence exhibited by machines. Okay. If a machine can solve problem and adapt to a new situation, that is called as artificial intelligence. Sir, how will machine get intelligence? How you get intelligence? How you get intelligence? For example, where is intelligence? Where is intelligence? I am seeing her. Okay. That is some intelligence. That is visual intelligence about her. First time I will cognize her. I will see her for the first time, and later on when I see her at another place, I will recognize. Am I right or not? Cognize, recognize. Okay. That means there is some intelligence. There is some intelligence about her, visual intelligence. And I heard something about her, auditory intelligence. Likewise, I got some intelligence about her. So you get intelligence by reading, listening, seeing, eating. Okay, you'll get lot of intelligence. But if you don't do all these things, then there is no question of intelligence. Now, you develop machines doing all these things. Machines which can hear, machines which can see, machines which can taste, machines which can store all these things. And you know, the biggest thing is memory. Biggest thing is memory. See, we have lot of emotions, love, hatred, okay, ego, these all things. This is all nothing but memory. See, I have a quarrel with that student. A very bad quarrel with that student. But the next moment, if I forget everything, what happens? There is no enemy. Where is enemy? Enemy is in your memory. Enemy is in your memory. Where is love? Love is in your memory. If that memory is lost, nothing is there. So now we have machines which can keep all that memory, and basing on that they will act. See, we all act out of our memory only. Okay. If memory is not there, we will act in a different way. Okay. Because we smile looking at someone, we have a frowny face looking at some others. Why? Memory. Your memory is telling you, this is my friend, this is my associate, this is my enemy. Okay, I like him, I don't like him. All memory. And this all we are calling it as intelligence. And if this same intelligence is being given to the machines, it is called artificial intelligence. And where can you use this artificial intelligence? In self-driving cars, in all these things you can use. And the most important thing is Apple online assistant Siri. And here also we have an assistant Cortana. Microsoft Cortana, this is one assistant. And we have Sophia. You know, have you heard about Sophia? Yeah. Now Sophia can tell poems, Sophia can do lot of things. And we have some 150 Sophias, I think. So this is the one of the best artificial intelligence robot. So this is Sophia. And Sophia can tell poems, can discuss people on different issues and all. How did Sophia get all that intelligence? How did you get? In the same way Sophia also got. Because everything is fed into your brain, and we also fed something into the Sophia's brain. But the thing is learning. Learning means what? Learning means what? You touched fire for the first time and you felt it so hot and you got some wound or injury because of that. And you have learned something. So next time what happens? Next time what happens? You will not touch it because of your learning. But the story do not end there. There is some other thing which resembles like a fire piece. But that is not really a fire piece. But you will not touch it because your memory tells. Fire piece is also like that. It is as simple as that, you know. During night time you have seen a rope, but you think that it is a snake. Why? Why? Did anyone tell you that? Do you know that? No, you learned it. Anything which is having some length and which is moving. Of course, that rope is moving due to wind or something, but still you feel that it is a snake. Okay. In this way, we learn a lot of things. Originally you have seen a snake, but you will learn some other things. But that learning may be correct learning or wrong learning, but you will learn. This is how your intelligence develops. For machines also now they are doing the same thing. They are doing the same thing. That becomes artificial intelligence. Expert systems, pattern recognition, natural language processing. Natural language processing means what? Now Sophia can understand what I am speaking and it is giving answers, not irrelevant answers. It is giving me relevant answers. That means Sophia can understand what I am speaking. Natural language processing. And Sophia can recognize me. Whenever for the first time, whenever I meet Sophia, I am an unknown person. I am a stranger to Sophia. But for the second time, Sophia starts wishing me, "Hi boss, how are you?" How did Sophia know that? Pattern recognition. It has stored my pattern. This face is a pattern. No? We have different faces, long face, short face, thin face, thick face, slim face. Lot of these all patterns. It was stored, and basing on that, it recognizes. Okay, this is all artificial intelligence. And what are the risks of artificial intelligence? Incorrect data can lead to incorrect conclusions. Even in your personal life also the same thing is happening. You got some incorrect data about me. And what you may think about me? This nasty fellow, you may think. But I'm wrong. I'm not really a nasty fellow. You got some wrong data about me. So wrong data can give to wrong conclusions. The same is the thing both with humans and machines. And can carry security threats. Countries are discussing to have a kill button. See, whenever you have memory and whenever you can take decisions on your own, definitely you behave in a weird manner sometime. Okay. In Facebook, 2 robots were killed because Facebook's artificial intelligence robot shut down after they start talking to each other in their own language. This is the problem. Generally, we do that. When parents are there, the siblings or whenever a teacher is there, the students may talk in their own code language. They develop their own code language. Okay, how did you develop your code language? You know only English. In that English, you developed your subset language, subset language, your own code language, and you speak in that. And I don't know that. Okay. Likewise, robots also, they started developing their own code language because they know English language, they have memory, and they started developing their own language. This is the problem. Then they were killed. They have a kill button. Humans, how if some people are behaving in an unusual manner, in an eccentric manner, the courts will give them imprisonment and will give orders to kill them. No, in the same way, robots also should be killed because they are behaving in an eccentric manner, in a weird manner. Okay, and AI in the long run may kill human skills. Not in the long run. Now only artificial intelligence are killing human skills because if there is a self-driving car, then humans need not learn driving. Okay. Likewise, whenever you have a gadget or device doing some of your skill work, then you need not learn that skill, no? Yeah. What is machine learning? Machine learning means machines capable of learning by themselves. See, today I am also having a machine in front of me, but this machine is not capable of learning on its own. But if I make a machine to learn on its own like Sophia, see how Sophia can tell a poem. For example, if you ask Sophia to tell a poem about sea, it will tell you. How? How means, see, if you ask me to tell a poem about sea, how I will tell? I have never written a poem. Nothing, no poem is there in my brain about sea. But instantly you asked me about sea. Now how I will tell you? As you asked, I will definitely tell you how. I can say the sea, I cannot tell right now. So, but if you give me some time, definitely I can write a few lines about that. Isn't it? How? I know about sea. I have seen the sea. Okay. And I know some English language. And I know the vocabulary related to sea. So I need to assemble all these things. From that comes a poem. And now Sophia can also do all that things. Because all the words in the English Oxford Dictionary or Chambers Dictionary or some other dictionary, Webster's dictionary is entered into the Sophia's memory. And Sophia has also got some information related to the famous seas of the world. And earlier, poets like John Keats and all might have written poems about the sea. Those poems are also fed into the brain of the Sophia. Now, Sophia assembles all these things and come out with its own version of the poem on sea. Do you understand? How you do it, the machine is also doing in the same way. That is called machine learning. And now what is Web 3.0? Simple thing. Today, what is the most famous thing? ChatGPT. ChatGPT is the most famous thing. And that is what is Web 3.0. Okay. You don't remember, you don't believe me, then I'll show you here. ChatGPT is the birth of real Web 3.0. Okay. What is Web 3.0? I'll show you that thing also. Say, for example, I want to search about, I want to search about MCA. Actually, my intention is to know about MCA course. But with the words MCA, there are many things like Ministry of Corporate Affairs is there. Ministry of Corporate Affairs is there. Middle Class Abbai is there. Okay. Mumbai Cricket Association is there. Now the website is showing all these things. Initially it has shown Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Next, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. These are all different sites related to Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Let us go to the second thing. Welcome to the State Common Entrance Test Cell, Maharashtra. Here we have another MCA. MCA website, another MCA. Okay. So it is showing all of these things. See, Mumbai Cricket Association, MCA. It is showing that. And if you go on to the pages, it will also show you about Middle Class Abbai also. Okay. But let me, you tell me some legal term, any law term. Indemnity. So I have typed about indemnity and I searched about indemnity and all these things. Okay. Now what I wanted to do is, I have just typed the word GUA and immediately it is showing guarantee and indemnity, guarantee contract, guarantee versus indemnity, guarantee and indemnity agreement sample. This is called as artificial intelligence. The Google server learnt, this fellow, what is his previous search? Indemnity. And he has typed GUA. GUA, there may be other words. But what is his previous search? Indemnity. So this time he may wants to know about guarantee. So it is showing that. You understand what I am telling? This is Web 2.0. But what is Web 3.0? Now, in order to know about guarantee and indemnity, I need to search. For example, I need to open this particular website and need to read what is there in this website. But I felt useless content, not useful. Again, go to another website. Read here. This is also not. Then, what will be there in your mind? Sir, instead of searching all these websites, if I simply ask what is indemnity and guarantee, if all the important points from all the websites, if they are taken and given to me as one single page, it will be very much useful to me and it saves a lot of time to me. Isn't it right or not? And that is ChatGPT. What ChatGPT is doing? The same thing. If you ask a question what ChatGPT is doing, it is going to different websites, picking up the most relevant information and it is showing you in a single page. That means it is relieving you from lot of tension and time waste. Do you understand what I am telling? Yeah, that is called as Web 3.0. That is called as semantic web. Semantic web means what? Instead of simply showing MCA means Mumbai Cricket Association, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Middle Class Abbai, what it will do is semantic web means this fellow is this IP is related to masterminds. Previously in this IP, they all searched about law terms and all, and this time this fellow is searching MCA. That means he wants only Ministry of Corporate Affairs website. the machine thinks in this way and it will only give that results. That is called semantic web. Semantic web means what? It will understand the meaning of the words what you are searching, keep that in mind, and accordingly it will give you the results. Okay. And that will be a lot of useful thing to, because whenever I am searching about MCA, all of a sudden if middle class Abbai review came, I will forget my major work and start reading that website, which will be a lot of time waste. And that happens, isn't it? Yeah. So Web 3.0 technology uses data web technology. Data web technology means what? It will take data from different websites and it will populate to you, which saves a lot of time. If any one of you uses ChatGPT, you can easily connect with my explanation and you will easily understand. If not, you go home and start using ChatGPT, then you will understand what is Web 3.0. Okay. And next one, blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is the world's most secured technology today. Now, what is this blockchain technology? Let me tell you. Blockchain technology, today many companies, they are investing crores of rupees on this blockchain technology. So what is this blockchain technology? What is the biggest problem to the data in the networks? Somebody may tamper the data, we don't know that. Say for example, in a bank transaction, I sent some 100 rupees to her. But in the meantime, some intruder came in between and modified that 100 into 1000. Okay. And 1000 got transferred into her account. And I don't know who has modified that. And somebody hacked my server and they have changed the data. And I don't know what is original data and what is modified data. See, I'll tell you. I can show you everything, no problem. For example, this is a Word document. I have typed in something like this. And closed it and went outside. Some of you came here, okay, and some of you came here and added just 2 letters here and simply like this and you closed it. Later on I came back. I opened the document. I find that there is something wrong here, but I don't know who has done it. And as these are 2 lines, I can retype or I can check. But if it is a very lengthy document, you made changes at several places and I don't know that. And I don't have original document with me. This is the problem. Okay. But the same problem can be addressed using Google Docs. Why? In the case of Google Docs, what happens? Now I am creating a Google Doc here. I am typing something. I am using Google Doc means what I am doing? I am using cloud service for your information. Okay. I have saved the document demo and I closed it. Okay. And later I shared the document with you, or later I came and opened the document again. Okay, I opened the document again. And what I did, I made some modification here. In the second line, I made some modification and again closed it. Again closed it. Now, third time I have opened the document and wanted to know what changes are made to my document. By looking here, I know, but I don't know who has done that. Now what I'll do, I'll go to the file, I'll go to the version history and I'll see the version history. See, March 29, 14, 17, current version, March 29, 14, 16, it was created. See here MMCAinter means I am the only person using that. For example, if she is also using the same document, her name also comes here. And now if I wanted to know what changes I made, I can click on my name. And what changes she made, I can click on her name. And I can know what changes she had made in my absence. Do you understand what I am telling? Do you understand what I am telling? This is called as blockchain technology. This is the example of blockchain technology. How? How? Please let me tell you. What is block here? This is the block. Block means block of data. Now the data is stored in the form of block. Block means a piece. Earlier they are called as files, but now the terminology is changed. Instead of calling file, we are calling it as blocks. See, for example, I want to send 100 MB of data from my side to that recipient. So now how the data will move from my computer to her computer? Earlier it used to move in the form of data packets. Now it moves in the form of blocks. This 100 MB data is broken down into some 10 blocks or 15 blocks, and the blocks move. And these blocks are chained. Chained means there is a link between one block to another block. Wait, let me tell you. For example, I have made some changes in this line. Okay, I have made some changes here and I closed it. Now what happens, you observe. $419, $416. In 416 document nothing is there, but at 419 these things are there. Okay. So this is called as block of data, and if it is a large data, this entire content will be broken down into different blocks, and each block will be linked with one another. That is called blockchain technology. Now wait, what is the speciality of this? Instead of telling in my own words, let me read it here. Blockchain technology is sometimes referred to as a distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology means what? What is a ledger? Where you can store some data, that is called as a ledger. And what is this ledger? Distributed ledger. Distributed ledger means what? Now this Google Doc is a distributed doc. Why? If I share the link with her, she can also open and work with that. That means that document link both of us will have, and both of us can simultaneously do the work, isn't it? That is called distributed ledger technology. Is a shared peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer means what? See, you are all peers here. Peers means equals. Equals means what? In that document, I have rights, she is also having rights. That is called peer-to-peer. And decentralized open ledger of transaction system. Decentralized means what? Where the data lies, the data will not lie at a central server, but it is peer-to-peer, distributed between all the people. And the most important thing is, has every entry as a permanent, as it is an append-only database, where that is a beautiful point, append-only database. Okay, let me show you. Now, at 419, what I am doing? I am deleting all this data and I am typing hello. Okay. Okay, as I am a single user, you cannot see because I am making all the changes. But if she makes the changes, that will be recorded here. That will be shown with a different color. Okay. So, append-only database means what? If someone tries to make any change, they cannot change the original thing. Any change that will be added to the end. Append means add to the end. That means nobody can touch the original data. If you touch the original data, a new thing will be created. I think you did not understand. Let me tell you. See, this is the blockchain technology. I am sending the data in blocks like this. Okay, and each block is linked with the previous block. This is fine. And now what I did, I changed some data in the middle block. In the olden days, what happens? That data will be carried as it is. But you know what happens now? You know what happens? Let us assume this is starting and this is ending. But now I made a change in the middle block. You know what happens? The change is not reflected in this block. Rather than a new block is created at the end and all these changes are done in this block. Now what happens? You please tell me. You can easily find out somebody changed your data. Isn't it right or not? Because I sent 3 blocks to you, but you received 4 blocks. Where is that extra block? Somebody touched in the middle. Somebody touched the block in the middle. That's why a new block is created and changes are made. Now what I can do, simply, I will simply delete this block. Now what happens? I get my original data here. Do you understand? I get my original data here. Any modification done, that block is added at the end. And again, someone touched this starting block and tried to make some changes. Again, what happens? Another block is created at the end. And all these changes are done in this block. And this block, no one can touch. And the blockchain technology, touch a student. If you touch it, what happens? A new block is created. If you touch that, a new block is created. That is the best form of security. And you can check and you can cross check between these 2 blocks and you will find this is the original block and this is appended. No, appended means added at the end. So definitely we will remove that block. Do you understand? That is blockchain technology. And there are some words in this blockchain technology that, see, all transactions are fully irreversible. That means what? Once you make a transaction, once you enter some data, nobody can delete that data. If anybody tried to delete the data, what happens? Or if anybody tried to modify the data, what happens? A new block is created. But the original block, intact. The original block is immutable. Immutable. Immutable means what? You cannot change the data. That is the reason the world's most secured technology as of 29th March 2023, 1625 is blockchain technology. Do you understand what I'm telling? To this minute, the world's most secured technology is blockchain technology. Okay. Today, who is using blockchains? All the cryptocurrencies. Actually, the use of blockchain technology started with Bitcoin. Okay. And today, you can use blockchain technology in financial services, healthcare, government, travel industry, economic, everywhere. But I wanted to tell you one thing. Wherever you want highest security, then you can use a blockchain technology. What are the risks? Risks means this blockchain technology will not be controlled by anyone. That is the biggest risk because it is peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer means what? Nobody controls anything. It is peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer means everyone has equal rights. Anyone can do anything. But no problem. If you touch anything, a new block is created. So central authority will not be there. So with that, we finished the emerging technologies. Now let us move on to the next lesson, business process automation and its risks. So in this lesson, what you will learn? You will learn about how to automate the business process, and while automating the business process, what are the risks that are involved. Okay, the most pertinent lesson to you, because in every organization, the business processes will be automated, and while automating, you will come across lot of risks. So you need to understand what are the risks involved and what are the controls need to be in place. Now, what is the weightage of this lesson? What is the what will be the weightage? In November 24, 4, 10, 8, 6, 14, 6, 20 marks. Okay, you got it, but not all the time. Okay, so on an average, you can say some 4 to 10 marks you may get from this lesson, right? Yeah. Now, what is EIS? Sir, already, now you are telling what is EIS. Okay, already some lessons are finished. So, we need not learn what is EIS now. Now, this is an important question. What is business process and what are the categories of business processes? Please listen. Your attention is very important. What is business process? Any activity that you perform to deliver service to your customer in your organization is called as a business process. In Masterminds, material making is a business process. In Masterminds, examination is a business process. Sir, in examination, what business will be there? Payment, and you should not say, yes, examination is a business process. I am paying study hours and revision exam. No, not that. Business process means any activity that you do to offer your service to the customer. That is called as a business process. And these business processes will change from organization to organization. In a bank, what is a business process? Depositing money, withdrawal money, account transfer. These are all business processes. In a hospital, what is a business process? Performing injection to a student, performing operation to a patient. These are all business processes there. So business processes vary from organization to organization. So business process is an activity or set of activities that will accomplish a specific organizational goal. What is the organizational goal of an educational institute? To offer better services to the student and make him qualify in the examination. For that, I will do lot of things. I will give you material, I will give you study hours, I will conduct examinations, I will, I will check your answers. These all things. Those are all business processes of the college. Businesses processes of the bank, different. Business processes of the hospital, different. And everyone will do business processes as per their vision and mission. Now, how many types of business processes are there? Operational processes, supporting processes, management processes. What are operational processes? Operational processes are primary processes. Primary processes means the processes that you do to service the customer directly. That is called operational process. Let me tell you. I want my salespeople to be very honest, polite with my customers. Okay. So, whenever you come to my shop, my sales boy will behave in a very polite manner and will be very cooperative to you and will sell goods to you. That is an operational process. But when will my sales boy be polite with you? Will be honest with you? Because I need to train him in that way. I need to train him in that way. So that is called as secondary process or supporting process. Do you understand? Supporting process or secondary process means these processes will help the operational processes. And what is management processes? What management will do? Management will make a lot of planning, management will see the reports, will make a lot of decisions. Those all things come under management processes. Okay. See, develop and manage products and service, market and sell, deliver products. These are all operational processes. These will be done by my marketing team and my sales team. But my marketing team and sales team should be honest, polite with my customers. Isn't it? So, how can I make them in that way? I need to train them. My HR team will train these people. Do you understand? Yes. See, whenever the Zomato sales boy has eaten the food in the middle and has delivered the remaining food to the customer, do you know what Zomato did? Zomato immediately appointed a psychologist team to train their sales boys. And this psychologist team told to the Zomato sales boys, Amma, if you are hungry, you should not eat customer food. Customer is God to us. Okay, you should not open the parcels of the customer and eat. You should not eat like that. If you are hungry, you need to eat on your own, like this. And they will tell what happens. And they'll tell what happens if you eat customer food and all. That is called supporting process. Okay. See, psychiatrist to help Zomato deliver right. This happened in 2019. Because at that time only that video got viral. Immediately next day, the psychiatrist to help Zomato deliver right. And do you know how much they charged? 100 crores. The psychologist team, they charged 100 crores to give training. See, online food ordering service Zomato has hired psychiatrist Rohit Garg to counsel its employees. A month after one of its delivery boys was captured on camera eating out the packets he was carrying, causing a furor on social media. Okay, that is what I am telling. Now, what the psychologist will do? He will train the Zomatos. See, Zomato is making an attempt to build an environment that encourages professional help. Other than the delivery crew, Garg will counsel employees across teams 2 to 3 times a week. Em cheptadu? You should not eat like that. And that too on roads you should not eat like that. If you want to eat, you go to some corner place where no one is there. in that way? No. So now, what this psychologist team, this is also a business process, training the employees. But what this process is called a supporting process. Delivering to the customer is primary process. That is what I wanted to tell you. Yeah. Now, define the term business process automation, explain objectives or recognize the parameters. What is business process automation? In the name itself is there automation. That means remove the human element. Remove the humans. Why? These people don't listen, no? That is the problem. Be polite. He will not be polite with them. Now, these business people, they get lot of headache. Now they think, let us hire Sophia. Okay. Now, instead of this sales boy, there will be a Sophia. And you know, Sophia don't have any emotions. So that's why it will greet everyone in the same way. But this fellow, he has likes and dislikes. He likes some customers and he will say, ha, welcome. And he don't like some customers. And he will behave in another way. But if you have a software telling good morning to everyone, software don't have likes and dislikes and emotions. It will tell good morning to everyone. But if you appoint me to tell good morning, I will tell good morning to some people and not to others. Because I like some people and I don't like some people. The biggest problem with humans is inconsistency of the service. I don't offer my service consistently to everyone all the time. But whereas if I use a software, for example, you go to an ATM, what is your experience? For example, if you go to that ATM since 5 years, every weekly once you are going to that ATM to withdraw money, but it will never ask you how are you, isn't it? Did it ever ask you how are you? Because every week you are coming, you are my regular customer. Will it smile? Will it ask you another question? What is your mobile number? It will not ask you anything. It will not ask you anything, isn't it? Every day you go, every hour you go, same questions it will ask. And same time, 40 seconds for every transaction, that's all. 40 seconds for every transaction. Fixed. So that is the beauty of automation, business process automation. Removing the human element by automating the repetitive or standardized process components. See, something you are doing repetitively the same. So instead of human, why don't you have a machine there? People think in that way. See, that's why, what is the job of a teller? In my childhood, in every small bank, we used to have teller 1, teller 2, teller 3. And 3 people. And I used to get a doubt what they will tell us. They will tell us what the balance in your account and all. Okay. Now, their job is repetitive. Repetitive means what? Customer comes, fills the form, check the balance, tell him, give them the token. Now, one fellow taught. Same job every day. No routine. Okay. Then why should a human do that? Why should a human do that? Why don't we develop a machine? A machine came. What is that machine? Automated teller machine. Instead of human teller, we have an automated teller. Why? The job of the teller is repetitive, standardized. But you will not have an ALM, automated loan machine. Why? Because to give a loan, you need to think a lot of things. For example, one person comes, sir, I have a land in Brodipet. And another person comes, sir, I have land in Gorantla. So 100 cents of land in Brodipet, 3/11 is not equal to 100 cents of land in Gorantla. The value is not the same and you cannot give the same loan. So there is some creativity involved, there is some knowledge involved. So that's why you cannot develop a machine for that. But simply to check what is the balance in your account and to tell whether you can withdraw money or not, much intelligence is not required. That is standardized, repetitive. So that's why you will get a software. And this is a big warning to every one of you sitting here, because if in your job, if you do all the time repetitive same thing, coming, typing and going, one day your job will be done by the machine. But if you use some creativity in doing the work, if there is some need to use your brain, only then your job will be there. Because your job cannot be automated. You understand? Some 10 years back, if I want to book a gas cylinder, I used to call the gas company. And one lady used to lift the phone and tell number Japandi and all. Then today we have IVRS system there. That means that process is also automated. Why? Number Japandi and Japi, just to write down the number and pass it on, why a human is required? A machine can do that. A software can do that. Isn't it? Yeah. Business process automation is the technology enabled automation of activities or services that accomplish a specific function. That means using technology, you do that. And it can be implemented for many function of companies' activities, including sales, management, operations, supply chain, human resources, IT. Everywhere you can use automation. Instead of human doing the work, you can use some software to do the work. Now, what are the main important things for the success of a BPA? Confidentiality, integrity, availability, and timeliness. What is confidentiality? Confidentiality means what? In humans, you will not have that confidentiality. 2 days back, 16 crore Indian customers' data got leaked. Why? In Telangana, question papers got leaked. Why? Because the people working there took pen drives to the server room, copied the question papers, and brought them outside. No confidentiality. But if you use a software to do that, software will not have friends and relatives. Software need not buy cars. Humans need to buy cars, no? That's why I need to do some illegal things and I get some money and buy the car. But software need not do that. So there will be confidentiality and above all integrity. Integrity means what? Integrity means what? For example, I am sitting in the bank counter giving loans and a friend of mine came and he is my close friend, thick friend, bosom friend, best friend, these all friends. And what I will do? For all others I am charging 9% interest and for this fellow I will write 8% interest. Where is integrity there? Integrity is not there. Likewise, availability. The data should be available whenever and wherever you want. And above all, the most important thing is timeliness. For example, I want some data and I call my employee, you bring the data. He will 2 minutes or I will be here. But that 2 minutes will be 2 days or 2 months. But if everything is automated, I can get the data on time. Timeliness is there. Okay. Now, this is again important question. What are the benefits of automating the business process? Quality and consistency. This is what I am telling. BPA ensures that every action is performed identically. For example, CM has gone to ATM. Okay. And I am also a CM. Common man, isn't it? So, I went to the ATM. But ATM asked the same set of questions. But human, if chief minister comes, the questions you ask, the work you do will be very fast, on the dot, everything. But if a common man comes, there will be delay in the service. So there is no quality and consistency to all the people in the same way. But if you use a software, it will do with the same quality and consistency. The work is performed identically. That means the work will not be changed. Okay. For example, I am sitting at the counter. A close friend of mine came. What I will tell? You come that way. You come at the back. I will tell in that way. But ATM never tells come back. Isn't it? Everyone stand before only and do the transaction. But human, come back. Why you are standing in line? Such a long queue. Come back. We are digging our own graves because of our emotions, because of our bad qualities. Otherwise, see, we only give ideas to the people to develop technologies and machines. If you do your work perfectly, people will never get an idea to replace you. If you don't do your work perfectly, then people start thinking how to replace this. They start BPR, business process reengineering. You know, BPR in your strategic management is a subset of this BPA, business process automation, is a subset of BPR, business process reengineering. You should not see subjects apart. SM means management, no. What BPR tells, what is business process reengineering? You need to think, you need to have a fundamental rethinking and you need to redesign the process in its entirety. These sentences will be there in your SM material. Okay. You need to rethink about the process in its entirety. That means you need to think how this process should be done. And you need to use technology. How you will use technology in BPR? SM sir tells you need to use technology to re-engineer your processes. Now EIS sir tells you need to make business process automation. That means you need to join these two things. In order to redesign your processes, you have to automate your business processes. That is BPA, business process automation. Okay. Time saving, I need not explain that. Visibility, visibility means what? If you ask a human, how much the work is finished? He will say, finished sir, almost finished, 2 minutes. I'll tell the same thing to my boss. To Prakash sir, I'll tell the same thing. Prakash sir asks, sir, what is the status of that work? I'll say, 2 minutes sir, I'll come. And I'll never go. Okay, till the evening I'll never go. But machine, you booked something in Amazon. You can find the tracking order. You can find the tracking. The work is visible. Okay. Improved operational efficiency. Improved operational efficiency means what? In order to deliver the money, ATM is taking 40 seconds. But you appoint a human there, he takes nearly 2 to 3 minutes. Operational efficiency. That means you can serve more customers in less time. And governance and reliability. See, governance and reliability of humans is very less. Governance here means control. You cannot control them. You will have lot of leaves, earned leaves, casual leaves, health leaves, duty timings. If duty timing is 1 hour extra, lot of frustration, stress, strain, these all things will be there. But ATMs, they are standing there 365 days, 24/7, no holidays, no Sri Ram Navami, nothing. And controlling them, what is happening inside them, controlling them is very easy. And as they don't have any emotions and as they don't don't resort to illegal things, reliability also will be there. And reduced turnaround times. What is a turnaround time? The time it takes to complete a process is called as turnaround time. Okay. For example, if you appoint a human teller, he will take 2 minutes to complete a transaction. The same thing is done in 40 seconds by a ATM. Reduced turnaround time. And obviously reduced cost also. Initially, to purchase an ATM, it will be some 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs initially. But if you appoint an employee, he will have bonus, advance, this, that, lot of things will be there. If you compare both of them, it will be reduced cost. Now, business processes should be automated. What types of business processes should be automated? What types of business processes are automated? This is again a warning answer to every one of you. Because you should not fall in these points. Because if your job falls in these points, that will be automated. Okay. What is the first thing? Processes involving high volume of tasks or repetitive tasks. Long queues, but same work. Why human? Replace it with machine. What is the next one? Processes requiring multiple people to execute. This is the biggest headache. You go to some government office or somewhere. You want some birth certificate or death certificate. And 3 people or 4 people need to sign on that. So 3 people need to sign on that. 2 people signed it and the third person is not there. You ask it, sir, when will this sir come? The other person, I don't know. And you ask another, sir, when sir will come? He went to Tirupati on tour. 1 week he will come. Okay. And sometimes, these 2 employees, they quarrel among themselves and they do not finish your work. In Telugu, you have a proverb, urumurumi mangalam meda padindi ani. Okay. Allu kottukunte manaki debba ayipothadi ikkada. Okay. These all things are there. Okay. That you cannot find in automation. And time sensitive processes. Time sensitive processes means time is very important. Within seconds you need to do the work. You do not make the customer. That is BPR. What BPR tells? You should not make the customer to stand in the line. You have a diagram in SM where the person, for example, I have taken one hour permission in the office and went to a bank for some work. And there is a long queue in front of the counter. What I will do, I will look at the time. I have asked one permission, campus in charge is calling, I need to go. These all things will be there. But if the same work can be done with an ATM, I need not go in office hours because that will be there 24/7. Okay. And here, this person, while doing the work, in between he will go for chai. He will go for powder room or somewhere. Powder room is washroom. Another name for it. Okay. So, these all things will be there. And the time will be dragged. And the time sensitive processes will not be there. So, if you eliminate all the wasteful processes and do the work, you need to go for automation. Processes involving need for compliance and audit trail. Audit trail means what? For example, I have done a transaction. What happened in the transaction? For example, some transactions may be wrong. So we need to check out, no? We need to cross check where the transaction went wrong. If it is human, you need to depend on his memory, and he will tell, no sir, I did like that only. No, I did not erase that, sir. I don't know. But in the case of machine, everything will be there. You can have an audit trail. Next one, processes having significant impact on other processes and systems. This is what I am telling you, no? See, one department has to do one process, and that is transferred to another department. But the first department is not giving the work to the second department, and finally the work will be delayed. The process will be delayed. So in all these cases, it is better you automate the things rather than depending on the humans. Okay. Now, what are the challenges of business process automation? Automating redundant processes. Only you cannot automate creative processes. Creative processes means what? Where you need to think, where you need to apply your brain, where you need to apply your knowledge. You cannot automate them. But what you can automate? Sometimes organizations start off an automation project by automating the process they find suitable for automation without considering whether such processes are necessary and create value. See, when you are automating, you need to understand, if I automate this, will it really create value to the customer or not? If it do not create value to the customer, okay, what is the use of it? For example, customers can open the door and come inside. But now I have devised a machine, door opening machine. Whenever customer come near the door automatically gets opened. Automation. Now I should think, to have an automated door and all, it will be a costly affair. Okay, if it really creates value to the customer, if you say, sir, many customers, they are hitting the door because they simply see like this and they come and they are hitting the door. So it is better when the customer comes, if the door automatically opens, it would be create value to the customer. Otherwise, every day 2 or 3 customers, we are taking them to the hospital, they are hitting their head to the door. In that way, you can go for automation. But on the other hand, if you simply say, sir, it would be better. Last month I went to America and there I have seen where the doors are automatically opened, and I felt that in my company also, if that kind of automatic doors opening system is there, what is the value it creates to the customer? It will not create any value to the customer. Okay. Now, defining complex process. See, some processes are very complex. See, I'll tell you. Timetable management software. Prakash, your dream is to have a timetable management software. And we consulted many companies, but they could not develop a software for that, because timetable in our organization is a very complex process. In schools and colleges, it is a very simple process. You will have fixed time, and if the faculty do not comes, another faculty engages the class. But here, that is not the case. We have lot of complexities involved here. In colleges and in schools, what happens? Lunch break for all classes at the same time. But here, not like that. Break time, same for all the classes in schools and other colleges. But in masterminds, not like that. So our process of timetable making is a complex thing. And in order to automate that, that means if I want to make timetables without humans, what I should do is, I need to define that process very clearly, and the other person also should understand that process clearly and need to develop a software. So sometimes it do not happen such easily. Okay, so defining the complex process. Then you cannot understand. And the third one is staff resistance. For example, you are all staff working in my organization, and today evening I conducted a staff meeting and I told you, dear staff, from tomorrow you need not come, because we are using a new software. Okay, and tomorrow that software will do all of your work. And today we will cut the cake, and you will be given one piece of cake, eat that and go away. Will you simply go away? Will you simply walk away? Huh? What do you will say? Tiyandra janda, ayandra tento. Hartal, dharna. Okay. Automation should not be there. That's what it happened when automation was done in banks. Okay. When automation is done in railways, they lied down on the railway tracks, all these bank employees and all. Stop automation. Computerization should not be done. Automation should not be done. It is a process which is against to the labor systems. These all things will be there. Staff resistance will be there. No acceptance will be there. So sometimes when the staff resistance is more, you need to be very careful. Okay. See, Amazon has automated all its warehousing processes. That means today's in America's Amazon warehouses, everything is automated, no human intervention. Everything is done automatically. But at that time, some thousands of employees are working in Amazon's warehouses. Do you know what Amazon did? Amazon told all their employees, till you find the next best job, we will pay the salaries. And to get you the new job, we will give you new skill training. And they gave lot of SOPs to the employees. Otherwise, what employees tell? If you simply ask them, boss, from tomorrow machines are coming, then you can take leave. If you tell that, what employees say? They'll make a revolt against your company. Okay. So that is the reason staff resistance will be there. And implementation cost. You know, for some technologies, the cost will be very high. So, and now the company may not be in a position to spend that much of amount for automation. At that time also we will stop automation. So these are the 4 situations where we will not go for automation. Now, what are the steps in automation? Define why we plan to implement BPA. First, you need to have an idea why you want to go for business process automation. Don't tell silly reasons like, you know, I have seen in America, I want to do the same thing in India, in Guntur. No. There should be a clear purpose and objective. And whenever you want to automate something, that should definitely create value to the end customer. See, anything that you do that do not create value to the end customer, it is useless. It is useless. Okay. Now, understand the rules and regulations and which enterprise need to comply with BPA. See, you have automated a business process, but that is against the labor laws of your country. Then automatically you have to face lot of legal problems. Okay. So that also you need to think. And document the process we wish to automate. Whatever you want to automate, you write all the process on a paper. Using flow charts and data flow diagrams. That is why in this lesson you have flow charts and data flow diagrams. Why they are used? They are used to document the process what you want to automate. Do you understand? Of course, right now I cannot show you, but now we are making a new website for our organization. For them, I have given the documentation in the form of charts, flow charts and all. Because I need to show them, no? I need to tell them. Otherwise, how will they know? Let me show you that. For our website, I have drawn this kind of document. I have made this kind of documentation and I have given it to the web development company. Basing on this, they will develop and give things to me. And I have also made some other documentation and how the website should look like. Okay, what charts need to be there. These all things. This is what is documentation. How I can make this documentation? Because I know what is the business processes, what are the business processes that are being there in our organization, and I have a deeper understanding about that. Basing on that, I have drawn all these diagrams and I have given it to that web company. And basing on that, they will make a website for me. Do you understand what I am telling? This is what is automate the tasks, document the tasks you wish to automate. Okay. And define the objectives or goals to be achieved by implementing BPA. That means you should have a clarity how much money you are spending. From that, how much benefit you will get. You will need to make a cost benefit analysis. And you need to engage the business process consultant. Business process consultant means what? You want software. You cannot make software on your own. Then what do you have to do? You have to consult the people. Okay. And what they will do first? ROI for the project. ROI for the project means return on investment for the project. How much you need to spend and how much of returns you will get. Okay, that all. If you are satisfied with this step 6 is very crucial because this is the deciding step whether to move forward or backward. Take a front step or back step. Why? If ROI is not satisfactory, we will stop everything there, eat samosa and go away. Okay. But if step 6 is okay, if you have good ROI, then we will take a front step, we will move forward and develop the project. Develop the BPA means if ROI is okay, we will develop the business process automation software and we will test that software and start using it. Now, what are the risks of the thing? Yeah, this is important question. Business face all kinds of risk related from serious loss of profits to even bankruptcy. What are different business risks? The first business risk is strategic risk. Strategic risk means what? See, every organization will have strategy, but in order to make a strategy, your strategic management tells the second lesson, dynamics of competitive strategy. Dynamics means your competitive strategy should be influenced by various forces. If you don't clearly understand various forces of your business strategy, then you cannot make a right kind of strategy. And that will be a great risk to your organization. See, what is a great risk to your life? Your plans are great risk to your life. Why? Because you did not make right kind of plans. You did not make right kind of strategies. And that is going to be a big risk to your organization. Okay. And second risk, financial risk. Financial risk means what? Sometimes you will have great financial losses because you may be you may be in export or import business. Due to currency fluctuations, the dollar has become weaker or stronger, and that may have an impact on your organization. That is financial risk. And regulatory risk. You are doing your business, all of a sudden government introduced a new law. Government introduced a new act, and you should comply with that act. And if you comply with that act, you will lose lot of money. Okay. So that thing, it happens. Regulatory or compliance risk. And operational risk. Operational risk means what? In your organization, in the business processes, some employees are doing some frauds. Why employees are doing frauds? Because there is a chance to do the fraud. There is a wonderful law. Okay, I'll show you that. There is a wonderful law you should never forget. What is that law? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That means what? There is a loophole in the process. What you thought? Nobody takes care about that loophole. But that loophole may not be taken care by you or the other person, but one person will definitely find that loophole and will try to exploit that loophole and make frauds. Okay. So you need to be very careful. That is the biggest risk to the process. Operational risk. Okay. That is why chartered accountants are appointed as consultants while making decisions and while designing the business processes. Why you people should study this lesson? Because you study the subjects like auditing. Auditing is such a wonderful subject where there should be a lot of impact on your life, because the thinking of an auditor and a normal person should not be the same. A normal person he believes in one dialogue. Look at one side. But auditor believes in the dialogue. Look all sides. Because there may be some loophole in the process and that may cause fraud. Next, hazard risk. Hazard risk means what? For your business process softwares and all, for your servers, if you have not taken insurance and all of a sudden there is an earthquake and you may lose all your data and servers. So that kind of hazard risk there. And residual risk. This is a very beautiful thing. Residual risk means what? See, even after studying auditing, even after studying strategic management, even after studying costing, even after studying operations management in CMA, if you still love the word zero, may God bless you. No one can save you in this world. You should not believe in zero, man. Because people like zero, we want zero risk. We want a job where there is zero risk. We want zero interest rate. Okay, we want zero everywhere. No, there will be no zero. Okay. If you love zero, you will be called as Nero. You know Nero Chakravarti? Okay. He has done lot of foolish things. Likewise, you will be called Nero. So, don't believe in zero. Even though you take every care, but still residual risk will be there. Enta chesina ento konta migiluntundi. Residual risk. That will be always there. This is called as practical thinking. And who will have this practical thinking? Who are learning this in the classroom? It is chartered accountancy students. That is why the chartered accountants are the most sought out people in this industry, in this world. Because they think more practically. They think more practically. Because a chartered accountant knows, even though you take every care, but still there will be some risk that is left out. That is called residual risk. Okay. See, any risk remaining even after countermeasures are analyzed and implemented. You have analyzed risk and you have taken lot of countermeasures also. Even then, there will be some risk that is called as residual risk. Okay. After completion of this lesson, we will take a break. Please hold on. As technology is taking new forms and transforming as well the business process and standards are there, what are the challenges of BPA? What is a technology? See, this is, I think, many points are there in this question and you need not write. It is enough if we discuss 6 points. Even while you are reading, you read just 6 to 7 points, that is enough. Don't waste your time reading all the things, right? Now, downtime due to technology failure. Okay, I have automated everything. Everything is done by softwares in my company. But all of a sudden, there is a voltage problem or there is an electrical short circuit and my servers down. And my servers are down. Now, where is automation? That is one risk. Next, second one, frequent changes or obsolescence of technology. Just last night, I have updated my Android. And today morning, again, a new update came. Okay. Changes or obsolescence of technology. And it warns, if you don't make this update, we are not responsible for any risks. Then again, I have to update. Okay. See, yesterday I read that Vodafone and Idea are in deep trouble. Why they are in deep trouble? Why Airtel is in deep trouble now? Because they have invested more on 3G technology. But all of a sudden, Reliance came with 4G technology and they made heavy investments on 3G and they could not get back the return on investment from 3G technology. And that has caused a risk to the organization. Do you understand what I am telling? Yeah. So, frequent changes or obsolescence of technology. Obsolescence means the current technology, you make a lot of investment in it. But all of a sudden, the technology is not used. See, you are having cameras right now in front of you. You know, you are having the third version of camera in front of you. And today, we are now upgrading to 4K cameras. And all these cameras will go waste within a short span of time. That will be the business in technology. Okay. We invest a lot of money and within 1 year, new versions comes. And if you don't upgrade, sir, if I don't upgrade, what happens? Your competitor will upgrade. If you don't upgrade, your competitor will upgrade. And what SM is telling, have an eye on your competitor, competitive landscape, competitive intelligence. Basing on that, you need to make decisions. If you don't do it, and none will do it, no problem. But if you don't do it, your competitor will do it. Isn't it? No. Multiplicity and complexity of systems. Lot of softwares, lot of complexity. That is not so easy to deal with. For example, in our organization, see, in this room, how much of complexity of technology is there? That is a different technology. If something problem with that, I need to know about that. Its operations and all. And this technology is different. And that OBS recording is different. The sound system is different. Okay, that projector technology, everything is working fine, but the projector is not projecting. That is a different technology. To set right one classroom, we will have 5 technicians coming to the classroom. One will look at the projector, that department is different. One the camera guy, the other the network guy and the computer guy, and then next the OBS guy. These all should come as a team to set right a classroom in our organization right now. Because multiplicity and complexity of systems. I cannot send a single person where he takes care of everything. He takes care of camera, projector, sound system. No. Multiplicity and complexity of systems. And different types of controls for different types of technologies or systems. See, you cannot have same controls for everything, no? The controls are different. The controls for attendance system are different from controls of examination system. Depending on the system, the controls changes. And you need to have all the controls in place. And proper alignment with business objectives and legal or regulatory requirements. See, you cannot make softwares on your own. For example, if I am using a software in India, for example, if I am using a salary calculation software, and that salary calculation software is not made according to the Gratuity Act and according to the PF Act and all, and it is making its own calculations, and the salaries are deposited in a wrong way in the employees' accounts, immediately what happens? Some employees may proceed legally against me. Am I right or not? That type of risk is there. So whenever I am using a software, what should I check? Whether it is following all the regulatory compliances or not, I need to check. vendor related concentration risk. Vendor related concentration risk means what? This happens in case of banks and all, where they depend on a single vendor. Software from that vendor only, hardware from that vendor only, network on from that vendor only, cameras from that vendor only, everything from that vendor, and that vendor one find a bankrupt. What about you? You will also raise your hands and say hands up, because you based on a single vendor, and that single vendor was out of the business, and you will be also out of the business. So that is the reason we should not depend on a single vendor for everything. And segregation of duties, very important. Segregation of duties means what? Who should do what work? Segregation means separation. See, this is a very important point. You should not allow a single person to do all the things. Why? Why? If that single person, see, men are mortal. Men are immortal or mortal? Mortal. May die at any point of time, all of a sudden. If a single man is doing everything, that would be fine if you say, sir, he knows everything, all the passwords he only knows, everything he only knows. But if something happens to him, if he is in a coma state, okay, the person is in coma and your organization will be also in coma, because no other person knows anything. So you should not do that. Segregation of duties. Okay. And if you keep everything with a single person, there is higher chance of fraud. Isn't it right or not? So that is the reason you need to segregate the duties. Okay. So those 7 points are enough. Now, discuss various data related risks. Very interesting. Data diddling. Data diddling means what? I am working in a university, entering the marks. One student got 14 marks, but that student approached me and offered me some bribe. Then instead of entering 14, I just reversed the numbers and entered 41. What I did? Data diddling. Data diddling. That means changing the numbers and all before entering into the computer. That is called as data diddling. And diddling has another meaning. For example, if your friend asked you what you are doing and you are simply wasting the time and you are simply spending the time aimlessly, then you can tell him, I am diddling. I am diddling means I am aimlessly wasting my time. I am not doing anything. So that is another meaning of the word data diddling, not data diddling. Data diddling means modifying the data when you are entering the data. And what is a bomb? Bomb here is a software that will be there in my computer. How it entered, I don't know. I might have gone to some website and that website might have this bomb, but somehow it got installed in my computer. Now, sir, when it will explode? And don't expect that you will get smoke and ash after explosion of this bomb. Not like that. It is a logic bomb. Logic bomb, bombs can be two types, time bomb and logic bomb. What is time bomb? For example, a time will be fixed. Okay. Mid-afternoon, 12 o'clock on 31st, on financial year closing day, 31st March 2023, this bomb should explode and delete all the data in the computer. Actually, that bomb entered into my computer in the month of January itself, but it will not explode. When it will explode? On 31st March 2023, it will explode at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That is time bomb. Next, what is logic bomb? Logic bomb means whenever the user presses Control F9, this bomb should explode. And see, that bomb is there in my computer since 2 years. But in these 2 years, I never pressed Control F9. But today, I pressed Control F9. Now the bomb explodes. Do you understand what is that? That is called logic bomb. Okay. And now Christmas card. It happened in 1990s in IBM, where one person has typed some Christmas and immediately a Christmas tree appeared on the screen. If it appeared on one screen, it is okay, but it spread to the entire network. In all the screens, the tree appeared, and what you have to do? You have to restart the system. Okay. That means you will lose all your unsaved work. That is one. See, sadism take 101 shapes on 101 forms. I want to disturb you. In how many ways I can disturb you? 101 ways. Pichi 10 rakalu antaru kada. So, in that way, I can disturb you in 101 ways. I can disturb you in the form of data diddling, in the form of bomb, in the form of worm, in the form of virus, in the form of hacking, in the form of trapdoor. Worm. What is worm? Worm is like, it is not a virus, but you can think it works like virus, it will disturb your system. But what is the speciality of the worm? It don't require a host program like a Trojan. You know what is a Trojan horse? Trojan, see, you need to be, whenever you download some apps from the Play Store, there will be some Trojan horses inside it. That's why every day in tech news you will get, today Play Store deleted these apps. Why Play Store deleted those apps? Because there are some Trojan horses in those apps. Trojan horses means what? You will simply download the app, but along with the app, this Trojan horse also come into your phone. You don't know that. What you will think? You will think that you only downloaded the app, but along with the app, the Trojan horse also came. Do you understand? Yeah. So, but worm is like line. It comes single. It don't require any hiding. Okay. Trojan horse requires hiding. Trojan horse hides behind a main application and comes secretly into your phone. But worm సింహం లాంటిది, సింగిల్గా వస్తుంది. Okay. It directly comes into your device. Okay. And do all nonsense. What the writer of the worm asked the worm to do, it will do. Deleting the files, changing the names of the files, or creating duplicate files. For example, if your computer is having 100 files, once the worm enters, your computer will have 200 files. What this worm did? Copied the files. Okay. Now, rounding down and salami techniques. This happens in banking industry most of the times. How? If I ask you, or if you ask me, sir, what is the balance in your bank account? I can tell up to rupees. Not even rupees, I can tell up to hundreds. Some 4,500 I am having, or I'll say 4,500 change I am having. Or can you say, in my bank account I am having 4,523 rupees 74 paisa? Can you tell that 74 paisa also? If you tell, that is fine. So nobody remembers all these things. So whenever you make a transaction, you made a transaction of 20 rupees 53 paisa. But how much got cut down? 23 rupees 60 paisa got cut down. Additional 7 paisa was cut. Who will observe all this? Who bothers about all this? But there is one proverb, little drops of water makes mighty ocean. Now what I can do? 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 7 paisa, 7 paisa from every one of you. It will be 7 rupees to me. Am I right or not? And do you make a police complaint against me for that 7 paisa? Do you register a complaint? And first of all, you do not notice it. Am I right or not? You never notice it. So people do like this. That is called rounding down. What is salami technique? Salami technique means these are people who follow some justice. What they do is, they cut 5 paisa for every transaction. And you will never notice that. 5 paisa from every transaction. Salami means, it's a French word actually. Sorry, it is an Italian word. Salami pizza you will have. So, a piece. What piece? Equal piece. Every transaction 5 paisa cut down. And that will be deposited into an illegitimate account. Some hacker's account, it will be deposited. What is rounding down? 53 paisa rounded to 60 paisa. Round up or round down. What is salami technique? Only 5 paise. No rounding down. 5 paise in every transaction. That is salami technique. Now what is a trapdoor? See, trapdoor means, for example, I am a software developer. And while developing the software, I will have some shortcuts to work with the software. And I have delivered that software to you without closing those trapdoors. And somebody found those trapdoors and they will try to spoil your software using those trapdoors. Let me tell you. See, this is a trapdoor. While constructing this floor, I created this trapdoor. Okay. But while delivering to you, I forgot to close this door. And some other people found this door and they make illegal use of this particular door. Of course, this is trapdoor physically, but to make you understand the things I am telling you. In software also we do the same thing. We will have some shortcuts, we will have something. Who will have? The developers will have. But later on, when delivering the software, they need to remove all those shortcuts and give it to you. But they forgot and gave those shortcuts. And some hacker found that there are some shortcuts in your software to enter illegally. And they exploit those things and they enter into your software. Do you understand what I am telling you? I am a software developer, and for my convenience, I have created some shortcuts to enter into the software illegally. But while delivering the software, what should I do? I should remove all those things and I should give you no. But I forgot and I gave it to you. And some hacker found those trapdoors in your software. And what they will do now? They will use those trapdoors to enter into your software illegally. That is what I am telling you. Do you understand? Yeah. Now spoofing. Internet is all full of spoofing. Spoofing sites will be there. Because flipkart.com. You say FLIP till there. Now cart means KART or CART? KART. Now another person creates a website called flipkart.com CART. And if you go inside the website, everything will be same. Now what you will think? Flipkart. But that is a spoof site. And spoof site is also created for ICAI once. ICAI exam spoof site was created. That means with the same name. But the original site will be .net. The spoof site will be .com. Who bothers either .com or .org? Now you please tell me, if I ask you, is it google.com or google.org or google.net? Don't say like that. You will be in suspicion. .com or .org. So another fellow creates. The original site is google.com. Another fellow creates google.org. And if you go inside the site, everything seems to be same. And you will make a transaction over there. The original site is Flipkart, Amazon.com, AMAZON. Another spoof site, AMAGON, is created. And you made a payment in Amazon, AMAGON, and waiting for the delivery. It will never be delivered. Because you have made money, you have made payment in a spoof site. Okay. And asynchronous attacks. Asynchronous attacks means what? They are spin-like insertions where nobody knows. See, synchronous, asynchronous. Whenever we are talking about synchronous and asynchronous, they refer to timing. So when these asynchronous attacks will take place? Say for example, all of us are having computers. I gave printing, she also gave printing, he also gave printing. And we will have only one printer there. And now all these print jobs will be in queue there. Or otherwise, all jobs get printed at once. One paper mine, one paper her, one paper her. In that way it gets printed? No. Her printing work is being done. And my work will wait in the queue. And after me, another work is there. But one person, what he did, he removed my work. He removed my job. And I am waiting from 1 hour waiting, 2 hours waiting. When will the print come? All the other people, they are getting the printouts, but I am not getting my printout. What happened? Asynchronous attack. Asynchronous attack means some fellow, what he did? When my printing job is in queue, he deleted that. Do you understand what I am telling? That is called asynchronous attack. Asynchronous attack means I have given printing, amma, but the printing is not done immediately. My printing work is in queue. In that queue, somebody removed my job from the queue. That is called asynchronous attacks. And what are the types? Data leakage. Data leakage means what? I have stored the data and you have brought the pen drive and copied the data and went away. That is data leakage. And subversive attacks means what? Subversive attacks means I am sending data to other person, but in the meanwhile someone came and modified the data. This quite often it happens in banking systems. And wiretapping or phone tapping is one and the same. Listening to what the other people are talking. And today in AP also some people are complaining. Some politicians are complaining that our phones are being tapped. Okay. And now piggybacking. Piggybacking means what? This is also like that. Intercepting. Intercepting means what? In the name itself it is there. Inter means in between. Cept means cut. Intercept means when, for example, I am sending message to him. I am the sender, he is the receiver. But in between someone came between and he is listening what we are doing. Or sometimes he is modifying what we are doing. That is called as piggybacking. And you need to be very careful with piggybacking. Whenever if you ask Google what is piggybacking, it will say piggybacking of Wi-Fi. Piggybacking of Wi-Fi is different. Piggybacking given here is different. Piggybacking in Wi-Fi means unauthorizedly obtaining the password of the Wi-Fi and using others' Wi-Fi. That is called as piggybacking in Wi-Fi. That is different, and this is different. But both are unauthorized. Piggybacking is always unauthorized. Okay. And both this question is also given in the exam. What are the risks in the BPA? First one is input and access risk. Input and access risk means what? I am entering data into the system, but I am entering inaccurate data. Spelling mistakes, or sometimes I am data diddling. Data diddling means wantedly changing the data. That is called input risk or access risk. Second one, file and data transmission. File and data transmission means what? Yesterday, one of our employees they are telling, she wants to send some file to my WhatsApp. She is sending, but I am not getting that file. The same file sent to another employee, it is going. But it sent to me, I am not getting it. What is that? Actually, I need to call WhatsApp people and ask what is happening, but I did not ask. So sometimes that kind of network or file transmission risks, file transmission errors will be there. See, this example, I am telling real example only. I have not created a, this is not a fabricated example. Okay. Yesterday it happened with my timetable in charge. She is sending some file to me and I am not getting it. Then what I did? She sent that file to another person and another file sent the same file to me. Then I got it. It happened really yesterday. So this type of things may happen. In technology, we can't say anything. And next one, processing. Sometimes the processors may go wrong. Instead of adding 2 plus 2 equal to 4, it may say 3. So processing risks will be there. Output risks. Output risks may be due to errors or bugs. That means the output may not be shown correctly on the screen. The output may not come correctly on the paper. And sometimes the output may be taken by the employees outside. Very important document. I gave one printout. And the employee has taken Xerox of it and has taken that Xerox copy outside. This kind of output risks also will be there. And data risks will be there, infrastructure risks will be there. Data risks means what? Unauthorizedly changing the data. That is called data risk. Infrastructure risk means what? Infrastructure risk means I did not take backup of my server. All of a sudden my server went down. I have no backup. That's a very big risk to the organization. Okay, so anyway, this is the last question. I will stop. Okay, now see how a particular question is being asked. This you need to understand. Morning session I told you, you need to connect your answer to the question. Don't simply and blindly start writing the answer. Now, what is this question? Explain any 4 risk management strategies. Very easy. What are risk management strategies? First one, tolerate or accept the risk. Tolerate or accept the risk means what? Sometimes you find that there is a risk. You find that there is a risk. But that risk is manageable. You need not worry about that risk. And even if you want to remove that risk, it will be a very costly affair. And that risk is not a big risk. Sometimes that situations will be there. So at that time, what is better? Which one is better? Which one is better? Huh? You tolerate or accept the risk. See, quite often this happens in the case of health. You will have a small health problem. Okay. And you went to the doctor and doctor told, you can neglect it, no problem. Nothing happens. That comes due to age, no problem. But that is a risk. But you are not doing anything to get rid of that risk because doctor told accept, tolerate, no problem. If it is very serious, yes, we will do something, use some medicine or surgery or something, but that is very minor. But risk is risk, but it is very minor. So at that time, what you will do? You will consciously accept the risk. Consciously accept the risk means what? You know that there is risk, but still you accept it. Okay. And second one, terminate or eliminate the risk. If you find that a particular risk is of very high probability and it impact your organization very badly, definitely you need to try to eliminate or terminate the risk. And sometimes transfer or share the risk. What is insurance? Insurance means sharing the risk only, isn't it? Actually, it is your server. Okay. And when that server goes down, you need to bear the risk. But now you are paying some money to the insurance company and get it insured. And now you are transferring risk to the insurance company. When the server is down, he has to pay money to you. Isn't it? It is called transferring or sharing the risk. That also we do. And treat or mitigate the risk. There are some risks which you cannot totally eliminate, which you cannot totally terminate. What you can do? You can mitigate. Mitigate means make less. That means you cannot totally make risk zero. The probability of risk is 100%, but you made it 10%, not zero. Okay, so that kind of strategy, it is called as treating or mitigating the risk. Okay, that means you will try to minimize its effects. You will try to minimize its. Some effects will be there, but not many effects. Then you may ask me, sir, why don't you totally remove that risk? Babu, some risks according to the nature, they cannot be totally eliminated. Okay, yeah. So we will stop here and come back. 5:30. Let's start with the next topic. Enterprise risk management. See, today, as you have seen lot of risks and every enterprise will have lot of risks, we need to have a mechanism in every organization to analyze the risk and to come out with different controls to mitigate these risks and to manage these risks. That all thing come under benefits of enterprise risk management. Now, here are very important lines. No entity operates in a risk-free environment. That is the first and foremost thing you need to understand. No entity functions in a risk-free environment. That is what I told you, don't like zero. Okay. Whatever care you take, how many controls you have, still residual risk will always be there. And even if you follow this mechanism of enterprise risk management, still you cannot guarantee a risk-free environment. But what you can do, the probability of risk can be reduced. That is what you need to understand, right? So if your organization is having a very good ERM policy, ERM policy means, see, your organization is having a policy. I want to analyze the risk. I want to know the risk. I want to analyze the risk. I want to mitigate the risk. That is called as ERM, Enterprise Risk Management. So if you have a very good ERM policy in your organization, what happens? You can align risk appetite and strategy. Many people fail here, you know. They make very big strategies, grand strategies, but they forget about the risk. It's bad. Babu, whenever you make very big or grand strategy, at the same time you need to focus on the risks also. Whatever inherent risks you are having, you need to focus on that. Otherwise, you cannot execute your strategies. See, even in our personal life also we do that. I'm very weak and I have some migraine headache. But I make a timetable that I want to study for 18 hours a day or 19 hours a day. And some person tell me 4 hours sleep is necessary. 4 hours sleep is necessary for a normal person, man, not you, who are suffering from some health ailments. Basing on your health condition and basing on your health situation, you need to make a plan. You need to align your risk and risk appetite and strategy. Your risk appetite is low. తెలుగులో మనకు ఒక సామెత ఉంది, అరిగే కూడు తినాలి పనికొచ్చే మాట మాట్లాడాలని. I have no appetite, but I eat some strong food which is indigestible. Can I digest it? And you did not look at your risk appetite and you made a very big strategy, grand strategy, and working very laboriously and working very hardly to achieve that strategy, and you will never achieve that strategy, you will never realize that strategy because you have forgotten the risk appetite. So that should be there. And link growth, risk and return. See, all the time we think about growth and return, but we forget about risk. See, every growth and every return involves risk. Without risk, there will be no growth. Without risk, there will be no return. So, risk and return, they should be balanced. And enhance risk response decisions. Enhance risk response decisions means what? You need to understand, okay, I have 10 risks. In these 10 risks, what are data risks, what are business risks, what are strategy risks? That you need to classify. And then next, in these 10 risks, how many risks can be eliminated? how many risks can be tolerated, how many risks can be shared. In that way, you need to have a plan and minimize operational surprises and losses. This is the most important learning everyone should have. See, surprise, you should give it to others, but you should never get surprised. Okay, that is the most important fundamental thing. In Reliance Jamnagar plant, one fine day, there was a fire accident. And the staff over there called Dhirubhai Ambani. Sir, there is a fire accident and the gas turbine has been exploded. What Dhirubhai Ambani said? Why you are in so hurry? Cool, be cool. What happened? Fire? Fire engines are working now? Okay. Cut the phone. Next morning, Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani and Dhirubhai Ambani, they are taking breakfast. And Dhirubhai Ambani said, last night, Jamnagar, there was a fire accident, it seems. There is an explosion, it seems. You go and take the photographs and submit it to the insurance department. And these are young people at that time. And they, Daddy, what is this? What is that? What is surprise there? Are we doing Amrutam business or oil business? Oil business. Oil is highly inflammable. You don't know that? So anytime there may be a fire accident. What is surprise in that? That is the practical thinking. But what we do? Fire accident. And my heart gets stopped. That surprises should not be there. And you need to minimize the operational surprises. Operational surprises means, for example, in your factory, conveyor belt is there. And that conveyor belt's lifetime is 1 year. So after 1 year, even though it is working, you need to remove it and use a new one. And you should not be of mindset, let it run, we will see its end. If you want to see its end, it will see your end. Okay, that should not be there. Next one, identify and manage cross-enterprise risk. Cross-enterprise risk means what? Earlier I told you an example. You depended solely on a single vendor. And one fine day, that vendor closes his business. What happens to you? It will have an impact on your business also. That is cross-enterprise risk. There is some problem with your supplier and you have a single supplier. That should not be there. And provide integrated response to the multiple risks. This is another important. Integrated response means what? For example, if there is a risk, you need to analyze the risk from multiple dimensions. What is the environmental impact of that? What is the financial impact of that? What is the technological impact of that? What will be the labor impact of that? Basing on that, you need to come out with a solution. But majority of the times, we only think financially and take the decisions. You should not do that. See, sometimes that risk causes a lot of damage to the labor working in your organization. And if you just look at the financial things and if you stop attending that risk, what happens? If labor suffered any injuries or if labor suffered any death, then it will be a big headache to your organization. So you need to think in a right way. So seize opportunities. Seize opportunities means what? Some certain potential events represent opportunities. In future, you will have a risk. But see, for example, this COVID is definitely a risk to the organization. But for educational organizations, we have neglected online market that has given a new opportunity to tap the online market potential also. So all risks are not bad. Behind some risks, there will be some useful opportunities also. You need to find them out and rationalize the capital. Rationalize the capital means what? In order to assess the risk, how much of capital is required? On which risk? For example, if you are in a mindset, I want to make all risks zero, you are called as a fool. No. You need to know risk management strategies and accordingly you need to spend your capital. Accordingly you need to spend your money. Now, see, I am expecting one question from this ERM. Okay, I don't know which question, but definitely this is a very important topic. Now, ERM provides a framework for risk management that already we know. What are the components of ERM? Components of ERM means what? You are asking me, sir, if I want to have good enterprise risk management in my company, what should be there? What should be there? Very good internal environment should be there. Very good internal environment means what? Everyone working in your organization should be risk conscious and everyone working in your organization should have knowledge about, at least some basic knowledge about risk management. Okay, then that is fine. and you need to have a very good objective. Objective means what? First, you need to understand what is your risk appetite. Risk appetite means how much risk can you take, and basing on that, how much money you need to spend, how to eliminate the risk. These all objectives you need to set. And what events may cause risks, event identification. See, earthquake is an, see, you read in newspaper in Taiwan there is an earthquake. In last night in Japan there was a earthquake. For you and me, it is an event. But if you have a house over there, that is a risk. So everything is an event, but what is the impact of that event to you? That is important. Okay, event identification and risk assessment. Okay, if that event takes place, what is the risk? And what should be my risk response? See, these three are linked. Event identification, risk assessment, risk response. Event identification, sir, this may happen. That is event identification. And if that happens, what is risk to us? How much of risk is there to us? Risk assessment. And how can I handle that? Risk response. And control activities. Control activities means what? What control activities you should take care to mitigate the risk. And this is the most important thing, information and communication. Information and communication means what? For example, I am at the top level management and I did not educate my low level management and middle level management about risk response, risk and these all things. There is a very big risk and my low level management did not identify that. And one fine day the risk happened and I got heavy loss. So that should not be there. So I need to pass on the information to all the levels of the management. I need to train all levels of management regarding the risk. For example, there is a class in charge here. I need to educate him regarding the risks that may occur during recording. If I did not tell him what he knows, he will simply sit there. Even though risk is happening, he cannot identify that. What is the use? So information and communication of the risk to all levels of the management is very, very important. Next, monitoring. Monitoring means I need to observe whether the risk management system in my organization is doing good or not. Or if any modification is required, I need to make the modification, right? So that is enough in this lesson. Now let us move on to the next lesson. See, don't unnecessarily practice flowcharts and all. That is not required because in the recent examination they are never asked. Okay. Now BPA controls. What is the weightage of this lesson? Probably from 4 marks to 6 marks you are getting from this lesson. See, this is what you need to understand. Many people, they are unnecessarily studying information risks and controls, but you are getting very less questions, less weightage from that chapter. If you study BPA risks and controls, BPA risks, BPA and its risks, BPA controls, financial and accounting systems, data and DBMS, emerging technologies, befikar, bilkul, you will pass in the examination. Okay. Next. Now BPA controls means what? Explain the importance of, no, that is not given. Yes, it is given in M18 RTP. What is this? Explain framework of internal controls as per standards on auditing. See, we have SCA 315. I think you might have studied that in your auditing also. SCA 315. Now, SCA 315 is telling what kind of controls the organization should have and in what way the internal control system should be there in an organization. So, according to SCA 315, an internal control system should be in this way. Which way? Facilitates the effectiveness and efficiency of operations. See, how your control should be. In the name of control, should you stop the functioning of the organization? Please answer my question. In the name of control, will you stop the functioning of your organization? No. Next, helps ensure reliability and internal and financial reporting. What SCA 315 is telling? SCA 315 is telling that your internal controls should be so much reliable because you will make lot of reports. You will make cash flow statements, funds flow statement, balance sheet and many others. See, I'll tell you one thing. I have submitted my financial statements to SEBI or to a stock exchange. So when can they believe the reliability and credibility of my financial statements? When I have followed proper internal controls. So SCA 315 is telling you that your internal controls that you are following in your organization should be reliable. Okay. Assist compliance with applicable laws and regulations, that is a known fact to everyone, and helps safeguarding the assets of the entity. Your controls should be in such a way that they should protect your assets of any type, physical assets, tangible assets, or intangible assets. Now, see, you may get a doubt. Sir, why all of a sudden SA 315 came? And it is talking about internal controls. That is what I told you in the morning. Why you should learn EIS? Whenever an organization is using a lot of technology in the company in the form of BPA, business process automation. See, I am using software for everything, that is fine. But whenever I am using software for everything, how many risks are there? Input risks are there, output risks are there, process risks are there, network risks are there, communication risks are there. That means whenever I use something new, okay, it is not coming in a single manner. It is not a single piece. It is a package. Everything comes with risks also, with its related risks also. See, generally how we feel? We feel like in fairy tales we feel, these humans are creating lot of headache to me. If I make use of technology, it will be very fine and I can do work in a less time, I can spend less money, and I can service my customers in a beautiful way. I can offer more wonderful services to my customers. I will get a lot of profits. I can overcome the... Yes, this is all fine. But whatever technology you are dreaming about is also having n number of risks. Now, who will address all these risks? Appoint chartered accountants. In their CA interlevel, they studied EIS, and their final level, they have studied information system auditing. Now, they will tell you how to address the risks that comes to your organization by using this technology, because they know how to mitigate the input risks. Because they studied about data diddling, they studied about bombs, they studied about Christmas trees, they studied about all the risks. Then they will tell you about controls. This is the real thing for what you need to study EIS. Okay. Now, Mr. Rajesh and his team have been given the task to develop internal control policies for ABC Limited. See, this is what I am telling you. In this way, the questions are being asked nowadays. And if you start your answer without Rajesh, Rajesh will feel a lot. Okay. So, you need to start your answer with Rajesh. That you please understand. See, if you start answer like this, as per SA 315, then where is Rajesh there? Yeah. As per SA 315, what are the components that you need to have in your organization for a better internal control? The first one is control environment. Control environment means what? There should be everything perfect in your organization. Everything should have controls. There should be policy and procedure for everything. Okay. See, in Pratap campus, Prakash sir tells the same thing, but many people don't understand that. He tells there should be a policy, there should be a procedure, you need to follow that procedure. But employees tell, sir, why to follow that procedure, sir? This is the shortcut way we can do that. That is the difference between a chartered accountant thinking and normal thinking. Because he is a chartered accountant, he thinks and he designs a procedure. He designs a procedure in a foolproof manner. And we want to do the things in using shortcuts. Shortcut may work today, tomorrow, but not day after tomorrow. And whatever thing you have done using shortcut may create lot of risk in future. But we don't think all these things because we are not chartered accountants. We did not know auditing. We never studied auditing. We never studied strategic management. Even though we studied, we don't understand. That is a problem. The problem is, even though you study, you don't understand. If you understand, you will implement that. So, control environment means for everything there should be a pakka policy, procedure. Okay, what should be done, what first, what next, in what way you need to do it. You need to design in that way. Then the work in your organization will be carried out in a good manner. And there should be a mechanism in your organization for risk assessment. And this risk assessment is a dynamic and iterative process. Sir, last year I have done risk assessment. Oh, last year, Are babu, risk assessment has to be done iteratively. Iteratively means what? Continuously, not regularly, continuously. So just 1 hour back, I have done risk assessment. In this 1 hour, new risk may crop up. Okay, risk assessment should be a dynamic and iterative process. Next, risk assessment means what, sir? Risk assessment means identification of threats and vulnerabilities in the system. In the system means not in the computer. In the system means in your business system. Okay. Vulnerabilities means what? Weaknesses. There will be lot of weaknesses. Weaknesses means what? You don't design proper policies or procedures or systems. So that will give rise to weakness. For example, I'll give attendance to the students whose ID cards are here. So one student found the vulnerability in the system. What did he find? Okay, I need not go to the class. I need to send my ID card. So if ID card is being sent, attendance will be given. That is the vulnerability in the system. And I have designed the system in that way. Those are called as vulnerabilities. And if these vulnerabilities are there, people start exploiting their vulnerability. ఎందుకంటే వాడకం మొదలు పెడితే మనకంటే బాగా ఎవడు వాడలేడు. కాబట్టి we start exploiting the vulnerability to the maximum extent and cause lot of damage. These are vulnerabilities. So whenever you are designing some system, your policy or procedure, you need to think in all the possible ways and accordingly you need to design. And potential impact or magnitude of harm that the loss of CIA would have on an enterprise. That means what will be the size of the harm if a particular risk is there, that you need to assess. And you need to have control activities, and control activities are performed at all levels of the entity. If control activities are done at the top level, it is not sufficient. Every one person in your organization from watchman to chairman should be conscious about controls. Okay. And there may be preventive and detective controls. We will learn in the next lesson. Sir, what are some of the controls? First, duties are segregated. That is the biggest control. We discussed. You should not keep all the work in a single hand. That is the biggest risk. Okay, likewise. And you need to have adequate documents for everything. These are some of the controls. And information and communication, we have discussed it just now. And monitoring of controls means what SCA 315 is telling, the same thing we have in ERM also. Am I right or not? This kind of loopholes and logics you need to find out. You should not read blindly. You just now you read ERM and again reading SCA 315 and you never get an idea. Hare, in the ERM also the same thing is discussed and in SCA 315 also same thing is there. That saves lot of time. But what you are saying? Not sufficient to complete the revision exam syllabus, sir. How it will be sufficient? Because you are not employing any logic. See, from this time onwards, from this lesson onwards, everything will be repetition. That means some 30 to 40% of the EAS syllabus is repetition, if you can understand. But nobody understands that and start reading everything. Okay, don't do that. Now I will show you where are repetitions. Okay, this is repetition. Now explain the limitations of internal control systems. This is given number of times. What are the limitations of internal control systems? Management consideration that cost of an internal control does not exceed the expected benefits to be derived. That means what? That the cost of an internal control does not exceed. So there is a risk and you spend some money in the form of control to mitigate that risk. But whatever benefit you are getting from that is very small. Then what is the better solution? See, I have some problem on my face. I went to a doctor. Doctor said it will be 50 lakhs for the surgery. Now what I will do? I will tolerate the risk. I will accept and tolerate the risk. Am I right or not? As simple as that. Most internal controls cannot manage transactions of unusual nature. Unusual nature means if people are doing the work with carelessness, distraction, mistakes of judgment. This is how thieves and all will do. See, the biggest possible way of used by thieves is distraction. They will try to distract you. Once I lose my smartphone in the name of distraction only. I am boarding the bus and one person, while I am boarding the bus, putting the phone like this, One person asked, Kokatapalli eltada bus? And in a moment of helping him, I'm telling him all the things. And meanwhile, another person picked up my phone. Distraction. So, when you do work with distraction, definitely risks will be created. Okay. So, carelessness, distraction. You put 101 controls, but people are careless. People are distracted. Still, there will be lot of errors and mistakes. And the possibility of avoidance of internal controls through collusion with employees or with parties outside the entity. See, in TSPC in Telangana, there are a lot of controls while making the question papers. But what happened? The employees are colluded. In Toshiba, in Japan, there was some 8,000 crores fraud done by middle level management and the auditors. If auditors got colluded with the employees, they can make any fraud and no internal control will stop you. Because you are the BOP of internal controls and you want to override those internal controls, nobody will stop you. Then there is no use of internal controls. The possibility that a person responsible for exercising an internal control could abuse that responsibility. For example, a member of management overriding an internal control. A board of director is there. He will have a certain code of conduct, but he is not following that. And he belongs to the top level management. See, if you belong to the middle level management or low level management, the internal auditor can exercise a control on you. But you are the boss, you are at the top level and you are overriding the controls. Overriding the controls and boot kalato tokkestunaru meeru. You are not at all following anything. Okay. Now, manipulations by management with respect to transactions or estimates or judgments required in the preparation of finance. Another name for this is window dressing. Okay. So, if all these things are there, if you have lot of controls in place, they are waste. Now, risks and controls for certain specific business processes. How many types of control should be there? Controls will be preventive, detective and corrective. That we will learn in the next lesson. Now, sir, at how many places we need to have controls? First one, configuration level. Configuration level means what? While installing the software in the system, you should follow certain controls. See, for example, you are installing app in your mobile. What app is asking? I want to access your gallery. What you are telling? Access. Hello. 3 options it is giving. Hello this time. Hello all the time. Deny. I don't have that much of patience. Hello. You will access. I will access your contacts. Hello. Okay. I will access your gallery. Hello. Everything hello. And later on something happens. And then you will start crying. Who asked you to hello? That means you don't have time to study, to understand these all things. At least you can say hello only this time. But you don't say. You say hello all time. That is called configuration. And later on that creates a risk to you. Likewise, I am installing a software here. While I install MS Windows, it will ask everything it will ask. From my birth to death, it asks everything. Lot of questions. Which country you belong? What is the currency? What is the time zone? Lot of things. What is your IP address? What is your domain name? What is your group name? What is your subgroup name? It will ask. I need to enter very carefully. And especially if I am installing some finance accounts related softwares, I need to be very careful. It will ask you, what is your financial year? January 1st or April 1st? Calendar year or financial year? What is the currency? What is your GST number? Okay. Do you want everyone to see your data? Likewise, it will ask many questions. And if I properly enter all these answers for these questions, then the software will be properly configured in my computer. Or otherwise, if I simply say yellow, yellow, yes, 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 no, no, yellow, 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 finally it will become dirty fellow. Okay. So it should not be done like that. So configuration settings should be done properly. And next one, master files and transaction files. Master files means what? See, in computer, for everything there will be 2 types of files, master files, transaction files. See, you have joined in this organization. At the time of joining, you filled an admission form. Isn't it right or not? That will be called as master file. And later on, you will be paying the fees. Okay. Those all transactions will be entered into the transaction file. See, in accounts, you will have a day book. Day book means, yeah, every day all the transactions will be recorded on that. And later they will be posted into the ledger in your respective accounts. So that journal can be called as a transaction file and this ledger can be called as a master file. Do you understand? But whenever if I want to settle the account of a person, what should I open, journal or ledger? Ledger, isn't it? So in transaction file, nothing will be there. In transaction file, what will be there? This person paid fees on this much date. But how much fees is due? I need to check out with master file, not with the transaction file. Now, discuss procure to pay. See, in this, I will explain only this question and all the remaining questions will be similar. Procure to pay life cycle in detail means what? What is procure to pay? You procure the goods and pay the money. That means another name for purchasing transaction. In purchasing transaction, what kind of risks will be there? What kind of risks will be there? Unauthorized changes to the supplier master file. I will have a supplier master file from whom I will purchase the goods and I will make unnecessary changes in that. Sometimes it happens, I will make a payment to the supplier. Actually, that supplier is non-existent. He did not supply anything to our organization, but that supplier is my brother-in-law. Okay, so I will enter his data illegally into the supplier master file. I will create everything in a fraudulent way. I will create a fake purchase order. It actually did not happen, but I create the process. I make the process and make the payment to him. See, where did you get all this problem? Because in your organization, supplier master file is open to everyone. Anyone can open and modify it. Should it be there like that? Only the purchase manager should be in a position to open the supplier master file, not everyone. Isn't it right or not? For example, if I am a cashier working in this organization, okay, and my daughter and my friend's daughter, they are studying in this organization. Okay, and I am a cashier working in this organization. I simply opened the student master file and made my daughter's fees 0 and my friend's daughter fees 0. Should it happen like that? Should a cashier like me should be in a position to open the student master file? No, isn't it? So that risk you have to understand and you need to have a proper control in place. Next, all valid changes to the supplier master file are not input and processed. That means what? A student paid, supplier or student, anything. The risk is same everywhere. Okay. The student paid fee 2 times, but it did not get updated in the master file. Likewise, supplier phone number changed. It did not get updated in the master file. This all gives risk. Changes to the supplier master file are not correct. Some data diddling happened. Supplier supplied 4 lorries, but it was entered 14 lorries. And I need to pay the amount to him. And changes to the supplier master file are delayed and not processed in a timely manner. Timely manner means what? For example, supplier supplied the goods to me and within 15 days I need to make the payment. And the supplier master file is not updated. And I did not pay the payment. And supplier came to me and asking me why you are not making the payment. But here the data is not updated. See, by studying all these risks, you should develop your intelligence and learning. And whenever you are designing a software, you need to keep all these things in mind and you should design the software. BPA means what? Making software. Business process automation means what? Preparing a software, isn't it? Instead of humans, the software should do all these things. So you should keep all these risks in mind and accordingly you need to make changes. Now, in transaction file, what risks are there? Unauthorized purchase requisitions are ordered. Yes, that supplier is my friend. So that's why actually I don't require goods now. But just for fun, I have ordered some purchases. Should it be done like that? Because for every purchase order, I get some 10% commission. This is a common thing in business organizations. For every purchase order, I get 10% commission. So unnecessarily, I purchase a lot of things and put them in store. And one fine day, the organization becomes bankrupt. And what auditors are doing, I don't know. God knows. What the auditors are doing, what about the internal control system? So, as people are doing all these things, we will study the next lesson that is ERP, financial and accounting systems. That ERP will find a solution to all these things. If I use an ERP software in my organization, if I unnecessarily place an order, then the software will not accept. Why? The software tells, "Arey, why? What is the need? Why you are putting the order right now? You have enough number of quantity in the store. The quantity in the store did not reach the reorder level. Without reaching the reorder level, why you are putting the order now?" Actually, these all things have to be done by humans. But today, ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning softwares, will do all these things. That is the reason, including masterminds, today everyone, we are using ERP softwares. Okay. Because using ERP softwares, we can have all these controls. Oppukodu software, samasya ledhu. Without reaching reorder level, why you are placing the order? That's a simple question. But humans never ask that question. Place the order, get the goods, dump it in the store, make the payment, get the commission. As simple as that. Purchase orders are not entered correctly into the system. Purchase order quotation rate is one thing, and the quotation rate is 5 lakhs. You add one more 1 before 5. It becomes 15 lakhs. How it can be? In purchase order it is 5 lakhs, no? In quotation it is 5 lakhs. In purchase order, how it can be 15 lakhs? Humans will never check this, but software will check. The purchase order price should be equivalent to quotation price, no? So these are all risks, and these are all the controls that are required. Amounts are posted in accounts payable for goods or service not received. You go and see outside, this is a very, very simple and common thing in the offices. Okay, amounts are posted in accounts payable for goods or services not received. You did not receive the goods, but you make the payment. How? How means your policies, your procedures, you have designed the business process in your organization in such a wonderful way. Okay. Amounts are posted to accounts payable are not properly calculated and recorded. Credit notes and other adjustments are not accurately calculated and recorded. These many risks are there. So, whenever you design a purchase related software in your organization, you need to take care of all these risks, and you need to ensure that these these fraudulent activities should not happen in that software. Do you understand? Yeah. So, likewise in sales also such kind of fraudulent things happens, you need to take care. Likewise in stores also that kind of things happen. See, don't get scared by looking at this table. Only if you study the risk, that is enough. In objectives, what it is there, you just read one, you will understand. Invalid changes are made to the inventory management master file. Some people may change. See, risks are also same. In the place of inventory, purchase is there. Okay. What is the control objective? You add only there. Only. And everything is same. So you need not read these control objectives. It is enough if you read the risk. And risks, not for every question. One question you read. You study and go risks of purchase. But in the exam, inventory is asked. You write down the same risk. But don't write purchase. Instead, in the place of purchase, you write inventory. The risk is same. Okay. Likewise, human resource. Here risks I will tell you. What are the risks in human resource? Employees who have left the company continue to have system access. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. See, whenever you are leaving the college, they will ask you to get no due certificate. No due from no due from accountant, no due from sports, no due from labs, no due from library and all. Likewise, if an employee is leaving the organization, for example, in our masterminds, if an employee is leaving the organization, immediately Prakash sir asks us to change the passwords. We need to change. Otherwise, the employee may go out, may open our mail ID and may do something. And see, as the time is not there, I could not tell you all the live examples. But in Hyderabad, in one resort, the same thing happened. One employee left the organization, but his email ID and password did not, this organization did not change the email ID and password. And that employee started using that password and started diverting the orders that are coming to this company to the new company. And in that way, he has done a fraud of up to 80 lakhs. For everything, I can tell you a live example because this is how people behave outside. So you need to visualize these all risks and you need to have controls. And employees have system access in excess of their job requirements. I am a watchman in the company, but I have access like a chairman. Arre, why? Why? Why is required? You are a sales clerk in an organization, but you can access all the database of the organization. It is ridiculous. It is brutal. It should not be there. You should be given access only to the data that is required to you. That's all, not more than that. Sir, if more than required access is given, what you will do? You will misuse. That is a problem. Because that is human tendency, that is human psychology. We will misuse. If you have excess money in your pocket, what you will do? Very few will use it properly. But majority of people like me, they will misuse. If anything is present in excess, definitely people misuse. And additions to the payroll master file do not represent valid employees. This happened in GHMC Hyderabad once upon a time. Some employees retired, some employees died, but still they get salary every month. See, retired employee gets pension, that is okay, but he also gets salary here. Who is taking that salary? Some supervisor like me will take that salary. That amount will be deposited in my account. New employees are not added to the payroll master file. When a new employee joined the company first month, this is the problem. Even in our organization, his details will not be entered into the payroll file, and for everyone salary will be there. And this new employee eagerly waits for his first salary, but he will not get salary in the first month on time. And he will go to the HR department or payroll department and ask, sir, what about my salary? They say, you are the new employee, you have to wait for 3 or 4 days because your data needs to be updated. Why can't you do it in the first day itself? Don't know. Your processes are like that. Okay. Terminated employees are not removed from the payroll master files. Today we stopped 2 employees. Immediately you need to remove their names from the payroll master file, but you did not do that. Next month's salary is calculated and given to them. Employees are terminated without following statutory requirements. Whenever an employee is terminated in an organization, you need to calculate his PF, you need to calculate his gratuity, you need to calculate his salary, you need to cut down his advances and all. But you did not follow all these things. That is a risk. Deletion from the payroll master file do not represent valid termination. I am the HR manager and she had some problem with me. We both of us quarreled with each other, and then I said to her, I'll see. I am the HR manager, what you are thinking about me. And I opened the payroll master file and deleted her data. Next month she did not get the salary. You understand what I am telling? People are very cruel, man. Okay. So likewise, there are n number of risks. Now, IT Act 2000. IT Act 2000 means what? In India, every business, if it is using information system, definitely they have to comply with the IT Act. And what IT Act done to the people of India? Now IT Act have done that. Today digital signatures can be used. Digital signature means what? I need not sign personally. For example, if you want to file an income tax return, you need not sign it personally because you will have a digital signature. If you connect that pen drive like device to the system, that itself will have a secret code embedded into the document. That is called digital signature. And from banks you will get some statements and you will not have a signature on that. Okay. If you did not update yourself, you will be surprised. Sir, no signature on the statement. No need, because that is a computer generated document having a digital signature, having a security code. So who allowed this in our country? IT Act allowed digital signatures in our country, so that no need of manual signatures. And what IT Act did to the country? Accepting, filing, creating and retention of official documents online. Today, all the government transactions are being done online. You need not go and submit the documents personally, isn't it? So if you send mail, that is enough. Who said that? IT Act said that. Because mail is official. Okay. Next one. Emails to be a valid and legal form of communication. Okay. That means earlier, if I send purchase order through mail, even though I send purchase order through mail, I need to make a courier of the physical document once again. See, one more, I can tell you one thing. During last time, during CA examinations, what is the earlier procedure? You have done online registration, and again you need to take a printout of it and send the courier of it to ICAI, isn't it? Why two things? That means your online registration is not taken completely legal, isn't it? But this time they have removed that. And what they have done? If you have done using online, that is enough. You need not send the courier of it physically once again. Likewise, I sent purchase order through mail, and there is some legal problem later, and I want to file a case against her. Now, I can show this email as an official evidence. Okay. Who told that? IT Act told that. That you can use emails as official evidences or communication. And the digital signatures. The government can issue notification on the web. Once upon a time, government, if it wants to issue any notification, it used to give lot of advertisements on newspapers and all. But today, every government department is having a website of its own, and if they want to make any tenders and all, they can publish in the website itself. And you need not get a doubt. Hey, it is in the website, it is not in the newspaper. Is it legal? What is there in their website? It is official. You need not worry about that. Next. And yeah, the Act enables companies to approach any office, authority or agency to file any form application or any document in electronic form. That means you can file anything in an electronic way. You need not send courier of it again. Okay. Next. The statutory remedy in case their computer systems, data or network get damaged by intruders. The Act allows remedy in the form of monetary damages not exceeding 1 crore. See, some hackers damaged my server. They hacked my data, and now I filed a complaint, and the hacker was found. Now I can get a damage up to 1 crore. I can get a damage. Who guaranteed that to me? IT Act 2000 guaranteed that to me. Now, yeah, some common cybercrime scenarios. Harassment via fake public profile on social networking site. This has become quite common today. I had some problem with a woman. Then what I did? I have created a fake Facebook ID on her name, and I have given her phone number on the Facebook ID, labeling that she is a prostitute or something. And you know what? How people harass that woman, isn't it? That happened in Hyderabad. And if you go to cybercrime police station, this kind of cases you find numerous. So that is a cybercrime. And if you do that, what happens? You will be booked under section 67 of the IT Act. Next one, email account hacking. You have hacked the emails of others. Then you will be booked under section 43, 66, 66A, 66C, 67, 67A and 67B of IT Act. Balanga book chestaranamata. Lot of sections are there. Next, credit card fraud. If you make some credit card fraud, then you will be booked under section 43, 66, 66, 66 D of IT Act 2000. Web defacement. Web defacement means what? This happens to university websites and government websites. Once it happened to defense website also. That means, for example, this also happens to university websites. I got results. I am studying in Andhra University and I got results. Then what I will do, I will open Andhra University website, isn't it? www.andhrauniversity.com. All of a sudden a pornographic site appears. Oh my God, what is this? And again I will cross check. Out of habit I have typed something wrong. No, I have typed Andhra University only. But why this pornographic site? That means the home page, the website has been hacked by the hackers. Web defacement. Okay. Likewise, that once in a defense department in India, what happened? If you type the defense website, you are getting some Chinese website. Okay. And government said, no, that is not hacking. There is some other technical issue. But these all examples are of web defacement. And that web defacement, when they happen on symbolic days. Symbolic days means what? August 15, Jan 26. Not only that, World Trade Center collapse day is there, or Osama bin Laden death day is there. Likewise, they'll have some symbolic days and they want to show anger on those days, and they will do that. Okay. And next one, what are the sections applicable here? Section 43 and 66. And you are illegally introducing worms, viruses, backdoors, rootkits, trojans, bugs, nonsense into other computers. So that is also cyber crime. I asked your pen drive, please give me your pen drive. She gave. Okay. And I have done my work and intentionally stored some worms and trojans. Okay. పక్కింటి వాళ్ళ నుంచి ఏదో తెచ్చుకున్నప్పుడు మళ్ళీ అందులో ఏదో ఒకటి వేసిస్తాం కదా, అలా నేను వైరస్లు వేసి ఇచ్చాను. ఓకే. సో and she started using that pen drive and her network got disturbed. So that is a cyber crime. And what are the sections 43 and 66 of IT Act are applicable there. And cyber terrorism. Cyber terrorism means what? Today they also changed. For example, in the earlier days, if I want to create harm to you, I need to kidnap your daughter and son, and kidnapping cars, these all very costly affair. Today, instead of doing that, if I hack your server, that is the most sophisticated way of doing the things. So cyber terrorism. And section 43, 40, 66, 66A of IT Act 2000 are applicable. And online sale of illegal articles. Now I have created a website and started selling snakes and tortoises and all these things. Those should not be sold online. Those are all illegal articles which I should not sell online. Recently in Hyderabad, some WhatsApp groups are being caught by police, where using those WhatsApp groups they are selling snakes and harsh ridley tortoises and all. That you should not do. And if you do that, case will be booked against you. And phishing and email scams. Knowing your email ID and password and hacking your emails. Section 66, 66C and 66D are applicable. Theft of confidential information. Theft of confidential information means what? See, there will be some disgruntled employees. Disgruntled employees means I have scolded an employee. Okay. And he is very angry on me. So he want to somehow take revenge on me. What he will do? He will take out some data of mine outside and he will sell that data. And case will be booked against me. Okay. So this kind of things happens. So section 43, 66 and 66B of IT Act are applicable. Source code theft. Source code theft means what? For example, I spend some 2 crores for a software. And that software company gives me the source code. Source code means what is software? Program, no? They give me the program. And one of my employee has stolen that program and sold it to my competitor for 50 lakhs. That is a deal. Now, if I catch that employee, I can book a case against him under section 43, 65 and 66 and 66B of IT Act. And cyber pornography. Till 2 days back also in Hyderabad, some people were caught for cyber pornography. And especially even in Indian Parliament also, the Anti-Child Pornography Act was passed. So child pornography is becoming very rampant nowadays, and that is a cyber crime. And section 67, 67A and 67B of IT Act are applicable for that cyber crime. And what is privacy of online data? Privacy of online data means what? It is the duty of the website people to maintain the privacy of your data. For example, you entered your data in Amazon, your credit card number, your debit card number, your name, your age, your contact number, your address. Now it is the duty of Amazon to protect all of that data. If Amazon fails to protect that data, then it is a big issue. Okay, that you need to understand. And what IT Act did? IT Act did defined computer database, information, electronic. See, this is common in every act, no? For example, if you study Companies Act in section 2, what happens? Definitions will be there. Sir, why definitions in dictionary it will be there, no? Company. You can look for the word company in Oxford Dictionary, no? Why you should study the company definition in Companies Act? Time waster, no? No. No, I will tell you. For example, I have taken one cable that is connected to this computer. Okay, I have taken one cable connected to this computer. And a case was booked against me that I have stolen the computer. Now, I'm telling the sir, I did not steal the computer. I just have taken one cable related to the computer. And then the sub-inspector shows me, alright, this is the definition of computer. Computer does not mean only monitor, keyboard and CPU, but any cable connected to the computer is also treated as computer as per the definition of IT Act 2000. Now a case will be booked against me. So that is the advantage of definitions. Okay. You know, countries spend crores of rupees on definitions. Right now, our Prime Minister is asking the remaining countries to have a definition for terrorism. Terrorism means, you see Oxford Dictionary, sir, the word terrorism, it will be there. No, not that definition. Because the definition for terrorism has changed today. Today, cyber terrorism, religious terrorism, lot of new ways of terrorism has come. And we need to make a very exhaustive list of what is meant by terrorism so that we can book more people. Am I right or not? So that is why we need to make definitions. And now comes what? What comes? I don't know. Let us see this later. Let us see another very important lesson. Let us see this one. Which one? Financial and accounting systems. You will get considerable number of questions from this lesson. Please pay attention. See the expected weightage. Guaranteed. How many marks? 5 to 7 marks, or sometimes 5 to 9 marks you get from this lesson. See, this is what I am telling you. You leave all these things and only catch that lesson. Information system, risks and controls, and study that lesson and waste your time. If you simply read this lesson, you will get 5 to 9 marks guaranteed from this lesson. Okay. Now, what is this lesson about? This lesson talks about how a financial and accounting system can be used in an organization and what are the softwares that can be used for managing the financial and accounting of your organization. Now, straight away, where is our question? Master data, non-master data we studied. And see, for every department you will have master data, ma. You will have master data for every department. Accounts department, accounting master data. HR department, HR master data. Student department, student master data. Patient department, patient master data. Master data will be there all the time. What's great in that? Now comes what is a voucher? I should not explain this question and you should not listen to this question. You need to read this question on your own because you know much better than me about these vouchers. Okay. But see, what I thought is this is a silly question and it will be never asked. But to my surprise, in May 2022, it was asked for 4 marks. Okay. So don't leave that. Read that question. Now you may get it out. Sir, 17 of them are there. Do we need to write? For how many marks it was asked? 4 marks. 4 twos are? No. 4 twos are 8. Now it is better. You study at least 8. Don't spend your time unnecessarily studying all the 17, remembering while climbing the steps, while climbing down the steps, attendance, payroll, No, that much of scene is not required. Okay. You are giving unnecessary importance to this subject, thinking that it is going to scare you, it is going to kill you. No, you need to kill the subject, not the subject. Okay. What are the components of accounting software? See, not only accounting software, any software in this world will have 2 parts, front end, back end. What the interface that you can see is the front end. What you cannot see, where the data is stored, that is back end. 50% front end, 50% back end, that is equal to 100% software. Okay, front end is the part of the overall software which actually interacts with the user of the software. So the part of the software with which you can interact, where you can enter the data, you can fill the data, that is called as the front end part of the software. And now coming the back end, and back end does not directly interact with the user. Then you may ask me, sir, how can I interact with the back end? Here is the diagram. You are the user. You ask the front end asks the back end gives to the front end, and front end shows to you. Okay. Your bank account data cannot be seen directly by you. You ask the ATM asks the server gives to the ATM shows to you. Do you understand what I am telling? Yeah, it is as simple as that. Now, next question. Yeah, very important question. Discuss the terms installed application, web application, cloud. Abba, very easy thing it is. See, What is installed application? Just now I showed you MS Word is there in my computer. It is an installed application. And I also have Google Docs. It is a cloud application. But both are used for the same purpose. Am I right or not? MS Word is used for typing the documents, working with the documents. Google Docs is also used for the same thing. But MS Word is an installed application in my computer, whereas Google Docs is it is coming from the cloud. As simple as that. Now these all things you can easily read, because installed application means what? Can you take install application? Can you work with installed application everywhere? For example, if I want to work with this MS Word only, what I have to do? I have to carry this CPU to my home. But if I want to work with Google Docs, anywhere. Just now we studied pervasive accessibility, global workforce, work from anywhere. And now comes the killer question, that is, what are the benefits of ERP systems? Just now I told you, what are the benefits of ERP systems? See, if you want to study the benefits of ERP system first, even though this question is not asked in the examination, but you should study this question, otherwise you will not understand the concept. Integrated system and non-integrated system. In this entire lesson, system means software, for your kind information, my dear students. Okay. So, whenever you come across the word system, you should understand it as software. Integrated software, non-integrated software. How an integrated software looks like? In this way. How non-integrated software looks like? In this way. Now, what is the advantage of using this model of software in your organization rather than using this model of software? What is the advantage? What is the advantage? Now I will tell you. For example, it is HR department which makes salary bills every month, payroll statement every month, and give it to the finance department or accounting department. This human resource department made the purchase bill in MS Word, and accounting department maintains Excel files. What happens? Nothing happens. Now there will be a quarrel between these two departments. What this accounts department asks, "Arey, you please give us in MS Excel." This no Excel, Word chalta hai hamare paas. Now what these people have to do? Again re-enter all that data. And while re-entering in all the data, in the advantage of DBMS question morning we studied, when there is no data sharing, what happens? Data redundancy increases. LAKSHMI Lakshmi becomes LUXMI Lakshmi, and again lot of confusion which Lakshmi it is. One day in one organization, my name is typed as SEKHAR, Sekahar. I told I am Mamsahar. Okay. People are like that. And today, these all young people, they are all spell bee awardees. Okay. They write spellings very beautifully, spoiling the lives of others. Yes. For example, a pensioner is there, a very old man. You have entered his name wrongly into the system. See, the biggest problem is you entered the name wrongly, and to correct the name, you will tell this much of procedure. You go to MRO office, you take a notary, you make a notary, you stand there, you pay the challan, and how brutal it is, how ridiculous it is. Okay. So, these all kind of problems will be there. And if it is an non-integrated system like this, what happens? I asked, what about the stock position? Store person will give one stock position report, purchase department gives another stock purchase report. They throw away all the reports on my face and say enjoy. What enjoyment is there? Okay, there is no synchronization between them. There is no uniformity among those reports. Now, what should be the checkpoint? What should be the check mark to all these problems that are faced in an organization? There is only one check mark, that is using integrated softwares. Sir, what are those integrated softwares? The name of that integrated software is ARP, Enterprise Resource Planning Systems. Okay. That is what in the market it is called as SAP. And I am confident many of you sitting here after completion of your chartered accountancy, you will definitely learn this software. And you may ask me, sir, how do you know our future to you? Yes, I know. Okay. How do you know that I will definitely learn it? You will definitely learn, man, because your company will ask you to learn. Because today every company is using SAP. Okay. Yes. So that is integrated software. Now the question is, what are the advantages or what are the benefits if a company uses ERP software? The first and the biggest and the most important benefit is information integration. Information integration. What is that? ERP systems are called integrated because they possess the ability to automatically update the data between related business functions and components. If you are using non-integrated software, what you will do? Some stock was released from the store. That was entered in the store register in the store software. But purchase fellow don't know that. Purchase fellow is dreaming about, we have lot of stock in the store. And this fellow don't know that some stock was released. And the stock has released the reorder level. And the store manager, being a gajini like me, he forgot to inform to the purchase manager. Array, today we released 2 tons of stock from the store. The stock has reached the reorder level. And this purchase manager is in dreams. Oh, we have lot of stock. One fine day stock became 0. And if I ask the store manager, Array, why did not you inform the purchase manager? Maatladukuntale sir aadu nenu. What is this? What is this? There is a beautiful word for this called silos. Silos means what? There are a lot of problems with you among the people and you spoil the organization for your sake. And morning I told you, urumurumi mangalam meeda padindi and organization nasinam ayipothadi. Meeru kotkoni. What should be done to put a full stop to all these things? Use integrated systems. Whenever the stock was moved from the stores, that should be immediately get updated in the purchase system also. And the purchase manager should know that the stock reached the reorder level and I have to make a purchase order again and get filled up the stock. If this is the system, how beautiful it will be. And that beautiful system name is ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. So in Enterprise Resource Planning, what happens? They possess the ability to automatically update the data between related business functions. Store department and purchase department are related business functions or not? Yes. As simple as that. Reduction of the lead time. Reduction of the lead time means what? Sir, we have placed order. Why did not you send the goods? The store manager calls the vendor and the vendor says, payment is not done. How can I send the goods? Payment is not done. Then the store manager calls the accounts department, sir, that payment is not done. We made the payment, but some error is there. And there is a lot of gaps between the information. And this is causing the work to be delayed. Now ERP is there. You need not call anyone. You need not talk to anyone. See, if people start talking with each other, okay, sometimes they will be friends and sometimes they will be enemies. So you know what is the best policy? Never give any chance for people to talk. Okay, never allow any chance for people to talk. Actually, store manager should call the accounts manager and ask the status through phone. And these two people are friends for some time and these two people are enemies for some time. When they are friends, they made some fraudulent activities and caused harm to the organization. When they are enemies, they are not working properly and there is no coordination between them and the ultimate loser is the organization. And organization is becoming the balipasu at the end of the day. Okay. Now what should be done? Never allow these two people to talk. If that fellow do something, that should be automatically get updated to this fellow on the screen itself. No interaction. Okay. No interaction. Whenever there is interaction, there will be overaction. That is the problem. Okay. So, see, being chartered accountants, you will become business consultants. You should have this kind of thinking in designing the processes, in designing the systems. Then you will enjoy a very beautiful career in your life and you will become original thinkers. And one day you will become the architects of this country. This kind of thinking is required whenever you are designing a business process or whenever you are designing a business system. Please understand what I am telling you. These are all very important points. On-time shipment. On-time shipment means what? Sometimes due to lack of information, the stores manager gives some document to me and I kept that document under my keyboard and somehow it reached to my dustbin and to the dumping yard. The document is missing. The goods are staying there. And that fellow says, I sent you, sir. On that day when you are scratching your head, no, I sent. I am scratching. Every day, many times I scratch my head. When did you send, man? No, sir. On that day, with your left hand, you are scratching. That time, you have catched the paper with your right hand. These all things they will say. Huh? Why? Why all this nonsense? If he updates the data, that also should get updated in my system. And if I that should be shown to me in red color, and if I simply click OK, the thing should be finished. Kel khatam, dukan band, single minute mein. That should be the procedure. Now if you ask me, sir, how can I get these all benefits? Use ERP. How many times should I tell you? If you use ERP softwares, all these problems will be solved. And the next one, reduction in cycle time. Okay. For everything you are taking a lot of time, man, in your organization. And today, customers can't wait. No patience. Really. They are very impatient. And if you still use traditional business process, stand in the line, say, what happened? Okay, right. So, this is called operational surprise. Okay. That may happen. Right. So, if you ask the customer to stand there, sit there, come tomorrow morning, he'll never come back. You are not using ERP, but your competitor is using ERP. Okay. Then there will be more TRP to your competitor. No one will buy your product. This is the problem. Next, improved resource utilization. Improved resource utilization means what? If you are using ERP softwares with minimum staff, you can run maximum business. So you can make use of the resources in a proper way. And the above all, the killer point, the most important point, the most incredible point. When will your business become profitable? When there is better customer satisfaction. Will your customer satisfy if you make him to wait in a long queue for longer hours? Yeah. Do BPR, man, business process re-engineering, and change everything. Don't make the customer to stand in the line. And BPR tells one thing. What BPR tells? You should ask one very beautiful question. Why? You should ask yourself, why should customer come to my office? Why can't I do everything online? Why should customer come to my office? If you think in that way, then you will come out with new ideas. Yes, I should make software like this so that customer need not come to my office. If customer is coming to my office, he is making complaints. Fan is not working, chair is not working. You are making me to stand. Your employee is not smiling at me. And this employee is smiling, over smiling at me. These all complaints. Now I thought, why the business process should be like this? This is called fundamental rethinking. This is the real meaning of BPR. Fundamental rethinking. What is a normal way? Customer coming to my office. But when customer is coming to my office, these all problems are there. Now, how should I put a check mark to all these things? Yes. Why? Why customer should come to my office? Why can't I design a software in such a way that customer do not come to my office where everything happens at his home? Because at his home, even fan is not functioning, that is okay for him. But if he comes to my office, if fan is not functioning, that will be a big complaint to me. Go to ERP software and design a software so that the customer need not come and visit. You need not look at the customer's face, and customer do not look at your face. But the transaction is fasak. Okay, that is the most important thing. That is the story behind ERP. Okay, next. By using ERP, above supplier performance also increases, flexibility increases, quality cost rate decreases, better analysis and planning. Up to 6 points, you thoroughly read, and the remaining points, you just read. Next, there is a difference, no? Thoroughly reading and just reading. Yeah. Discuss the features of an ideal ERP system. Sir, if I want to use a very good ERP system, how it should be? How it should be? It should have all these things, man. It should have admin, purchase, production, marketing, human resource. These all things should be there. Okay. See, ideal ERP means these all things should be there. But being a chartered accountant, you will learn this, financials. See, for example, in a family, there are 5 members. All family, they can learn SAP, but not the same module. For example, you are a chartered accountant. You will learn financials module of SAP. Your sister is MBA marketing. Okay. Then she will learn what CRM module of SAP. And your brother is a data scientist, a statistics professional. Then he will learn data warehouse. And your another brother is a BTech mechanical engineering. He will study manufacturing. Family learned SAP, but not the same module, different modules. Because a company requires all these modules. See, does a company requires only CS? No, it requires, for example, it is a manufacturing company. It requires mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. But today, every one of them should learn SAP. Because the company is using ERP software. Now, what are the technological risks corresponding to controls involved in the implementation of ERP? See, wherever you go, our network follows. In the same way, wherever you go, the risks and controls will be there. Okay. What are the risks in ERP? Software functionality. Software functionality means what? Software functionality means what? See, some 10 years back, I went to join SAP course in Hyderabad. I don't know at that time that ERP will be functional course. Functional course means you cannot learn the entire ERP. But I want to learn entire ERP and went to the institute. Entaina parled enta avuttu cheppandi ani adigan. I want to learn ERP software, SAP. You tell me the fees. Then he asked, do you want to really learn complete SAP? I told, yes, completely I want to learn. A to Z I want to learn. Then he said, the fees will be 14 lakhs. 14 lakhs, But my friend said it is only 40,000. Your friend is learning only single module. But what you said, complete SAP, you want. Complete all modules. Then it will be 14 lakhs, he said. Then I understood practically. Oh, in SAP course, it is not a complete course. We can learn only one module. If you are MBA marketing, you can learn CRM. If you are MBA finance, you can learn finance. Isn't it? In that way. So, in a SAP, there will be myriad features. Myriad features means n number of features will be, large number of features will be there. I'll tell you. For example, in our masterminds, we want to use SAP software. In SAP software, there will be production module. Now, you please tell me, is that production module required for us? Is there any manufacturing going on here? You should not say manufacturing of students into professionals, not like that. That is not the production. You should not think that. But here there is no production, isn't it? So that is not required. We have another module in SAP, say like materials management. Why we require materials management here? Inventory management is different. Materials management is different. Materials management for an education institution, why is it required? That is why you should never ask the SAP people, I want complete software. What you do with the complete software? Hit your head to it or what? So, the beauty of this ERP software says, whatever modules you want, only that modules you can pick up. Do you understand? Only that modules you can pick up. There is no rule that you should use complete software, because complete software is not required to you. Do you understand? Yeah. And technological obsolescence. Technological obsolescence for every software, it is there. I am using SAP 4th version. And now I got a phone call from SAP people telling that, sir, new version 4.4.6.8.943 came. Now I ask, what happens? Sir, if you don't use this, your 4th version will not work. You have to upgrade. How much it will cost? 2 crores. I have to do that. There is no option left to me. And enhancements and upgrades will come continuously. And application portfolio management. That means what? For example, I want to do some new business or I want to offer new service or product, but my existing software do not support it. Now again, what I have to do? I have to upgrade my software. These all problems are there. Now, yes, this is another question. RBAC, oh, very easy. RBAC controls in SAP. What is RBAC? Role-based access control. From morning onwards, I am telling the same thing. Role-based access means what? I am a watchman in the company. My role is watchman. So as a watchman, what should I have access in the system? When did you open the door? Morning timings. When did you clean the floor? When did you wash the washrooms? This data I should access, and I need to enter the data. Role-based access. If another person is a clerk in purchase department, basing on his role, the access should be given. That means first you need to make a table like this. You need to make a table like this. What is the table? Role, task, privilege. Privilege. That means what? What is my role? Cashier in sales. Nijal badi chepkodamma. Okay, what is my role? Cashier in sales. Okay, now what tasks you do as a cashier in sales? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tasks I will do. Okay, to do these tasks, what privileges are required in the software? Only those privileges we will give. You can understand, in Pratap campus we do the same thing, no? What? Everyone cannot access all the files. I can access some files. Prakash sir can access some other files. Material department in charge can access some files. But there will be super admin who can access all the files. But remaining people, they can access only based on their role. For example, CA foundation materials is done by one person. So he can access only CA foundation materials. He should not access CA intermaterials. You may ask me, what is wrong if he access CA intermaterials? I told you. Additional accessibility means misuse. There is a chance to misuse. That is called as role-based access control. Now, oh, this question is also given. What are the options possible for different users while accessing access to it? Sir, what is meant by access? Giving access means what? See, access means create, alter, view, print. For example, there is a file, Amma. There is a file. And she told, I don't have access to that file. What is meant by not having access? That means she cannot create the file, she cannot alter anything in the file, she cannot view the file, she cannot take a printout of the file. So access means these 4 things. What are they? Creation, altering, viewing, and printing. And sometimes we give optional things also. She can view the file, but she cannot print the file. That kind of access also we can give. That is called as read-only file. Now, you get ready to stay for 15 to 20 minutes extra. Okay, prepare your mind from now itself. It should not be an operational surprise to you. Okay. Now, describe key features of controlling module in ERP. Recently given December 21. Controlling module means what? See, I will not tell you. Wait. See, after completion of your chartered accountancy in SCMPE, what you will learn? FICO module. FICO means finance. If you learn finance itself, it is not sufficient. You should learn CO also, controlling. Controlling is the most important part of a chartered accountant's life, Amma. Now, if you join in controlling FICO course, for example, FICO course is 40 days course. First 20 days they will teach you FI. And the next 20 days they will teach you CO. CO means controlling module. Now, sir, what is the syllabus, sir? What they will teach me in the controlling module, sir? This is the syllabus. That's all. I will not explain more than that. These all things they will teach you. All things means what? How to do cost element accounting, cost center accounting, activity based accounting, how to process internal orders, how to make production cost controlling, how to make profitability analysis, how to make profit center accounting. These all things they will teach you in that course. Do you understand? Yeah. Another question. What is CRM? Oh, very easy question. CRM. Customer Relationship Management. I will show you CRM. I'll show you. Really, I'll show you. I'll not leave. No question. Now I will show you CRM. Wait. Now I have searched for some cooking vessels. Okay. Okay, this is all fine, showing different kinds of cooking vessels. But see how it is tempting me, how Amazon will tempt me. Brands related to your search. Who asked? Okay. Recommended based on your browsing history. Earlier I searched for some books. Morning I searched Atomic Habits, no? And Atomic Habits is a, what kind of book it is? It is personality development related books. So basing on my search, it is showing Psychology of Money, Everyday Hero, Amazing Memory, these all things. Okay, that is fine. Customers who viewed items in your browsing history also viewed. Who asked it? And for example, I select this. I want to buy this. Okay, I select this. Okay, that is fine. Fantastic. Frequently bought together. Who asked you? Frequently bought together. అంటే నువ్వు ఎలాగ గిన్నెలు కొంటున్నావు కాబట్టి గరిట్లు కూడా కావాలిగా. You also require ladles. You purchase that. In marketing terminology, this is called as cross-selling. Cross-selling. Already you are purchasing vessels. Why don't you purchase ladles also? And motal kuda avasaram avute plates also. You can purchase. Products related to this item. Different types. So this is all called as CRM, Customer Relationship Management. Okay. Upselling, cross-selling. Okay. Related products with free delivery on eligible orders. I just asked about one item. See how many things it is showing. This is called as CRM. How Amazon could be able to do all these things? It is using a CRM module, man. It is using CRM software. And that software is doing all this nonsense. Not a man sitting there. Okay. That you need to understand. Now you come to the question. What are the benefits of CRM? Maximize upselling and cross-selling. అంటే గిన్నెలు కొనుక్కునేవాడికి upselling. You want to purchase some 100 rupees ginne, but it will show you from 100 rupees to 1000 rupees. Definitely you will be get tempted. Okay. And increase customer revenue. Actually, customer entered into Amazon to purchase some 150 rupees item, but came out after spending 1500 rupees. Which Mahima it is? Tavid Mahima. What is the Tavid Mahima? CRM. Customer Relationship Management. Now you again open Amazon. You close Amazon here. You close everything. Again open it. Somehow I have searched for some thermal stickers. That is fine. But now if I click here, what it is showing? Now it will show me, it will track me my entire history. Okay. See, inspired by your browsing history. You may forget, but Amazon will never forget. And in this browsing history, what will be there? Okay. These all things and some books also will be there. Okay. Inspired by your browsing history. Who is doing all these things? Customer relationship management softwares. Okay. That is what. And improved customer relations. Improved customer relations means what? If you wish the customer on his birthday, what do you say? See, if there is no relative or no friend to wish you on your birthday, no worries. Because on every birthday of mine, I get a wishing message from State Bank of India, from LIC, okay, from my mutual fund vendor. That's enough. At least 3 people remembered me on my birthday and wished me. And anyhow, Facebook wishes me. Okay, that is enough. Because CRM, customer relationship management. Okay, next one. Financial accounting system in an ERP integration. See, this is one very important question recently asked. May 22 for 4 marks. What is this question? See, at the end of the day, what you should do? You should join every module with the finance module. Am I right or not? Because payment should be made now. Purchase fellow purchased something. Finally, payment has to be made. That means this purchase data has to be shared with finance department. Sales fellow sold something and that has to be shared. The money has to be deposited with the finance department. Okay. Some HR department want to pay salaries. Again related to finance department. Now what you should do? All the master data of all the departments should be given access to finance department, because finance department have to access all the data. That is that question. Okay. So very important question. Next, integration points. How will you integrate? This is what material management with finance. See, with FICO everything should be integrated, amma. Okay. Material management with production planning, because those are both are related to each other. Material management with sales department, they are related. You need to join them. Like this, you need to join. And next comes characteristics of MIS reports. See, there is difference between report and MIS report. Let me tell you. Sir, there are 60 students in the class. 40 of them passed in the examination. 20 of them failed in the examination. And among them, 20 students passed in accounts. 10 students passed in law. This is called as normal report. Normal report. But among 20 students who failed in the class, 14 students got 39. 40 is the passing mark. And 14 students got 39. That means they are about to pass, no? But I did not know all these things. I simply started scolding very badly. What you are thinking, whatever you are thinking about your life, you don't have goal, ambition, nonsense, this sense. You are not preparing well. And those fellows, 14 fellows, we got 39, only 1 mark. 1 mark. But I don't know that. And among these 40 students who qualified, 20 of them got 40 only. And these fellows are telling, okay, like this. And I was asked to counsel the students in the class. And my counseling is this, in this way. Now, what is the problem? I don't have proper report. If I have a very detailed report, 40 students who passed with 40 marks, these many people. Now I can warn these passed students also now, you 20 of you, you have passed with 40 marks. That means, only with 1 mark difference. So you need to be very careful. Don't think that you have performed well. In this way, I will counsel them. See, basing on the report, my counseling will be there. But they give me gross report. Gross report means, sir, 40 failed, 20 pass. Then I will. Okay. But if they give me detailed report, how many got 40 in accounts, how many got 39 in accounts, then my counseling will be more customized and more focused and more productive. Am I right or not? What do you say? For that, I require a detailed report, and that detailed report is called as MIS report, Management Information System Report. And how that report should be made? It should be made relevant. If you ask about CA 4A batch student, they gave me CMA 4A batch student. What can I do with that? If I asked him the past student data, they gave me failed student data. No, it should not be like that. It should be timely. For this revision exam, I want to counsel the students, but they gave me data after 4 revision exams. And once I start counseling the students are saying Gatam. What is that? So the report should be timely, and it should be accurate, and it should be structured. Structured means I asked them to give the report. and they have given that report, and even I sent that report to the forensic departments and all, but they could not understand what is there in that report. In that way they have given me the report, and what can I do with that report? So it should be structured, neatly planned, and in that way it should be, so that I can make use of that report. Yeah. Data analytics. Data analytics morning session we have discussed. Data analytics means what? Quantitative data analytics, qualitative data analytics. Morning I told you what is qualitative data and quantitative data. Okay. Now, yeah, we have another question here. Steps involved inside a data analytics process. This is a repetitive question. Why? Morning data mining process question we have studied. Integration of data, selection of data, cleaning of data, Lysol, Dettol, I told you, no? In the morning. Yeah, the same thing. Next, business intelligence. Business intelligence means what? Intelligence about your business. What is happening inside your business? What is happening outside your business? What is happening around your business? What your competitors are doing? What is your sales? What is your purchase? This all comes under business intelligence. If you have this business intelligence, what you can do? You can make informed business decisions. And to have that business intelligence, what you should apply? You should use lot of tools, softwares, methodologies to get that business intelligence. Okay. Yeah. What are the benefits of business intelligence? You can improve your decision making. See, I'll tell you one top secret. Don't share it with others. That is, any subject that you study in your life, starting from English, starting from languages, to auditing, to strategic management, to costing, to accounting, to anything in life, either you studied right now or in your CA final after your CA, any subject will teach you how to make decision in life only. That is the top secret. For example, I know English language. I know different words for the same situation. Now my mind starts decision making, which word to use, which word to use, which word to use. So in this life, everything you learn is for decision making only. So how you are educated, how much you are educated, how much you are learned will be known by the decisions you make in your life. Because some people, they are very much educated, but make very bad decisions in life. Means they did not learn anything. They did not learn anything. Their education did not made them to think in a better way. చదువది ఎంత కలిగిన రసజ్ఞతా జ్ఞానమించుక చాలకున్న చదువు నిరర్ధకంబు. It's useless. Okay. Now, optimizing internal business processes, enhancing communication, increasing operational efficiency, driving new revenues. Abba, if you have business intelligence, you can use that information wisely and you can develop your business. You can do your business more efficiently. You can make better decisions. And see, if you make quality decisions, these all things automatically happens. Okay. Yes. Business reporting already, business reporting means what? Today, in CA final, what is the name of account subject? It is not advanced accounts and advanced accounts. No. It is FR, financial reporting. That means all the accounts you will finish studying in CA inter only. In final, what you study? Reporting, financial reporting. That means how to report your accounts to stock exchanges, to various stakeholders, that you will learn. So reporting definitely becomes a very important thing. And for reporting today, we have a very important software that is called as XBRL. What is this XBRL? Let me tell you. Here in India, you are calling as salaries. But in Australia, the salaries may be called as remuneration. Remuneration account. You are an Indian accountant trained in Indian accounting system. You will see balance sheet lo remuneration account. What is this remuneration? Because you should not write everything like that, no. You should write either salaries or wages. Because if it is salaries, you will know that it is a real account, debit what comes in, credit what goes out, that all things are there. Okay. Remuneration. What is this? Is it nominal account or personal account or a real account? Okay, is it a balance sheet item or a P&L item? Remuneration. Remuneration means, in what sense they have written this remuneration? Is it honorarium or is it remuneration? Okay, if remuneration is there, what about salaries? And what about wages? Is salaries and wages treated differently or they are treated one and the same? What is this remuneration? These many doubts will come to you. You understand what I am telling? But after all of these doubts, that fellow came, sir, in India they are called salaries, in Australia we call them as remuneration. Just name change, sir. Okay. You have written purchase returns. Purchase returns account. And what is another name for purchase returns? Return outwards. Another country may use the word return outwards. And if you write purchase returns, they won't allow. They want return outwards. And now you are operating in 5 countries. You are operating in China, you are operating in Japan, you are operating in Australia, and you need to submit your books of accounts in all those countries. For Indian stock exchange, for preparation of Indian financial statements, it is taking the entire year. And now you are asking me to make Australia, sir. Australia statement, sir. Sir, Japan statement, sir. Sir, what about China? No time to prepare all this. This is the practical problem faced by the organizations. And when the organizations are facing this practical problem, XBRL came. Like Pardhaya Pratibodhitam. XBRL came. What is this XBRL? Using this XBRL, you can make international financial statements, international financial reporting very easily in any language, in any currency, in any format you want. That is the beauty of XBRL statement. Okay. For example, you can make all your accounts in Tally. Tally is an Indian accounting software system. But you want to change all those into Japanese accounting style. And for all these things, you need to follow IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. Systems or standards? Standards. Okay. So as per IFRS, how that particular item is treated. Basing on that, XBRL is made. And this XBRL is a software available. You can freely download it from Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Because today, every listed company should submit its books of accounts in XBRL format only. What is this XBRL? Many students are thinking that XBRL is an accounting software. I am sorry, XBRL is not an accounting software. It is a reporting software. There is a lot of difference. Accounting software is different, reporting software is different. Tally, accounting software. It will help you to prepare till the balance sheet. But this balance sheet, I need to convert it into another report format. For that, you need to use XBRL. And in XBRL, you will have tags. Tags means what? Now you will make tagging. Tagging means what? Returns outwards, purchase returns, or some X. These are all one and the same. You will tag all the related words to one thing. Do you understand? That is called as tagging. And in XBRL, there will be taxonomy. Taxonomy means what? Classification. Classification means what? You got many doubts now? Remuneration account. How it is classified? Is it P&L account item or balance sheet item? You got many doubts now? If you look at the XBRL taxonomy, you will find remuneration account means it is a P&L item related to real account. These all taxonomy will be there. That is called as XBRL. And what is the advantage of XBRL? See, you are writing accounts in English, but Telugu medium students also learn accounts, no? You will say trial balance, they will say Ankana. Okay. You will say account, they will say Kata. Okay. You will say ledger, they will say Avarja. Chitta. You will say journal, they will say Avarja. You will say profit and loss account, balance sheet, they will say Astapulpatti. Okay. And if you want to submit it to China, and Chinese people, they don't accept in English, they want everything in Mandarin. But English is sariga raadu. And Mandarin ante, now you can make use of XBRL and convert it into Mandarin. That is the beauty and advantage of XBRL. So I think that is enough in this lesson. Now let us move on to, I think, how many lessons are left? Yeah, only two: financial and accounting systems and core banking. Information system audit, that is not a separate lesson for your kind information, because whatever you learn in this information system risks and controls lesson, the same things get repeated in auditing lesson. How and why? First you understand this. For example, in this information system risks and controls, I will tell you. What I will tell you? Amma, you need to follow this control. In this lesson I will tell you. In auditing lesson, what it will say? The auditor should check whether all those controls are there or not. It is as simple as that. Do you understand what I am telling? Do you understand what I am telling? One more time I am telling, or otherwise I will show you. No problem. Now come. What is the weightage? Not more than 6 marks anytime. But many students unnecessarily they spend lot of time on this lesson. For example, if I close this session like this, there is no problem, because all the high weightage chapters are over. You are getting only 4 to 6 marks from this lesson. Now, let me go. Let me start this. Yeah. Explain the classification of controls. How many types of controls are there? Preventive controls. What are preventive controls? You appointed a watchman. Preventive control. You have a user ID and password. Preventive control. Okay. These are all preventive controls. Preventive controls means what? You want to prevent an error or a mistake or a risk from occurring. That is called preventive controls. And what is detective control? Detective controls means what? If some risk happened, if some error, omission or malicious act happened, what do you say? You need to at least detect. You need to detect that an error has occurred. Detective controls. See, 3 days back a payment was made to me by our organization. But yesterday I got a call from the accounts department. Hey, why you have taken double payment? You just pay the money in the cash counter. And yesterday night I went and paid the money in the cash counter. That is a detective control. Means already transaction took place. But after some 4 days, they found that there was a double payment, and again they asked me, and I have rectified. They have rectified that mistake. That is called as a detective control. That means our organization is having detective controls. Likewise, in software also we need to have detective controls. Next, corrective controls. Corrective controls means what? Okay, a mistake happened. No problem. If a mistake has happened for the first time, it is not really a big mistake. But if the same mistake is happening day by day, every day, morning, evening, afternoon, it should not happen like that. Okay. If a mistake happened once, you need to realize from that mistake, you need to learn from that mistake, and you need to take enough care so that the mistake is not repeated once again. Am I right or not? So those things are called as corrective controls. See, BCP is a corrective control, it seems. Business continuity planning. That means what? All of a sudden a big earthquake happened and your main server was your main server got disturbed. That is an act of God. Earthquake is an act of God. Who will do that? Who will talk about that? But is earthquake first time in the history? Is earthquake first time in the history? No. So you should take corrective measure. Okay, really earthquake happened, you lost your server. Okay, fine, good. But you should have some controls, corrective control. You should have some backup server, or you should have backup in the cloud. These all things should be there. So that is called as corrective control. Corrective control means mistake happened now. What should be done today now? You should do something now to correct the thing. So that is called as corrective control. Now, environmental controls. See, in your organization, you need to have, see, I'll show you a video just for a small break. I'll show you one video, because that video will greatly help me to explain this lesson. Because this entire fourth lesson is about data centers. Okay, this entire fourth lesson is about data centers. So if you just watch the video of a data center, that will be of great help
Place
to
them to
you, to
upgrade
me,
them
and to
because-
everyone. Okay, 5 minutes video.
Data centers,
You just
the brains of the internet, the engine of the internet.
It is a giant building with a lot of power, a lot of cooling, and a lot
see
of
how large the data
It's
center
row
is.
upon row upon row.
Of building and operating data centers. I'm Joe Cava, Vice President of Data Centers at Google. I'm responsible for managing the teams globally that design and
Our
build
questions start here.
Google's data centers. We're also responsible for the environmental health and safety, sustainability, and carbon offsets for our data centers. This data
We
center
need to
here
appoint
in
security
South
guard
Florida
at the entrance. That is a
one
preventive
building
control.
in a larger
Okay.
network of data centers all over the world. Of all the employees at Google, a very, very small percentage of
See, of all the employees at Google, a very, very small percentage of those employees are authorized to even enter a data center campus. ఎవరిని పడితే తను లోపలికి రానిచ్చారు. Lot of security measures will be there. Those all things we discuss in this lesson. What are controls we need to have. Okay.
run these data centers, keep them up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They are incredibly passionate about what they're doing.
In layman's terms, what do I do?
A fun environment where they
million hour. The number of
Actually, this is not the
think
real
Google
video
data
that I
centers
wanted to
really
show you.
can
I
offer a
wanted
level
to.
of security that almost no other company can.
Yes, there will be a lady here.
Physical security
Yes.
at a Google data center
This
still
is the
pretty
video
new to me.
because
So today,
all
I'm
our
on a
questions
mission
will
to
be
learn
covered in
all
this
about
video.
it by taking an inside look at the systems in place that protect customer data at a typical Google data center. Let's go.
Let's go.
Now, I've been told there are
Now the first
six
question
layers of
starts.
Security here. Security layer 1 refers to the proper
Security 1
boundaries,
refers to
and
the
that
includes signage and fencing.
But things really
We have a question related to fencing. How you need to make fencing for your data center. You need to use bollards. You need to use all of that. I'll show you.
that includes the main entrance gate, which I am pulling up to right now. Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
So,
So layer 2 has a lot of security features, ranging from smart fencing to overlapping cameras,
overlapping
24/7
cameras,
guard patrols, and
24/7
more.
guard patrols.
I'm on my
These
way
are
to
all
meet some
preventive
experts who are
controls.
going to show me how it all works.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
So I just passed the main gate and I saw guards and cameras.
See, so I just passed the main gate and I saw guards, cameras in hadaavde enduku అని అడుగుతుంది ఆవిడ. But what are some things that I did not see?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of technology.
Yeah, there's
and
actually a
operations
lot and
behind the
operations
scenes.
going on
So
behind the
from
scenes.
time
So
you're on site,
from the time that you are on the site, we know that you are here and you're able to correlation analysis. Okay, we have guards in vehicles, we have some guards on
We have
foot.
guards in vehicles. We have some guards on foot.
అంటే నువ్వు వచ్చావని చాలా మంది చూసారు మా వాళ్ళు అని చెప్తున్నాడు. ఓకే,
There's also the vehicle crash barrier.
vehicle
That's
crash
designed to
barrier.
stop a
These are all
fully loaded
controls,
truck
physical
from crashing
controls.
through the front entrance.
Ricky, Tariq, can you tell me more about what's unique about the fencing?
This particular fence is a
See, in the meantime, I will show you the questions also. Otherwise, you will forget. Fencing. Okay. What are these? Environmental controls. What is smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, fire alarms. Okay, these all things should be there. And yes, water detectors. Right. Anyway, let's continue that video. I'll show you.
anti-climb fence. It's also equipped with fiber. The technology tells us if someone's near the fence.
So we're able to see video footage at night just as clearly as we can during the day.
Welcome to layer 3, building access. But just so you know, I am still nowhere near the data center floor. That's a few more layers.
You've come into our secure lobby. You have your card, and we know that that's you, but if someone happened to lose their card, what we want to make sure is that it's actually Stephanie who's shown up.
In a data center, those
And
many
with iris
controls should
scan,
be
we
there.
can
These all
authenticate
come
that
under
it's
physical
actually
controls
you
and
along with your
environmental controls.
It's good.
And now she is entering a door. That door is called as dead man door.
One
We
thing
have
that's
that
a
thing
little
in
hard
our
to get
question,
used to when
dead
you
man
visit a
door.
data center is for secure areas, only one
Only one
is allowed
person
to
can
pass
enter
through a door at a time.
into the door. Once the person enters other side, then the door opens to this person. That is called dead man door. Okay. See why I'm showing all these things. For many of you, you will have an opinion. "Iyanni evada vaadtadra babu." But what I wanted to tell you is, people are using that. This is all practical. This is all real.
Layer 4 includes the Security Operations Center, or SOC, a hive of activity that is monitoring.
So it sounds like we've been keeping them very busy today.
Yes, yes, you have. So the doors, the cameras, able to pick that up.
Interest ever get to set foot in here.
That
So
is dead
right
man
now,
door. And now she entered into the data center.
Access area to maintain
do Googlers or anyone have
is encrypt is protecting the authority.
the mysterious layer 6, where drives that need to be retired from the data center floor, assigned to this room, can pull them from that locker to either erase.
At this point, we have scanned the hard drive.
They are crushing the hard disk. They are recycling the hard disk there because they don't want to lose the data. Now, environmental controls, smoke
If you didn't think these
detectors.
6 layers of security
Okay,
were enough,
these all
Google
things.
Cloud actually has 2
See how
security
large the
testing
data
programs in
center
place.
is.
One hires
దీని గురించి
companies
మనం
to try to break
చదువుకుంటున్నాం
into
ఇక్కడ.
data center sites from the outside, and the other tasks, everybody has to go through full reports compliance with over 40 global standards, regulations, and certifications. Data center security.
That's all. Now life will be easy for me. Okay, because I can explain very fast. Now what kind of controls you need to have? You need to have smoke detectors, norms to reduce electric firing, fire extinguishers, fire alarms, regular inspection and raising awareness, documented and tested emergency evacuation plans. Now you have seen how large the data center is. If all these things are not employed, what happens? If an accident occurs, you will lose the entire data. And documented and tested emergency evacuation plans means what? In hospitals and all, it will be written. Near the lift, what is written? In emergency, break the glass. In emergency, jump from this window. Okay, it is written. That is called documented and tested emergency evacuation. Evacuation means getting the place vacant. Okay, for example, there is a fire accident. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడి నుంచి దూకేయాలంటే ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ దూకేయకూడదు. There will be some fire exit window. From that fire exit window only you need to jump. So that all should be documented and it should be there. Now this question is not given. Yeah, this question is given. Physical access controls are very easy. Locks on doors. You need to use cipher locks, it seems. What are cipher locks? I will not explain, just show. It's a waste of explaining. Because once you see what is the need to, even while you are preparing, you can do the same thing. So for a data center, you should use this kind of cipher locks where there will be codes. You need to enter the code to enter into the room. Next one, bolting door locks. Bolting door locks, normal bolting door locks only, and electronic door locks where you need to put your fingerprint to make the door open. And in that video, you have seen she has taken her card and kept there. And that can be badge or a plastic card. And manual logging means what? One person stand there. What is your name? Where from you are coming? What is your ID number? That is manual logging. Electronic logging means what? To enter into the room, they will have some scanner over there, and that scanner will take care of everything. Now, this question is also given. Video cameras. You have seen in the video cameras, security guards you have seen, controlled visitor access. What did he say in that video? Less than 1% of Google employees can come to this data center. Okay. Bonded personnel. See, the biggest risk is today one sweeper came, tomorrow another sweeper comes. That should not be there. Everyone working in the data center should be bonded personnel. Bonded personnel means they should write bond with us that I will work 2 years, and that and that work should be done by that person every day. For example, if every day new person comes, for example, if every day new security guard comes, that is a biggest risk. You should not do that. Every day the same security guard should come. The bonded personnel should be there. Dead man doors I have shown you just now. Non-exposure of sensitive facilities. Very highly important data server. You should not put a board like that. You should not expose those sensitive facilities. Okay, non-exposure of sensitive facilities. Computer terminal locks. Computer terminal locks means what? See, this is the podium now. I can make a door for this and I can arrange one lock. That is called computer terminal lock. While at night while leaving, I can put this CPU inside here, lock there and go. That is called computer terminal lock. Alarm system. Alarm system means what? If some burglars came or if something happened, it may be a fire alarm or a water alarm or it may be a burglar alarm. If there is a fire accident, fire alarm should ring. If there is a water accident, water alarm should ring. And if some burglars came, break in inside, then burglar alarm should ring. Perimeter fencing you have seen. Perimeter fencing means what? Around your data center, how much of fencing should be there? That all. Control of out of hours employees. Some employees will be there. Their duty time is finished, but they will hover here and there. You should ask them, "Em pani? Line che pani ayipindi kada? The duty hours are over now." They stay back even after their duty time because they wanted to know some secrets, some loophole. Where from can we jump inside? Which wall is better this time? They'll plan like this. Why? Why to give chance? After your duty time, you should not stay here even 1 minute. Vacate, move. Secured report or document distribution cart. What is document distribution cart? So these are document distribution carts. Because all of you gave printouts. See, in large offices, you will have very big printers and printer servers. And the printouts will be placed in the distribution carts. But what habit we will have? We will observe what this fellow given printout like this. So that should not be there. There should be some protected document distribution carts. That is also one physical control. Now, logical access controls. Very easy. Logical access controls means what? Everyone should not enter into the system. No. Logical access controls means information resources, application software should have boundary controls, networking controls. These all things should be there. That means you are an employee in an organization. If you want to work with the software, you need to have user ID and password. You need to have your user ID and password. That comes under logical access controls. So why logical access controls should be there? Because the data should be restricted to the authorized users only. Okay. And whenever, what is the main reason for having other logical access controls? To maintain confidentiality and privacy requirements, authorization and authentication. I'll tell you. User ID is given to you for what? For authorization. Password is given to you for what? For authentication. Authorization is different, authentication is different. You know user ID. That means it is an authorization that you are an employee of this organization. But are you the right employee? That will be decided by the password. Password will help you to authenticate that you are the person. Okay. Next. Logical system controls are system-based mechanisms or not? Where will you enter user ID and password? In the air or in the system? So they are system-based mechanisms. Okay, this question is also given. Who are logical? Oh, logical access violators, many people are there. Hackers, number one logical access violators. They violate the logic. Will hacker enter user ID and password and enter into your system? And if you enter in that way, do you call them hacker? Next, employees. Authorized or unauthorized? See, I am an authorized employee only, but my boss scolded me in the morning and I wanted to take revenge on my boss. So somehow I will do some nonsense. Logical access violation. And IS personnel. These are very dangerous people. Okay. IS personnel means what? System administrator will be there. And he will have access to all the data, passwords and system. And that is why the top level people in any organization should not have any bad habits. For example, if the IT administrator in a bank is having a bad habit of drinking, Many people will try to exploit his bad habit and get data out of him. That should not be there. And you need to be very careful with the IS personnel because they know the passwords of everything. Okay. And former employees, they worked in my organization, they left my organization, but the user IDs and passwords we did not change. So they may try from outside systems. And end users. End users, what happens, you know, all end users are not bad, but there are some end users who are very enthusiastic. కొంతమందికి ఏముంటుందంటే అది ప్రెస్ చేస్తే ఏమవుద్ది అని ప్రెస్ చేస్తాడు. ఎందుకురా నీకు? Why did you press that? But he wanted to know. He is very curious. He is very enthusiastic. Very curious. But either you kill a person for silly reasons or for serious reasons, murder is murder. What do you say? If you say, no sir, just for joke I slapped him like this and he died, that will be treated as murder only. Okay. So, either intentionally or unintentionally, if you spoil the system, that will be treated as crime only. Okay. Now, user access management. Very easy. User access management means what? For example, you joined in an office today. First of all, what should be done? If you want to open an account in Facebook, what is done? First, user registration should be done or not? User registration means what? Your name, your age, your location, these all details are taken. Then you will be given privileges. Privileges means what? In this table like this. What is your role? What is your role? Joined as a cashier. In which department? Marketing department. Okay. Cashier in sales. How many tasks he has to do? See, these tasks and privileges are fixed. And roles are also fixed. Just I will ask you, what is your role? Sir, I am a cashier in sales department. Cashier in sales department. Tasks, 5 tasks, 10 privileges. Give the access. In that way we will give. Okay. Now, user password management. User password management means what? Users should have their own passwords and that password should be strong passwords. And if I should tell the user, Ray, if you share the password, you will be held responsible. Should I give warning or not? Yes. Review of user access rights. Review of user access rights means, wait, I am the manager in this organization, but I am on leave due to some health reasons for 1 month. And in my absence, she is given authorization to access all the data. Because in absence of manager, BCP should be there, no? Business continuity planning. Let the manager lead and board at No. Operations, transactions should take place. She is given the access. But again, I came back. Now, what should be done? Should the privilege remain with her or you should take back the privileges? You should take back the privileges. That means regularly you need to review the access rights. And what are user responsibilities? User should make right use of strong passwords and unattended user equipment. Unattended user equipment means what? For example, you assume this is a bank and this is the system. And I just went outside for a powder room or some water. Okay. And these users, they are seeing like this. What is that? That tendency we will have as humans. What is there on the screen like this? So, unattended user equipment, what it should be done? In banks, just if you don't attend to the system for 15 seconds, the system will automatically log off. That type of mechanism should be there or not? That is what is unattended user equipment. Now, network access controls. Network access controls means what? Policy on use of network services. In our Pratap campus, Prakash sir says, don't give internet access to all the systems. Not required. But every employee thinks, what happens if you give the network access? Why don't you give? You should not give, man. If you give internet access to every system, no one will work. They work, but they don't do this work, they do another work. And finally, the things won't work. So, you need to have a policy on use of network services. That means who should use the internet. And again, for example, in our Pratap campus, we have 2 internet connections. One is internet through LAN and one is direct connection. And direct connection is not given to everyone. Only to few selected people, the direct connection is given. For remaining people, internet through LAN connection is given. Why? I'll tell you. For example, an employee did something wrong. I need to catch him. How can I catch him? If I give internet connection to him through LAN, whatever he did, whatever he browsed, it will be stored in the server. So I can easily know that this employee has done mistake. See, running an organization, Using technology and running an organization is not a joke. These type of controls should be there. Policy on network services. Enforced path. Enforced path means what? Our employees in the office, they will complain. Sir, this site is not getting opened. For Chandrasekhar sir, that site is open. For me, it is not open. Because there are some firewalls. They will stop some certain sites to get open. You need to do in that way only. Or if you give 100% access for all the sites to open, you know what sites people visit and what nonsense they will do. Recently what happened? In Patna, Bihar Patna railway station, some pornographic film has been played for 3 minutes. Why did that happen? Because in that organization, the employees are given free access to open any site, and an employee opened site and it is getting relayed and he did not observe, and in the entire railway station that is played in Patna railway station. That kind of mistakes happens if you don't have this kind of controls. Okay. Next one, segregation of networks. See, in our Pratap campus, we have 2 different networks. Material department network is different, examination cell network is different, normal network is different. 3 different networks. Why? To ensure safety. If you have only one network, if some problem comes, the entire network goes and everyone should sit idle. But if you have different networks, if one network goes out, remaining networks works, no? Now, network connection and routing control. Network connection and routing control means what? I told you, who should open which sites? Only those permissions we need to give them. And security of network services. Security of network services means what? You need to use firewall, encryption, these all things. Firewalls means what? Now here I cannot open each and every website. Firewall will restrict. The name itself, it is there, firewall. That means a website cannot cross it. This firewall will block certain websites which seems to be illegal, which seems to be dangerous, which seems to be nonsense. Now, operating system access controls in logical access controls. See, operating system is the most important thing that you studied in the morning. Automated terminal identification. What does it mean? Automated terminal identification means, wait, I'll tell you clearly. You all have systems. And she typed in user ID and password. Now, who will detect? This is server, let us assume. She typed in user ID and password. That request comes here. And there is operating system in this system or not? Now, that will detect. System number 128. System number 128, is it there in our domain? It is there in our domain only. Oh, 128. Okay, allow. In that way, operating system will give permission. Only then she can enter into the system. That is called automated terminal identification. Terminal login procedure. Terminal login procedure means what? I came to your office. One system is idle. One system is vacant. I sat before that system and wanted to work. Can I work like that? If some stranger comes to your office and sits before a system and start doing work, how it will be? It will be nice to you? Is it secure to you? So you need to have terminal login procedures. That means if anyone wants to work in that terminal, he needs to log in using user ID and password. Access token and access control list means what? Okay, you are an authorized employee, you are an authorized user logged in into the system. But you are accessing some files which you should not access. You are clicking on them, go open, 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 open. Should the data open? Should the file open? No. Now the thing is, how do the computer know that you should not open that file? Yes, we have given access tokens and access control list. That means user number 128. She can open only these files. And if you click some other file, no, nothing. It will not get open. Now discretionary access control. Discretionary access control means what? The boss in the office said, only to this employee you give full privileges. Other employees are very angry. What is his speciality and what we did? That is his discretion. That is the discretion of the boss. Boss can do anything. Okay. He told, give access to him, complete access to him, because it is discretion. Discretionary access control. And user identification and authentication means what? Whenever you enter user ID and password, operating system will try to identify who are you, where from you are logging, these all things. So 6 points are more than enough in that question. Don't waste your time. Next. And don't spend your time unnecessarily on these managerial controls also. Okay. If you want to read, you just read this question. This is relatively more important. Explain system development management controls. Okay. System development management controls means what? Okay. I want to develop an information system in my organization. First of all, what should be done? Problem definition and feasibility assessment. Problem definition means what? Why you want to have an information system? Kya beta, kyun? Kya hua? What is problem you are facing? First you should know that, and you need to define the problem. Problem definition. And second one, feasibility assessment. Feasibility assessment means what? Sir, the software company said, sir, we will do it. Neatly we will do it. Okay? We understood the problem. Chadam, ba chadam. We will do it. The software company said like that. And they said, 4 crores, sir, bill. We will do it. 4 crores, sir. I said, I thought it is 4 lakhs. But you are telling 4 crores. So it is not financially feasible to me. Then what I will do? I'll give them a samosa and chai and say bye-bye. Because that project cannot be continued. Why? No financial feasibility. No economic feasibility. Okay. Now, analysis of the existing system. Okay, you let us think financial feasibility is there. Next, what is the step? Analysis of the existing system. See, if you want to develop a new system, first of all, you need to study the existing system. Then you will understand its loopholes, problems and all. So, analyze the existing system. And information processing design. Design means what? I need to make a neat list of requirements, design of data and information flow, design of database, physical design, design of hardware and software platform. You may think, this fellow, what he is talking nonsense. No, I am not talking nonsense. What I am talking makes sense. Okay. Just give me a minute, please. Because I want to make sense. Because that CBS core banking system takes some 20 minutes. See, this is an agreement we made with a software company. Now, what they did, they have given us like this. Deliver scope on technical specifications they have given, deliverables for client, what they will give us, what third party services they offer, and development. See, the time period they have given. For detailed research, 3 working days, website design and creation, 25 working days, admin creation and backend development, 30 working days, website testing and making, 12 working days. Okay, in this way they have given to me. Okay, this is about our new website design and all. Okay, so designing a information system means you need to design all these things. And the timelines, for designing all of that, how much time it takes. So, for website design and UI creation, 25 days. Admin creation, backend deployment, 30 days. Website testing and making live, 12 days. Okay. As this is a software, there will be no database and all. But in an information system, you will have these all things. Design of database, design of user interface, physical design, these all things. You need to, for doing all these points, it will take some time, 5 days, 10 days, like that. You have to design all of that. Only then you can design a software. Okay. And hardware and software acquisition. From where you need to purchase hardware and software. For example, for the first time you are designing an information system in your company, definitely you need to buy some hardware and software or not. Let the information system gallona. System lo kada. So you need to purchase. So from where you need to purchase. And next one, acceptance testing and conversion. Acceptance testing means what? That website people gave one a design to us, and Prakasha told me, you do some acceptance testing. That means first you test, and if it is acceptable to you, then you move forward. Otherwise, you ask them to give another design. So 2 days back, I asked them, I am not satisfied with the design. Kindly make these changes in the design and give me the design. And they told that tomorrow morning 11 o'clock they'll give me. I'm telling a real thing, man. I have shown you the agreement also right now. Okay. So tomorrow morning 11 o'clock they'll give. Why I'm telling all these things? Just to show my greatness to you? No. I wanted to prove one thing by standing here. What is that? Whatever you learn in EIS here, this is all not fancy or something where no one uses it, but it is where everything follows it. This is very practical. That is what I want to prove. Okay. At least if you have that in mind, your fear will be reduced a little bit, and in the place of fear you will get some confidence and you will start preparing well. That is my intention. Okay. But I don't know your contention, but I want the retention and also your attention. Okay. Next, acceptance testing and conversion. Conversion means what? I have tested the software and I have accepted it. Then what I will tell to my employees, alright, software is okay, come on. Enter all the data in the software. Because till now all the data is in books. Now what I have to do? I have to enter all the data into the systems. Okay. Operation and maintenance. Okay, started using the software, but operation and maintenance will be there. Operation and maintenance will be there means what? Every 2 days I need to take the backup. Every 3 days I need to update the antivirus. That is called as operation and maintenance. Now, programming management controls, you simply skip that question because you cannot understand. Because already you have choice even if it is asked in the exam. Okay. And this you can read by yourself, data resource, because you already know the importance of data. Next. Yeah. Operation controls means what? Okay, you are using the software. What type of control should be there? Computer operations. Computer operations means what? You need to have right kind of software and hardware to use your information system. And there should be right kind of network. There should be data preparation and entry. Just now I told you, what you should do. You need to enter the data into the system. And production control means don't think it is a production department related thing. Production server, production control. Even in virtualization also morning we got that word production server. Here production server means real. See, on that day that website people told me, sir, we will give the website for production within 40 days. For production within 40 days means what? For real thing. To use it really. That is called production. So here production control means whenever you are using the software in the real time, you will get some problems. You need to overcome, you need to take care of all those things. And file library means what? Today we are storing the data only in servers because servers have become somewhat cheaper. But earlier we used to have magnetic tapes, CDs, DVDs. Okay, there we used to store all the data. But today the things have become cheap. We are simply storing in one single server in the hard disks. Okay, so that is called file library. Okay, and we need to have documentation and program library. Documentation means what? For example, this camera went wrong. So how to repair that? I need to refer to the documentation. Basing on the documentation, I'll do that thing only. Whenever someone says there is a problem in the class, I refer the documentation where the problem is and go and rectify it. Okay. Next, help desk and technical support. For example, SBI Broadband branch, system is not getting opened. For example, if system is not getting opened, these people will call us. We will come. Or for example, that person is having a friend outside. Will he call him or me? He should not call his friend, no? Why? He is not related to the organization. Likewise, in SBI Broadband campus, computers are not functioning. Whom should they call? Me? Oh, they should not call me. Why? I am not related to SBI. So they need to call their help desk or technical support if they have any problem. And capacity planning and performance monitoring. I am operations manager. I came to rounds. And that person told, sir, system is very slow, sir. If I have entered something, it is taking minutes, sir. Then immediately what should I do? Okay, I should change the server because capacity planning. More employees are there now and the server is very slow. I need to upgrade the server. That is called as capacity planning and performance monitoring. Management of outsourced operations. See, I'll give some operations to outsource, like maintenance of batteries, maintenance of UPS, these all things. Now I need to check whether they are coming in time or not and doing the work or not. Now what are application controls? Application controls means boundary controls, input control, processing control, database control, output control. Morning itself we studied. Where from you get the problems? Input, you will get the problems. So you will have input control. Output, you will have risks, output controls. Network, you will have risks, network controls. Database, you will have risks, database controls. These all access controls, if you can study very easily, you can study, because that is all about passwords. And not only password, you can have different methods to enter into the system, no? What? I can have fingerprint, or I can scan my badge. There are n number of methods to enter into a system. Those all things are discussed there. So it is enough to discuss. We have discussed 30 questions. Okay. Validation controls, very easy. Field, this is given already in the exam, let me tell you. Field interrogation, above, very easy. You are filling an application form. Age column is there. And I entered -40. Or it is not temperature, right? It is age. Age only, sir. I am using Santur. Or even though you use it, how can age be negative? How can it be minus? Okay. So, will you accept? Should you accept if someone enters date like that, age like that? That is called field interrogation. Field interrogation. And you are applying for CA inter examinations. You have filed a CA inter exam application. There, you need to enter your age. You entered 7 years. How a 7 years fellow can write CA inter exams? You said child prodigy, sir. Okay. Even though you are a child prodigy, okay, that is fine. 7 years you can write CA inter exams, I am not bothered. But you need to get special permission. Normally you cannot enter the application. Why? Because in that software we set the age should be between some 15 years to till end, some 120 years. But it should not be less than 15 years. So that is called as limit check. Okay, that is field interrogation. Yeah, we will stop this question here. And let us go to the core banking systems. Give me 1 second of time, I want to drink some. And now we have core banking system. What is core? Main? What is the meaning of the word core? Is it main? No, it is centralized online real-time environment. What is the meaning of the word core? Centralized online real-time environment. Now today all banking systems are core systems. How? I will tell you. You opened a bank account in 4/11 Broadipet SBI, but you can use that ATM card anywhere in India, in any ATM. Am I right or not? How is it possible? In my childhood, it is not possible. In my childhood means not 100 years back. Okay. So, in my childhood, it is not possible. If you are having account in one branch, if you want to make any transaction, you need to go to that branch only. Where? Once upon a time, some 20 years back. But today, any time, any center, any ATM, you are making the transaction. Why? Because today your data is centralized. 20 years back, if you have opened your account in Broadipet branch, then your data, your details will be there in Broadipet only. But right now your data will be in Bombay, not in Broadipet. Okay. You understand what I am telling you? So now the data is centralized. Sir, if my data is in Bombay, how can I get the data in Broadipet? Online. Online. The data is centralized and you can get data from there through online. Sir, I want to withdraw money, sir. You withdraw. What is happening? Immediately when you come out of the ATM, all your accounts are updated or not? Real time. In that environment, banks are functioning today. Hence, they are called as centralized, online, real time environment. And this is very interesting to say. But whenever again banks use this kind of core technology, centralized, online, real time, there are risks and you are there to find the controls. That is the lesson. Okay. But here in this lesson, many questions are repeated. Okay. Now, what is the weightage? This is called as network error. From morning, from same number getting lot of calls. What is the weightage? 5-2? Ma, you tell me, what is the weightage? 10, how can you say 10? Only in one attempt it is given for 10 marks? Okay, 5 to 10 marks. Now, if you are intelligent students, what is the best way? You can take information system risks and controls as choice. And if you study this core banking system, financial and accounting systems, BPA risks and controls, these are easy lessons comparatively. Okay. Now, I should not teach first question and you should not listen first question. Why? That is commerce question. What a bank do, acceptance of deposits and all. Okay. Now, what is a core banking system and explain its characteristics. Okay. You already know what is a core banking system. It refers to a common IT solution wherein a central shared database supports the entire banking application. It allows the customers to use various banking facilities irrespective of the bank branch location. Irrespective of your bank or branch, you are using the ATM services across the country. How is it possible? It is possible because your data is centralized. Centralized means where, sir? In Shankarvilas Center? Where? Centralized means in the central server. Sir, where is the central server? If you are an SBI customer, it is in near Pune. In some Paharanpur or something. And the door number I not tell you, but it is there. Now, what are the characteristics of a core banking system? There is a common database in a central server. Already our students know that. Branch functions as delivery channel and providing services to its customers. CBS is how many times you will say? CBS is supported by advanced technology infrastructure. We know that. Core banking, customer is a customer of the bank and not only of the branch. 20 years back, you are the customer of the branch. Today you are the customer of the bank. Thanks to core banking systems. Okay. CBS is modular in structure and is capable of being implemented in stages as per the requirements of the bank. Sir, ours is a small bank, recently started, only 2 branches. And you are telling use CBS, made by some Infosys like Finacle and all. First of all, let me tell you the famous core banking systems. Core banking systems means core banking softwares. Okay. Finacle. Finacle is a digital banking platform by whom? By Infosys. Okay, this is Finacle. And we have another thing from TCS. Today, State Bank of India is using this thing. Banks. TCS, banks. State Bank of India is using this core banking system right now. I know that. Okay. A universal financial solution, which is agile, resilient, innovative, and SaaS based. Okay. Frictionless customer journeys and collaborative ecosystems. Now let us see our system first. Okay. Likewise, now a small bank is telling me, sir, recently started 2 branches, small bank, small kid. Now This core banking system means very big software. How can I use all those modules? All those modules are not required for me. We are not issuing any debit cards. We are not issuing any credit cards. Then how can I use core banking? Arey Baba, core banking system is modular in nature. That means whatever modules you want, you can use it. You need not purchase the entire software, just like ERP. And I am going to tell you a very top secret. Do you know what is core banking system? What is CBS software? It is ERP especially made for banks. That is why whatever questions, whatever things you learnt in financial and accounting systems for ERP, those all things will also be applicable for core banking systems. That is why many questions are okay. Core banking solution brings significant benefits such as customer is a customer of the bank and not of the branch. And it is modular in structure. Modular in structure means what? See, core banking system is having 100 modules. If yours is a small bank, how many modules you want? Use only those modules. Core banking software enables integration of all third-party applications. What is all third-party application? I am having account in SBI, but I am using PhonePe. I am using Google Pay. This Google Pay is a third-party application linked to my bank account, SBI bank account. Isn't it right or not? That means this core banking software is allowing third-party application to connect to my account or not? What do you say? Yes. Okay. Next. These all names you know. Finacle, Fin1, FlexCube, Banks, BankMate, these all. Various key modules of CBS. What are the various key modules of CBS? See, CBS for a bank functions not only as a heart but also as a nervous system. Why? Anywhere, anytime you are taking your money, no? In any branch. That means your account is flowing like a nervous system. Okay. And in case of CBS, at the core is the central server. Where it is? Some banks maintain it in Bangalore, some banks maintain it in Mumbai, some banks in Delhi. Okay. Yeah. So, sir, what are the key modules of a core banking system? That means, sir, if I want to use a core banking software, what are the most important modules? The first one is back office. See, whether yours is a small bank, tiny bank, large bank, back office should be there. Accounts will be there or not? So, back office should be there. Data warehouse, that is your wish. Sir, I want it to have data analytics and all, then go for data warehouse. Otherwise, drop it. Credit card system. Sir, ours is a small bank, 2 branches. How can I give credit cards? Drop it. Who asked you to use it? But if you want credit card system module, do you understand what I am telling? See, you are using Finacle software by Infosys. But in that Finacle software, you don't want everything. You want only credit card. You don't want credit card system because your bank don't offer any credit cards. So, you need not pay for that module. You pay for the modules whatever you want to use, right? Now, automated teller machines. If you are offering ATM services, you need to use that module in the software. And central server, that is common, that will be there. And if you offer these services, internet banking, mobile banking, phone banking, yes, definitely you need to have that modules also. And if you have branches, yes, you can go for branch banking module also, right? Yeah. Some key aspects built into the architecture of core banking system. What are the key aspects? See, there should be very good information flow. Information flow means what? You have deposited some money in the branch. Should it be reflected in the ATM also or not? You have made some payment through UPI. Should it be reflected in your account or not? So there should be continuous and consistent information flow. And the next one is customer centric. Customer centric means what? Today banks are offering n number of offers. And depending on your transaction history, today banks are also having lot of data analytics and data warehousing operations, and they are analyzing the transactions of every customer and accordingly they are suggesting lot of offers and all. That is customer centric. And regulatory compliance means what? Morning we studied. See, if you read news, every month you will observe RBI levied some 2 crores penalty to State Bank of India. For what? For not following regulatory compliance, for not following SWIFT banking system rules. So regulatory compliance should be there. And resource optimization. Resource optimization means what? If you use core banking systems, what happens? You can reduce the turnaround times. Morning I told you what is a turnaround time. The time it takes to complete the transaction. You can reduce that. And what are the different servers used in a core banking system? If you have a website and if you want to do the calculations and all, use application server. And for every bank, database server is mandatory. Why? All the customer data you need to store now. And ATM, if your bank is offering ATM services, then you need to have ATM channel server also. And if your bank is offering internet banking services, then you need to have internet banking channel server as well as internet banking application server. And if your bank is having a website, see, SBI is having 25 websites. SBI group is having 25 websites. So definitely it needs to have a web server and proxy server. Proxy server means what? See, many hackers and all, they'll say that they have really hacked the original server, but there will be proxy servers. In law, you know what is the meaning of proxy. I have slapped your proxy. Does it mean I slapped you? So proxy server means what? We will have a server which acts as a real server, and all the connections are made to that proxy server, and that proxy server will redirect to the main server. That means main server you cannot reach directly. Main server ekkada untadante ఏడో కొండ మీద ఉంటది. శ్రీ శేషశైల గరుడాచల వెంకటాద్రి నారాయణాద్రి వృషభాద్రి వృషాద్రి ముఖ్యాన ఏడో కొండ మీద ఉంటుంది. ఈ లోపల బోల్డ్ అండ్ ప్రాక్సీ సర్వర్స్, దీస్ ఆల్ థింగ్స్ విల్ బి దేర్. Okay, and to reach there it is not easy, but there are people who reach there and also spoil that. Okay, and finally you will have antivirus software server. That is all mandatory. You know the process of internet banking. Okay, and what are the stages in the deployment of an core banking system? Given for 6 marks in January attempt of 21. See, this is common. Already we have studied the managerial controls now. First one, plan. You know that. Approval from whom? Approval from the top level management of the bank for the core banking system. Because implementing a core banking system is not a simple thing. It involves crores of rupees of investment. And there are n number of products that are available. Infosys says, sir, buy our Finacle. TCS says, sir, buy our banks. Nucleus company says, sir, our Fin1. Oracle says, sir, FlexCube. Then we need to select which product is more appropriate to your requirement. Basing on that, you make a selection. And for example, if you cannot select, then you have to decide what happens if I do it for myself, design and develop, or procure. Procure means readily available, you buy it. If, see, in our organization, there are timetable management software is there. Already in the market, there are many readily available timetable management softwares, but we are not planning to procure them. We are trying to design or develop on our own, because whatever is available in the market that is not suitable for our requirements. And testing, anything, whether you develop your own software or you buy something, finally you need to test it or not, and you should implement it. And once you start implementing, maintenance will be there, taking backups, upgrading antiviruses, these all things will be there. Support, updation. Support means, for example, you purchase it from Infosys, Finacle, then that Finacle will give you lot of support. Okay, updation. If you want to go for new modules, you can go, these all things. And finally, whether all these things are functioning properly or not, you need to have a proper audit. And again, the same story repeats. What are the risks associated with CBS. Operational risks. Operational risks means what? While you are using core banking systems, some of your employees might not know how to use the software. Instead of pressing one thing, they might press another thing. That is people risk. And your software might not follow the rules and regulations of the local laws. That is compliance risk. There will be using your software, some clients are deceived. Then that causes legal risk. And there are some leaks in your software and information is getting easily leaked. That is called as information security leak. And credit risk, that need not be discussed. And market risk and strategic risk you can go through. And see, if you can observe this question in the morning session we have discussed. So you can read that question. Yeah, this is the last question I am going to explain this day. That is the sub-processes that should be applied in banks for information security as per ISO 27001. See, in our India, if banks uses core banking systems, who should give guidelines to the banks regarding the core banking systems? RBI, Reserve Bank of India should give. But Reserve Bank of India is very wise and very intelligent. Do you know what Reserve Bank of India did? They have given a document to all the banks. What is the document? Name of the document? ISO 27001. And that document is available in the websites also. So Reserve Bank of India gave this 30 pages document. ISO 27001. What is there in this document? What things you need to follow regarding the security of the systems that are maintained in the banks. And now all the banks should follow all the things that are specified in this particular document. Do you understand? And sir, what are the main components of this document that is given in our material? What is that? Information security policies, procedures and practices. That means how banks should protect the user information, what kind of care they need to take. Those all things are discussed in that particular document. And next one, user security administration. That means how user IDs and passwords should be maintained. That is all things discussed in that document. Application security. Application security means what? Software security. Next one, database security. How to maintain the database of the customers securely. That is database security. Operating system security, network security, physical security. This is what I am telling you. This is not new thing. Information system security means these all. I'll tell you an equation. Information system security is equal to operating system security plus network security plus physical security plus user security plus application security plus database security. All these securities put together, we call it as information system security. See, if you want to give secured information system, in an information system, OS will be there or not? So you need to have security of OS or not? Users are there, user security should be there, data is there, data security should be there. So all these securities put together, it is called as information system security. And to the best of my knowledge, we don't have much more important questions left. So with that, I am going to conclude this session, right? But one thing I wanted to tell you, don't unnecessarily waste your time reading unnecessary things. Okay. And don't get yourself confused. Be very clear. And the biggest problem with EIS side headings is in some, you have observed now, in some questions you have 10, 15, 18 side headings. But you just observe, what is the maximum marks of question given to you? 6 marks. Okay. So 6 marks means it is enough if you write some 8 to 9 side headings. Okay, not more than that. So don't spend your time unnecessarily on reading all that unnecessary stuff. Okay. And another very important thing I am telling you, when a scenario based type of question is given or when an application oriented type of question is given, always learn the art of connecting your answer to the question. Don't vaguely start your writing your answer. This is another point I wanted to tell you. And another important mantra what I wanted to tell you is, the only mantra to conquer EIS is read it regularly. Diabetic diet. You know what is diabetic diet? Diabetic people should eat some 4 or 5 times a day. Likewise, EIS also should be read in that way. But if you people say, sir, at one go in one sitting I will clear everything, you cannot clear the syllabus, but the syllabus will clear you. Okay, so keep that in mind. All the best. Thank you.